Chapter 26. The village of Hillard was the only real settlement on the planet known as PB 4416, though perhaps village was too strong a word. There was a small spaceport capable of handling 3 medium-sized freighters at a time. Beyond that there was a single store, a med center, and a cantina. The people of Hillard kept these places running, offering aid to the weary travelers that found themselves out this far. The few people that considered themselves natives to the world eked out a living trading with the various smuggler and pirate groups that frequented this part of space. The planet had long been a haven for people that had not wanted to live under Republic rule, choosing to hack a life for themselves out of the rough environment that made the planet so enticing to outlaws. Even now, during the age of expansion, the small world had managed to garner little attention in the galactic community. Though rich in lumber, the world was a bit too far from the established hyperspace routes to draw too much attention, and the planet's natural magnetic fields and soil content made most space-to-ground transmissions difficult, which combined to make PB 4416, or PB as the few locals called it, perfect to be turned into a smuggler's nest. The Cooper-Halcyon group was not the first to settle here, and they likely would not be the last. The hidden landing bays and storage structures had already been fabricated long before Gabe Cooper had decided to move his base of operations out here. No one could say why the previous groups had left. Either they had been defeated by competitors or brought down by law enforcement. None could say. The settlers had welcomed Co-op and his people with open arms. A large group like theirs served the citizens better than smaller groups that might see Hillard as prey rather than a resource. Coop had happily thrown more than a few credits around, knowing that it would buy goodwill from the settlers and help secure his hold over his new home base. One of his first acts had been to expand the local cantina. He had paid handsomely for the building's reconstruction, turning it into something more than a poorly lit room with a few tables and chairs. He had paid for the old place to be scrapped and rebuilt, bringing not only a bit of civility to Hillard, but new jobs as well. Now the place resembled a proper spaceport drinking establishment. The first floor serving as a bar and gambling hall, the second for tending to spacers, other vices, and the third serving as an office and apartment for VIPs that the organization was courting, people that Co-op wished to impress but did not trust yet with the location of his main base. Many clients had passed through his walls since the group had moved here. Jazz had even acted as host to more than a few of them. He was seen as a respectable representative of the organization and knew how to put new clients at ease. It was to this apartment that Jazz Darbin brought his brother. The Jedi's long-range scout vessel had drawn a few stares when it had landed, but the sight of Jazz, a major figure within the group, calmed much of the anxiety a vessel with government marks brought. The Republic was not well loved out here. Most of the people that settled on PB were not eager to see a Republic ship arrive so openly, not liking what such an arrival might mean. Jazz spread a few credits around, just in case. He had no desire for his brother's presence to cause any trouble. For his part, Sy Darbin did not seem to understand the reason for all the concern or attention. He was here, after all, simply to do business. Was that not the reason that everyone came to PB 4416? On the speed arrive from their main base, Jazz had felt conflicted to say the least. He had not seen his brother in years. The sudden arrival had left him shaken. He tried to remember his Jedi calm, to remain focused on the job at hand. Denying his emotions had become easier and easier as the years had gone on. It had taken a while, but had finally reached the level of serenity that most Jedi his age aspired to. There was no emotion, there was peace. He was not about to let his brother's arrival ruin that. He would not let it take away all that he had accomplished. He had worked too hard for that. He had brought Shusk along for backup, just in case. The little Chandra fan had been curious to say the least. He had not known that Jazz had had any siblings, much less a twin brother. "Are you very close?" the little alien had asked. "On my homeworld, family groups usually are. We have not seen each other in almost 15 years, he informed his friend. The last time we saw each other, the ship we were on was blowing up around us. He was reaching out to me from an escape pod, urging me to hurry. The old memory made Jazz shiver. It was strange. He was not that 9-year-old boy anymore, but at the same time, the fear and anger from that day threatened to overwhelm him. I was his brother, he thought. We shared a womb together, came into this world together, bound through the Force, and. Jaz's frown deepened. And he abandoned me. He abandoned me. The thought came before he could stop it. Years of pain and anger tried to surge forward. It took all his will to deny it. How many times had he reached out with the Force? How many times had he tried to find the bond he and his brother shared? Far too many to count. All those attempts had met with silence and failure. Even now, Jaz had a hard time sensing his brother through the Force. It felt like a wall had come up between them, a wall that he did not understand. When they had been small, Jaz and Saidar Ben had been almost inseparable. They had shared a bond so strong they could talk without speaking. They had known each other's thoughts and wills. And yet, in the years since his return to the Order, Saidar Ben had not reached out once for his brother. Jaz had tried several times through the temple on Coruscant to speak with Sai, but always his requests had been met with silence or polite refusals and apologies. Your brother is currently not available, Acolyte. He is on mission, but your message will be relayed. After the second year, he had stopped trying, and now, out of the blue, Sai had tracked him down. Jaz was curious to know why. They found him standing outside the spaceport, unmistakable in his Jedi robes. The brown and cream-colored garments stood out among the armor and simple clothing of the locals. Sai, by all definitions, looked like the perfect Jedi. He radiated a sense of calm and confidence. His short black hair was cut in a similar style to his brother's. The only difference between the two was the goatee that Sai had grown. Jaz had had a beard once too, but had shaved it shortly after he had arrived on Corellia. He had sought to change up his features every so often to avoid detection by any hunters that might have been searching for him at the time. It hadn't worked out in the end, but he had never bothered to grow it back. Plus, Prin had preferred him clean-shaven. Despite their separation, he had not forgotten that. Again, Jaz reached out to his brother through the Force. He sensed his presence, and a greeting of sorts, but still, Sai remained closed off to him, blocking his full entrance into his mind and emotions. Jaz did not push things. His brother likely had his reasons for any distance he chose to keep. He respected Sai's wishes. Still, it took all of Jaz's self-control not to begin hurling questions at his sibling. What had happened 15 years ago? Why had he not sensed that his brother had survived the shipwreck? Why had he continued to ignore all of Jaz's attempts to reach out? Again, he held that desire in check, putting the interests of the organization first. Perhaps, when this was over, they would have a chance to talk. Jaz brought the speeder to a stop in front of his sibling. Sai smiled as he leapt from the vehicle. Brother, he said, bowing respectfully. It has been far too long. Jaz resisted the urge to sneer. That statement was, putting it mildly to be sure. Hello, Sai, he said, returning the nod. You look well. The Force has been most generous to me, brother, he replied with a merry smile. My star has risen quickly among the Order. Many now seek my counsel and wisdom in dealing with various disputes. Jaz nodded, but could not entirely kill a sense of envy. What might have been still haunted him sometimes. How would his life have turned out had he, and not Sai, been Master Venery's apprentice? Would many people be seeking out his advice and aid? He tried not to let it bother him. The Force had needed him to walk a different path than Sai. What he was doing was important work, despite his distance from the rest of the Order. Jaz tried to remember that. He was an important part of the Cooper-Halcyon group, or at least, he had been. After the business with Tiantis and Fallen Star, he could not help but wonder what else was Co-op and Rhonda hiding from him. What other secrets and decisions had they kept for themselves and left him out of the loop? Stop it, his conscience chided, speaking in the voice of Master Vey. You cannot change what came before, my young Padawan. You need to keep your thoughts on the here and now where they belong. Jaz nodded to himself. Yes, he needed to focus on the moment. Sai would not have sought him out without good reason. He needed to find out what it was. Shusk marched right up to Sai and offered his paw in greetings. Though his brother shook it, Jazz got the feeling that his brother was disappointed. "Problem?" he asked. "I can sense your displeasure." "It is nothing," Sai said with a frown. "I expected your employer to come himself. What I have to say is not for underlings." Jazz returned the frown. "Underlings?" Sai smiled. "Oh, I meant no disrespect, brother. Merely commenting on the fact that what I offer today is important. I thought that your captain would understand that. A Jedi coming to meet him in person. Captain Cooper and I are partners, brother. I have full authority to handle such meetings, but I will contact him by holo when we reach our destination." "Excellent," Sai said, clasping his hands. "I'm certain that we can come to a most beneficial understanding. Not that I doubt you, Jazz, far from it. You have clearly risen quite high in your organization. What role do you fill now?" "Major domo. Advisor. Henchman." Again, Jazz felt his temper trying to spike, and again he pushed it down. "If you seek to test my Jedi comm, you are wasting your time, Sai. I've achieved serenity. And I'm so glad to hear it," he said with a respectful bow. Sai's smile did not falter. "It is a rare honor that you have, brother. Velo had not taken a Padawan in decades. To learn at her feet is something to be treasured." The other Jedi sighed. "It is a shame that she does not use her position more. Give her life and wisdom, she could have been named Grandmaster of the Order, yet she chooses to live apart from the rest of us. By choosing to live like an exile, she does little to advance the Order. It is a shame that she doesn't understand this." Jazz did not bother answering his brother's question. Vey's reason to remain apart from the Order was a sound one. Yes, she had achieved great knowledge and skill, but she understood that that knowledge was to teach, not command. Like her late master Alderin, she recognized that it was wiser to allow the shorter-lived races to lead. It was their worlds, their challenges. They were more in touch with their people. She was something of a relic of the past, a wellspring of knowledge, but she feared she was not truly part of their worlds. She would not seek to impair their growth by forcing her wisdom upon them. If they sought her knowledge and experience, she was there, but only to advise, never to rule. Jazz accepted her choice. He wished his brother would do the same. He didn't call Sai on that fact. He had no desire to start an argument, not in the middle of the streets of Hillard. His brother said they had business to discuss. Jazz was eager to get to it. "Shall we be off then?" Sai asked. "Time is of the essence." Jazz sighed. He had not been prepared for Sai's arrogance. Surely his brother could sense he did not need to test him. "Maybe it is not about you," he thought to himself. "Maybe it is about him." Sai always liked to feel like the smartest and best person in the room. Maybe he is trying to knock you down a peg or three. It was possible, he supposed, but he would have hoped that Sai had outgrown such behavior. He was already a full Jedi Knight. What more did he want? Jazz and Shusk returned to the speeder, with Sai jumping in behind them, a man of means with his driver. Jazz shook his head and pushed back a sense of annoyance. There was no emotion, there was peace. He sighed. He hoped to conclude this business quickly. As far as reunions went, this one was not going well. This business had better be important. Hopefully Sai wasn't wasting their time. They had a business to run, after all. They did not have time for childish games. The image on the holocom shivered as Co-op appeared before them. Sitting in the throne like CD used to impress to new clients, the leader of the Cooper Halcyon organization smiled when he saw Sidar Ben for the first time. "Incredible," Jazz's old friend said, shaking his head. "Astonishing, isn't it, Rhonda?" Rhonda Halcyon Cooper stepped into the holo field, still clad in her wedding dress. "It is like looking at Jazz in a mirror, isn't Co-op?" "It is indeed," he agreed. Jazz frowned. Looks could be deceiving, he thought. Jazz and Sidar Ben might look alike, but being around his brother for 20 minutes had taught him that they were anything but. It was an enlightening experience. Sai seemed to find fault in anything that his brother had accomplished. He viewed his decision to remain apart from the Order as a mistake, and thought that Jazz should have begged the council let him back in. If he was impressed at all with what his brother had earned within his group, he did not show it. Sai seemed to radiate contempt for the Cooper-Halcyon organization, viewing them as a necessary evil, fringe elements that only had their place because they might be of use to the Jedi. Jazz had needed to hold his tongue several times during this meeting. If anything, this was proving to be an excellent test for his mental and emotional conditioning. He tried to look at it as the test that it was proven to be. It made things bearable. Captain Cooper, at last, Sai said, bowing respectfully, I'm Sai Darbin of the Jedi Order. I come before you today with an offer from the Senate of the Galactic Republic. An offer from the Senate? Co-op said with an arch smile, and a Jedi errand boy to deliver it as well. It must be very important. If Sai took insult to being called an errand boy, he did not show it, not openly. Jazz did feel a brief shift in the Force, though. It seemed that he would not be the only one that needed to practice self-control today. He would have to thank Co-op later for that. We must apologize for not meeting you in person, Master Jedi, Rhonda said. As you can see, Captain Cooper and I have recently married. Sai smiled. Many blessings upon your day then, and may the Force look kindly on your union. Thank you, Co-op said, but Jazz did say something about a business arrangement, some kind of proposition that you needed to discuss. Right to business then? Excellent, Sai said. I trust that you will be amenable to what I have to offer, Captain. The Republic truly needs your help, and is willing to pay handsomely for it. You have our attention, Master Jedi, Co-op said, gesturing. Please continue. Sai smiled. To Jazz, it seemed that his brother thought this matter was settled, and that he had already won. Jazz was not as willing to grant that yet. He wanted to hear the proposition for himself. It must have been big to have drawn Sai all the way out here, to face his brother once again. It must have been most important indeed. Among my other duties as a Jedi, Sai began, I serve as liaison between the Senate and the Order, advising several committees. A matter has recently come to the attention of the Senate, a problem that, if left unchecked, could lead to a civil war on one of the Republic's member worlds. This matter must be dealt with swiftly, and, in seeking an answer, your name came up, Captain. I was hoping you could help us. Intriguing, Co-op said, but I don't see how I could be much help, Master Jedi. I'm simply a humble trader. Planetary politics are beyond my scope. Normally, I would say the same, Captain, but my agents inform me that you are already involved, hence my presence here. Already involved? Co-op murmured. And how did that happen? Pray tell. Sai Darbin grinned. The senator that approached me represents interests in the Afon system. You've had some dealings in that sector, I've been told, and you might just be what is needed to defuse a dangerous situation. Jazz's brow furrowed. Afon. As far as he knew, there was no senator for the Afon system. It was a gas giant with rings, no indigenous life. The sector was a mess of singularities, nebulous, and protostars. Hyperspace travel there was difficult. The closest inhabited planet was. Jazz's eyes widened. He looked at Cooper, who nodded, likely coming to same conclusion. Coop smiled at Sai. I think we both know that this is not about the Afon system, Master Jedi, and now I know why you have sought me out. Coop chuckled. Your friends in the Senate are having trouble with the little queen, aren't you? This visit is because of the mining guild. You are here about Bantoon. Sai smiled. Your insight serves you well, Captain. Though I do not know who this little queen is you are referring to, I've been sent by the senator for the Afon system, in which Bantoon is a member, and at the request of Queen Adira to Bantoon. She has requested the aid of the Jedi, and we have offered our help. Help? Jazz said with a frown, his thoughts turning to an 11-year-old girl, and her beautiful sworn protector. Val, he thought, Vess. What kind of trouble have they gotten themselves into now? Bantoon has suffered much recently, Sai informed them. A faction of nobles on the planet have risen up and been fermenting rebellion against their rightful queen. They believe that a young girl currently living on Alderin is the last living heir of the previous queen. This girl, obviously an imposter, claims to be the child of an RV, a daughter that died with her mother in a spaceship accident 7 years ago. Jazz held his tongue. Rightful queen. Vess, an imposter. An imposter, you say? Cooper said with a hint of a smile. How interesting. Isn't it thus I agreed? Jazz said nothing. His memory was drawn back 7 years, of a little girl sitting on the deck of the co-op's Folly, shivering and mourning her mother of wrapping his coat around her and watching her smile shyly. He thought of Char Valentine, the fierce warrior that stood at her side, and Jazz shifted uncomfortably. He thought of Val standing before him in his quarters, wearing nothing but a look of desire, a need that only he could fulfill. Love me? Jazz, please. He shivered and looked away. Val. He did not need this right now. And who is behind all these problems? Coop asked. Sai must be someone important to warrant Senate attention. A disgruntled member of the former Queen's security force. The Jedi responded, a convicted thief and murderer that the old regime had thought reformed. It seems that she has not. Now she has graduated to greater heights of evil, becoming an anarchist, pushing this girl off as her former mistress's daughter. Coop's brow furrowed. Jazz could feel his anger and annoyance growing. Business was business, but Co-op did have friends. They had not known each other long, but Jazz thought that Co-op considered Char Valentine a friend. He did not like it when people spoke poorly of his friends, of those that he trusted. Jazz certainly didn't. Is it possible that this guardswoman is telling the truth, brother? Jazz asked. What if the girl is who she says she is? Unlikely, given the fact that the rest of her family perished on their space yacht 7 years ago. They were lost on the way to a trade summit on Coruscant, I was told. Jazz already knew the last part. Val had told him the night they had been together. It was the cover story offered by the usurpers who stole Vess' throne and murdered her parents. Now, those same usurpers were asking the Jedi for help. Jazz did not like that. He did not like that at all. Queen Adira is willing to accept that this poor girl may be her niece, but cannot allow this cabal of criminals that now control her to gain a foothold on Bantoon. Sai continued, the Republic has many interests on the world. Those interests must be protected. So the Mining Guild has asked for the Republic to protect their interests. Coop asked. The Senator of Afon has asked. The Jedi Order is only doing what it can to prevent a civil war from breaking out. Jazz considered what he was hearing. It was an interesting choice naming the Senator of Bantoon as Senator of the Afon system. It might not have seemed like much, but it was important. A planetary senator had to be born on the world in question. A sector senator could be from off-world, which meant that a mining guild representative could hold the title, and probably did. Corporations could not hold a place in the Senate. Not that several lobbyists had not tried to get them that right. Stories of those attempts had been broadcast over the holonet for years. Megacorps like Zerka and the Mining Guild could have become almost unstoppable if they had been granted Senate seats. So far, the Republic had blocked those attempts. Jazz hoped they always would. What does the rightful Queen of Bantoon want with us? Co-op asked. As I said, we're merely traitors. Yet you do have a connection with the would-be queen and her guard, Sai said. That makes you very valuable. Sai nodded thoughtfully. You have had dealings with House Rist of Alderin, yes. A few, Co-op admitted. House Rist is the family shielding the girl and her bodyguard. If you were to go to them, convince the girl to meet with her aunt, to sign away any rights she might believe she has to the throne of Bantoon. Coop gave him a cold smile. I thought you said the girl was an imposter. She likely is, but some of the nobles on her homeworld believe that she might be their lost princess. That is enough to cause trouble. If she was to agree to meet with the queen, bend the knee, and accept the way that things are, that they need to be. Jazz's eyes narrowed. He had heard enough. So you admit the possibility that the girl's claim might be genuine. It is possible, brother, but it is also irrelevant. As I said, the Republic counts Queen Adira as an ally, a valued ally. Plus, the Jedi are guardians of the peace. We cannot have a civil war breaking out on Bantoon, disrupting the needs of the Republic as a whole. So I gave him a proud look. You must look at the larger picture, brother. Bantoon is a valuable, prosperous world. It has benefited greatly under the firm but gentle hand of its queen, Would you throw that into chaos by putting an untrained child on the throne, risking countless deaths in the process? Yet, if the girl's claim is genuine, once again, irrelevant, the needs of the many take precedence, brother. Even if the girl did survive the accident that claimed her parents, allowing her aunt to continue to rule is for the greater good. Are the lesser evil? Co-op said with a frown. He glared down at Sidar Ben. Let me ask you a question, Master Jedi. What if the death of the girl's parents wasn't an accident? What if your trusted ally arranged those deaths? What if she and her allies murdered the previous queen so that they could profit from Republic aid? That would need to be investigated, of course. And the results of that investigation would need to be buried or ignored. After the fact, Co-op said with no small hint of distaste. As you said, it would be for the greater good. You would will and reward a murderer and usurper for her crime, and protect her from being punished by those that she wronged. Is that the Jedi way, brother? Jazz asked. To reward acts of evil, because they are politically advantageous. The Jedi are supposed to be examples of something better than that. Did you not hear what I said? Jazz, the Republic needs this. The girl is likely an imposter that is being shielded by a murdering thief, a murderer that might have had a hand in the previous queen's death. You can't just. Char Valentine is not a murderer. The words had come unbidden. They had spilled out of Jazz's mouth before he could stop them, as did his anger. How dare Sai accuse Val of such crimes? He didn't know her. Jazz did. Sai looked at his brother with cool gray eyes. Jazz sensed his disbelief turn to amusement. It seems that Master Vey had not yet taught you to control your emotions, brother. Such an outburst is unbecoming of one who has been trained in the ways of the Jedi. Jazz didn't respond. He didn't need to. His brother was not wrong. It was beneath him. He had lost control. Vey would have shaken her head in disappointment. Sai was baiting him. That much was true, but Jazz had risen to that bait. He should have kept his emotional distance. But this was different. A part of his mind said, this was Val. He needed to defend her. Jazz sighed and pushed his emotions back down. You are right, brother, he said. I need more control. There is no shame in admitting that you have flaws, Jazz. Now you just need to work to eliminate them. Sidar Ben turned back to the hologram of Co-op. The Republic cruiser Righteous will be arriving on Alderin in 2 weeks. If you would be so kind as to speak with House Rist, convince this poor girl to accept that things must stay the way they are, then the Committee for Trade will see your group well compensated for your trouble, Captain Cooper. Sai beamed happily. This is truly for the best, he said. Now, I shall take my leave. Good day, Captain, brother. He bowed to Jazz. May the Force be with you. Jazz returned to the bow, feeling like a fool for losing his temper. Stupid, he thought. That was stupid. Sai left, no doubt feeling like he had won a victory this day. But why? Jazz shook his head. Why did his own brother need to feel like had beaten him? It didn't make sense. Are you okay, Jazz? He took another deep breath and pushed his emotions back down, back where they could not influence his judgment. He was back in control. I'm fine, Rhonda, he said coldly. Perfectly fine. His friend's bride gave him a look that suggested that he was anything but. Jazz ignored it. He turned to his friend and partner. What are we going to do about this? Not sure, Co-op said, scratching his chin thoughtfully. We could use the Republic contacts and the credits. I meant about Vess, Jazz said. So you two do know the girl that Master Sai was referring to? Rhonda said. Yeah, Co-op answered. We were the ones that took the little queen and her protector off Bantoon. He brought her to Alderin. After nearly being killed several times by assassins, Jazz added. That too, Co-op said with a nod. Rhonda looked quickly between the two men. Wait a minute, Bantoon. That was the world you went to on your first job for scientists. That is why the boss kicked us out. Coop nodded. Technically, we weren't kicked out. We were ostracized, but that was it, Jazz added. Rhonda shook her head. I've never known a Jedi to lie. Is it possible that your brother is right, Jazz? Could you have been lied to by this guardswoman? Jazz frowned. If you had met Vess, You would not need to ask that question, Rhonda. Jaz Darbin shook his head. The businessman he had become would have said that they should not get involved in this. What did it matter that Bantoon was going through some growing pains? It wasn't their affair. They were smugglers, not Jedi. They should let the Order handle this. The organization had a business to run. Then again, Jaz thought, was he not a part of the Jedi Order? Did he not have a responsibility to see justice done? He had been the one who had gotten involved in the first place. He had plucked Vess from that alley. He had stopped Val from killing herself when she realized that her queen was dead. Was he not responsible for this? Should he not seek to help if he could? He turned to the hologram of his friend and clan brother. I will leave for Alderin tomorrow, he informed him. If you could contact House Risk for me, let them know that I'm coming. We're not getting involved in this, Jaz, Co-op said flatly. Jaz blinked. It is not worth it, Co-op said dismissively. We aid the Republic, we risk anger in the wrist. And if we aided Vess, the Republic would make things difficult for us. I don't see the profit in helping either of them. This is not just about the wrist, Jaz reminded him. Co-op. This is Vess. This is Miss Valentine. We can't just. The wrist are protecting them, Jaz. They don't need us. Jaz frowned. So we turn our backs on our friends now? He asked. You would leave that poor girl to face the Republic, the Mining Guild, and the Jedi Order all by herself. Again, Co-op shrugged. This isn't our fight. Business always must take precedence. Rhonda seemed surprised by her husband's stance, but nodded. He is right, Jaz. You are the one that is always saying we need to focus on what is good for business. Jaz winced. That was true, but... Val. Vess. You are right, you are both right, he said in a cool monotone. He turned to his two friends, his partners. Besides, he said, you have a honeymoon tour coming, don't you? No need to interrupt that. I guess, Rhonda said. Coop nodded. I trust that you can keep things spinning until we get back. I'm sure Jonas will do a fine job in your absence, Jaz promised. Jonas. Coop said, what about you? Where will you be? I think that I'm going to take a leave for a while. There are some business interests that I've been meaning to look into. A leave, Co-op said, but you just got back from your training. That was Jedi stuff, Jaz said dismissively. This will be work for the organization. Jaz flashed a cold smile. I'll be back before you know it. No one will even notice that I'm gone. Rhonda smirked. This business would not take you close to Alderin, would it? Only if I needed to, he replied. Coop sighed. You're not going to step away from this, are you, old buddy? Jaz shook his head. I'm responsible. I started this by bringing Vess to the folly. I need to see it through. Coop nodded. Very well, he said. I will need a ship, Jaz said. May I take the shuttle again? Coop chuckled. We will be taking the folly, he told his friend. He turned to his bride. How would you like to start our honeymoon on Alderin? Love? They have some lovely resorts. Rhonda smirked. You never intended to let this pass, did you? You knew Jaz would want to go, and already decided to join him. Coop gave his friend an appraising look. Jaz has been all business for so long. It is refreshing to see him act on emotion again for once. You think I would let that pass unmarked? Jaz sniffed. This has nothing to do with my emotions, Co-op. I'm responsible for what happened on Bantoon. I owe it to Vess to try and help her. Whatever you say, old buddy, his captain said. Coop leaned back in his chair. What was that about Miss Valentine being a thief and a murderer? Was that just some story the Bond told the Jedi, or? Jaz winced. Val had told him that tale in a moment of weakness. He was not sure if he should share it now, but if it came up again. He sighed. Coop needed to know what they were getting into. Val's parents were master thieves. They trained her to follow in their footsteps. She was on the job. It went bad, and people died. Jaz pursed his lips in distaste. Whatever she did, she paid the price for it. What her people did to her. They altered her, Co-op, tortured her, brainwashed her, programmed her like she was a droid. You saw that back on the folly. Whatever she did in the past, She has more than made up for it. She. Wait, ASCC. Rhonda grinned. She looked at Jazz with excited eyes. This, Miss Valentine, was it? She is Val, isn't she? She is the Val. Coop's brow furrowed. The Val. He did not understand. Rhonda was grinning from ear to ear. She and you got pretty close, didn't you, Jazz? No wonder you want to help her. No wonder. Jazz looked at his friend, who was now looking a little uncomfortable in his chair. He frowned. I didn't realize my personal life was a topic of conversation between you two. Don't blame, co-op, Rhonda said quickly. You know how I worry about you, hon. I was happy that you found some happiness with this woman. It gave me hope. Jazz rolled his eyes. Hope, he thought. What was that? He knew his future. He was a soldier of the Force. His future was to serve. How do you want to do this? He asked his captain and friend. Hurry back, Jazz. I will contact Dormarist. Let her know that we are coming and that your brother is coming. The Folly will be able to lift off tomorrow morning, Rhonda promised. My ground team will make sure of that. You want to come? Jazz asked. Thanks, but I wouldn't want to interrupt your honeymoon. Rhonda grinned. You think I would miss the chance to meet the mysterious Val? Not a chance. Jazz rolled his eyes. Wonderful. Coop chuckled. You sure that you are ready for this, pal? Jazz sighed. It didn't matter if he was ready or not. Though it would be nice to see Val and Vess again. It had been 7 years after all. Damn, he realized. Vess would be a young woman now. He wondered what she was like. He would find out when they arrived, and do what he could to help. Vess and Val were in trouble. He had to go. It was his responsibility. The Force had led him to the 2 years ago. He would not deny it. He would go. It was the will of the Force. Chapter 27. Could you speak for the Council, Master? What is about to happen on Alderin, it should not stand. The hologram shimmered. If Vay was in one of her usual hermitages, then it was unlikely that she had the finest connection. Fortunately, the Folly had been upgraded a lot in the last few years. Rhonda had made sure that it could serve as a command and communication vessel for their growing fleet of subordinates. Jazz was grateful for that. It allowed him to contact his teacher. He knew that she would be a great asset in trying to set things right. Jazz wanted to find another solution. There had to be another way. I will do as you ask, apprentice, Vayilo promised, though I fear that any argument I may make may fall on deaf ears. The small alien Jedi shook her head. In matters of state, the Council will often side with the Republic. Politics are the arena of the politician. A Jedi should try and stay out of it. Jazz fought the urge to curse under his breath. The Jedi did not interfere in politics. He found that funny. More than a few times during his travels, he had seen Jedi use the Force to persuade leaders to make a choice, to help those that they felt deserved it. They had taught him that such steps should only be taken in emergencies, or as a last resort. Sadly, not all of his brothers and sisters felt the same way. He feared that Sai might try to use the Force to influence Vess, trick the girl into giving up her crown. He imagined her sitting in a chair signing away the right to her crown, Sai standing before her, putting words into the poor girl's mouth. He didn't like the thought of that. He did not like it all. If his brother truly believed it was in the best interest of the Republic, who knew what he might do, and in the interest of preventing a possible war, the Council might just go along with such a tactic. It wouldn't be right. He wouldn't let it happen. Jazz sighed. The Order was acting without knowing the full story here. If they had seen what Jazz had seen, if they had been on the ground on Bantoon 7 years ago, they might have supported him, maybe even tried to help. I take it that you are going to Alderin, not to aid your brother then? Vay asked him. I think Sai is mistaken, Master. There has to be a better way. There has to be some kind of compromise here. A way to help the bond without taking away this poor girl's rights. Jazz Darbin shook his head. Viseria Istillo is not a bad girl, Master. Her only crime was to be born in a time that the Republic and its business interests sought out her world. If her family was murdered, Doesn't that mean that the Order should do what we can to help her, to protect her? If she is the rightful heir, then shouldn't we help her? She has a rightful claim to her mother's throne. A throne that her aunt currently sits on, Vess reminded him. It is a throne that she has used to aid the Republic greatly in the last few years. Jazz frowned. Does that erase what she did to get it? The murder of her own sister. We have no evidence that a murder was committed, Padawan. We only have a theory which fits the facts you discovered. Vess gave him a serious look. I understand your desire to try and help a friend, but are you sure that you are making the right choice? If the disagreement between these two women does lead to a civil war. This is more than a mere disagreement, Master. I've seen how far that Vess enemies were prepared to go. If they are backed into a corner, who knows what tactics that they might turn to. Jazz pursed his lips trying to think of a way to make his master understand. As far as the civil war goes, isn't it the right of the people of Bantoon to decide their own destiny? If they have chosen to resist the current regime, if the people want this area to return, does the Order have the right to intervene? It is our duty to protect the Republic, and its citizens, Vess reminded him, to ensure that its people are free to live their lives. Doesn't that include Vess and Miss Valentine as well? They have lived in exile these last 7 years. Don't they have the right to live their lives, to aid their people? And if people are willing to kill in this girl's name, don't we owe it to those that could lose their lives to stop such violence? Jazz pursed his lips. He understood what his master was saying, but at the same time, it wasn't that simple. If the Jedi chose to intervene, to stop the resistance to Adira II's rule, were they supporting evil? Was the Order not establishing a dangerous precedent? Does the Order support the reign of tyrants now? He asked. Do we openly support the use of murder as a way for a political leader to gain power? Vess's eyes narrowed. Is this queen a tyrant? Do you have evidence to support such a statement, Jazz? He winced. In truth, he didn't know what kind of a ruler Adira II was. He only knew how she had taken the throne. He hated to admit it, but Vess might have a point still. He thought of Vess, a scared little girl sobbing in Char Valentine's arms, a girl in mourning, a little girl who had just lost her mother. Unabridged of Bantoon had been murdered by criminals likely hired by her own sister and her husband. Didn't Unabridged deserve justice? Didn't her killers deserve to stand trial for their actions? I don't know what kind of queen the woman is, Jazz admitted. If she does rule wisely, and well, do we have the right to intervene in that rule? Do we have the right to upset the balance of this world? You say that she is willing to negotiate, to reach a compromise with her niece. I would not call Visseria abdicating her throne much of a compromise, Master. Even if the choice to abdicate saves lives, if the girl's claim leads to violence, does that not justify what your brother is trying to do? From a certain point of view, is the girl's claim not dangerous and harmful to her people? Again, Vess had made a good point, but again Jazz recognized that it was not so simple. Despite what he had learned from Vess, despite owing her so much, Jazz was starting to get angry. This argument was not so bloody simple, and it shouldn't have been. It was peace versus justice long denied. Where did a righteous man stand on such an issue? Where should a Jedi stand? I see your point, Master. Innocent lives should take precedence, but again, we can't forget how we got here, how Vess gained the throne. Is Vess' challenge dangerous? It is, but does that make her the villain here, or merely a girl trying to get justice for her murdered parents? He sighed, trying very hard not to lose his temper, to remember his Jedi serenity. Part of him wanted to let go of it, he wanted to so badly. He had kept his emotions contained for so long, but now, this whole business threatened to see them come surging out again. He hated that sense of weakness, and in that moment, he was not overly pleased with his master. He wanted to lash out, and so he did. A certain point of view, he murmured, if the girl's claim is so harmful, then, by a similar point of view, the Jedi should not have bothered fighting the Sith, because in resisting them all we did was cause the deaths of innocents. Millions have died in the last 1300 years, and all because we have never been able to decide how best to use the Force, or contain those that use the dark side. Perhaps Exar Kun and Darth Revan were the heroes, and we the villains. Perhaps. Vey looked down upon him with cold eyes, her shock quickly morphing to anger. Jazz winced. In that moment he realized that he had made a mistake. He remembered his place, and what Vey had lost. She had fought in 2 of those wars, as he well knew, and he had just made an error. He had wanted to lash out, and he had, but it had been a stupid move. Vey's master, Audin had been murdered by Exar Kun, or so most people believed. Records of the day showed that Kun had entered the library and spoken to Master Audin alone. He had been the last to see the old Jedi alive, and later, the Master's robes and cane had been found along with signs of a struggle. In death, the ancient Jedi had entered the Force completely, an extremely rare thing today, but far more common among the old Masters. There had been no body to burn, only a sense of his passing through the Force. No one had bothered to question Exar Kun that day, and once his treason had been discovered, it had been too late. He had fled Ossus with a large number of Jedi students. They did not return until they were Sith themselves, setting off a massacre that killed many of the Jedi's senior masters, a purge that Exar Kun used to further weaken the Order and prepare for his rise as the leader of a reborn Sith Order, the first man in a millennia to hold the title of Dark Lord of the Sith. It was believed that the Dark Lord had traveled to the library world of Ossus and killed Audin in order to retrieve a Sith holocron that the Jedi had taken in his youth. It was not found among the rest of Audin artifacts, and considering what Exar had become, it was easy to guess what had happened. Vey had spoken often of her master often during Jazz training. She had loved the old man like a father, and had never had the chance to bring his killer to justice. Exar Kun had died on Yavin 4, trying to cast some dark spell to destroy the Jedi fleet that had come for him. Jazz had scored a point in the argument, but he had done so in a way that he shouldn't have. His frustration retreated with that realization. Jazz bowed his head in shame. "Forgive me for my bluntness, Master," he said. "That was hurtful, and I apologize." Vey continued to glare at him, making him feel even smaller. He may have been 25, but in that moment he felt like a 5-year-old youngling again. So great was that disapproving gaze. Finally, Vey spoke. She breathed out her anger and surprise. It was hurtful, Vey agreed, but then let out a tired sigh. It is also a good point. His master sighed. "There will be no easy answer to this puzzle, my student. I don't envy you. The path you seek to walk will not be easy." A sad smile came to his master's lips. "I will speak to the council," she promised. "You are right. We need to know more. We should investigate this matter further. As you said, the answer to this problem is far from simple. The possible murder of Inara V of Bentun should be looked into." Jazz was surprised by her willingness, which made him feel even worse for bringing up Audin and what had happened to him. "Thank you, Master," Jazz said, dropping to one knee. "I'm sorry that I brought up. It is an old wound, my Padawan, and one that has never entirely healed. Master Audin would likely have said that I should try to learn from it, that I should let the experience help guide me to enlightenment." "He sounds like he was very wise," Jazz said. "He was," Vey said, bowing her head respectfully. "He saved me when another would have cast me aside. I was not what I am now when he found me. I was out of control, almost a monster." She shook her head. "We should all be so lucky to know a being like Master Audin." Finally, she looked upon her apprentice again. "One final question, my student. What is motivating you to help these people? Why does it fall to you to aid them?" "I was the one that saved Visseria in that alley all those years ago. I took her and her protector off of Bentun. I'm responsible for what happens to them." "Are you?" Vey replied. "Interesting." Jazz gave her a curious look. He recognized that tone of voice. Vey only used it when she thought her student was missing something. "A Jedi seeks justice," she continued. "That is expected of us, but what I wish to know is why it must be you. Your motivation is what concerns me in this moment." "Isn't the desire to do justice enough?" he asked. "I'm responsible for seeing the 2 safely to Alderin. I owe it to them as a Jedi to see that they receive the justice that they deserve." "So you do this for friendship?" she inquired. "You feel a sense of affection for these 2 people?" Again Jazz frowned. He was not sure what his master was asking of him. Emotion does not enter into it, he replied. There is no emotion, there is peace. I'm doing this because I was there. The Force demands that I see it through. A decent answer, Vess agreed, but not quite the right one. Jazz winced. He trusted Vess's wisdom, and if she was concerned about something he was doing, he wanted to find out why. She had put great faith in him, agreeing to train him the way she had. He wanted to do right by her. He wanted to make her proud. Tell me, Jazz, can a Jedi function without emotion? He shrugged. Isn't that what we train to be? He asked. No emotion or passion, only peace and serenity. But can you find serenity if you have not faced your emotions? Anger, fear, aggression, they can be animals if they are denied and caged for too long. And when you cage an animal for too long, it becomes wild and uncontrollable. It lashes out at everyone. She gave her apprentice a serious look. Serenity is not the absence of emotion, Jazz. It is the mastery of them. You need to see the face of the beast to understand it. To understand something is to know how to defeat it. Denying it is not peace. It is apathy, and apathy can be dangerous. He frowned. You think that I suffer from apathy? You were deeply wounded when you first came to me. What you faced on Corellia, what happened to the girl that you loved, it wounded your heart, and you have never really given that wound time to heal. It has remained open and festering. I had hoped, in the last few years, that you would open up and let that wound heal, that my training would help you find your way back and help you deal with the feelings that you hold inside. But I fear that you have missed the point. I fear that you think duty alone is all you need, that to deny what might have been is somehow a strength. Jazz shook his head. He didn't want to have this discussion, not now. I've done my duty, to both the Jedi and the organization that I serve, and I have done that well. Is that not enough? Maybe, she replied, but as I said earlier, Padawan, apathy is not peace. If you cannot feel compassion, then how can you truly protect someone? Apathy can be comforting, my student, for a time, but if you don't care, if you can't feel, eventually you will begin to resent those that do. You will come to think that those that cannot shut off their emotions like you are weak and unworthy of your superior strength. Can you see where that way of thinking might lead? Jazz nodded, but he thought his master was wrong. He could do his job. His duty would keep him on the right path. He was a Jedi. A Jedi did not seek to dominate others. They understood the flaws of their lessers and did what they could to lift them up, to aid them. That was what Jazz had to do. It was all that he had. He would not fail in that duty. What must I do, Master? If I've done something to worry you, how do I correct it? They gave him that little smile that he knew from their lessons, that smile that told him that he already knew the answer to his question. Choosing to help your friends is the first step. While you are on Alderin, try to open up to them, feel, don't think, and trust your instincts. Such advice sounded dangerous to Jazz, but he had no reason to doubt Vess. She was his master, and had shown him ways to use the Force that he had not even dreamed of. He owed her so much. He nodded. I will try, Master, he promised. Don't try, Padawan, do, she responded. And may the Force be with you. The hologram faded, leaving him alone in his quarters. He took a shaky breath and rose to his feet. Vess had never steered him wrong. Her lessons were a bit roundabout sometimes, but she always knew how to bring him to where he needed to go. Was he being apathetic? He did not think so. He was simply focused on his duty. The Force knew he would never have anything else. He sighed. He would endeavor to do what she had said, to try to feel and trust his instincts. It would not be so easy after all this time, but he would attempt it. He had faith in the Force and in Vess. He nodded. For her, he would try, or rather do. He would trust in the Force. You okay, pal? You look tense. I'm fine, Jazz said, quickly glancing around, reaching out with the Force and trying to sense a familiar presence. The cold mountain air of Alderin filled his lungs. It had been some time since he had set foot on this world, and even longer since he had seen the castle-like structure that was the home of House Rist. It had not changed much in the last 7 years, but that was not surprising. The Alderin were proud of their world, and built things to endure here. Change came slowly, if at all. Yet, change was coming. The Lady Dormarist had sheltered young Visseria Istillo for years, and now, the Republic had finally taken notice. Jazz could not say what would happen when his brother's ship arrived. What Sidar Ben's response would be to ending what he felt was a crisis that was brewing under the noses of the Senate. All he could say was that he would not allow things to get out of hand. He was responsible for bringing Vess and her sworn protector Char Valentine here. He would not forsake them now. The Co-op's Folly's journey to Alderin had occurred without incident. Jazz was surprised by that. Given what was at stake, he wondered if they would hear from the Red Eclipse again. The Slavers had failed to kill Vess during her escape from Bantoon. He wondered if they would try again, especially now that her original saviors were back in play. Would the Queen and her High General be so foolish? He supposed not. After the transitions had failed them, he doubted that they would let the lizard men try again. No, it seemed that Adira too and her husband were willing to let the Republic and Jedi aid them this time, and if that failed, he could not say what their next move would be. Coop had sent word ahead that they were coming, informing the Lady Dorma of what was happening. She had agreed to meet with Co-op and Jazz discuss what might be done to protect her ward and her protector. In this, Co-op had let Jazz take the lead. His experience within the Jedi Order expanded that options the group had available to it. "I'm not going to push Vess to abdicate," Jazz informed his friend and clan brother. "I'm hoping we can reach some compromise that doesn't include Vess giving up her future and getting nothing in return." "Your brother probably won't like that, Jazz, and his friends in the Senate certainly won't like it." Jazz had not been deterred. "Then they shouldn't have involved us," he replied, but softened his stance when he looked at his friend. "This could be bad for business," he warned his old friend. "You sure you want to go down this path with me?" "I don't like people threatening my friends," Co-op reminded him. "I've done a lot of business with House Rist over the years, and I'm certainly not going to stand idly by while someone under their protection gets squeezed. That is bad for business too." So now here they stood on Alderin again, awaiting the arrival of the welcoming committee from House Rist. Jazz shivered in the cold morning air. Originally, he had planned on wearing his Jedi robes today. Let the Rist know that not all of the Order stood against Vess. Dorma Rist had advised against it. When he and Co-op had spoken to her over the hypercom, she had informed them that it would be a very bad idea. The current Lord Rist was away on business, and his daughter Rahana was currently serving as regent of their house. Lady Rahana is not overly fond of the Jedi. Sir Jazz, the lady had warned him when they had contacted her, "You would be better served not to show up wearing their garb. It will make things go more smoothly in the long run." So now Jazz stood in his normal clothes, his black shirt, and pants with the Corellian blood stripes, and the nerf hide coat that contained his wrist lightsaber sheath. He was unsure why an Alderin noble would have a problem with the Jedi, but decided it best to take the lady at her word. He had no desire to be seen as an enemy as soon as they arrived. He wanted the Rist to trust them. They had expected the Folly to be granted clearance on the main landing pad, but that had not occurred. As the ship had made its approach, it was clear that they had arrived during some special affair. All the pads around the Rist estate were filled with shuttles and transports. It seemed that the nobles had guests. So the Co-op's Folly had been cleared for landing on one of the rear pads, those closest to the loading docks. Coop and Jazz didn't mind. They had often entered a client's dwelling through a back entrance. Not every higher-up they dealt with liked to be seen mingling with independent traders. Rhonda stood next to Jazz and her new husband. She watched Jazz closely, and he glanced over curious what he had done to deserve such attention. "What is she like?" Rhonda asked, "this Val of yours?" Jazz shook his head, not entirely being able to kill the blush the comment caused. She is something," he responded. "I've never met a stronger woman. She is fierce, brave, and as protective of her young charge as a mother ranker." Rhonda chuckled at his description. "But she is more than that. Isn't she, Jazz?" He nodded. Val was, so much more. As strong as she was, she also had a softer side, a more vulnerable side. Jazz had seen that, and been drawn to it during their interlude. Val liked to say she was not a person anymore, that the system, the programming she had endured, had made her into a weapon, a sword and shield for her mistress. Jazz knew better. He had seen the woman beneath the warrior. The band system was not as perfect as they thought. The woman that Char Valentine had been was still there. The programming had not driven that from her fully. What they had shared, it had been special. He still visited that memory sometimes. Val had said it had simply been a moment of comfort, that he had fulfilled a need she had had at a vulnerable moment, but for Jazz it had been more. It had been special. The crew stood outside the Folly, awaiting their host. Coop had chosen, with the exception of his wife, to bring only the crew that had met Val and Vess during their first meeting. People that he was certain he could trust. Tessa, Figgy, and Shusk had all moved up in the organization, but all retained their posts aboard the Folly when Co-op needed them. Burr was now head of security for their organization, and worked closely with Jazz when it did come to matters of protecting the group. The man was still a bit too mercenary for his taste, but he had proven his loyalty over the years. Jazz had no reason to doubt him, not anymore. Even B-10 was here. Vess had come to like the depressed droid, who despite receiving several upgrades in the last few years, remained as sullen as ever. "I don't understand why I'm here," the droid complained. "It is not like we are picking up any cargo I need to move." "We figured that Vess might want to see your faceplate again, you old rust bucket," Co-op informed him, "so try to be nice when you see her again." The droid shook his head. "Yes, Master Cooper, I will try to be welcoming." Jazz snorted with amusement. That would be a change. The door leading into the estate hissed open, and 4 Alderin emerged. A young man with dark brown hair, leading a woman with strawberry blonde hair. Jazz recognized the woman as Dorma Rist, which meant that the man was likely Lord Errol Rist, her husband, the Alderin that had taken the woman from her home in a whirlwind courtship 8 years ago. Jazz had met him in passing during their last visit. They had not really spoken, but from what Jazz remembered, the man had been very protective of his young wife, not leaving her alone in the company of smugglers. Of course, she had been extremely pregnant at the time, so who could blame him being protective? Following the two was a woman dressed in what looked like a military-style uniform, her hair the same color as Lord Errol's, which suggested that the woman was another high-ranking noble within House Rist, perhaps even this Lady Rehanna that Dorma had mentioned in their communication, and following her. Jazz smiled. He could not help it. There she was. He could sense her presence in the Force. Even if he had been blinded, he would have known who she was. She was dressed in a blue and black combat suit complete with a black armored chest plate. She wore a blaster on each hip and carried a collapsed stun baton on her belt. Her hair was longer than he remembered, braided in one of the elaborate hairstyle that Alderin women had been famous for over the centuries. He felt her bright green eyes find his. A hint of a smile played across her rather cruel mouth, a smile that might have been considered sly, and likely had been during her days as a professional thief on Bantoon. It was she that spoke up first, addressing the new arrivals. Well, Char Valentine said with a smirk, "Look what the feelings dragged in." Coop stepped forward and grinned. "Well, you certainly have the look of a security officer, Chief Valentine, and the smell of one too." "And just how does a security officer smell, Captain?" she asked. "Self-righteous and arrogant," he replied. There was a brief moment of tension, as the Rist digested the conversation between the two, but then it faded, when Val laughed and offered her hand to Co-op. "It is good to see you again, Captain Cooper. Welcome to Alderin." Coop took the woman's hand and shook it. He introduced his new wife and the rest of the crew to Errol and Rehanna Rist. Both Lady Dorma and Chief Valentine were pleased to meet Rhonda, curious what kind of woman could have tamed the roguish captain that had worked with them for so long. Jazz kept back, watching the display with the Jedi's eye and patience. His master's request came back to him then, to try and trust his feelings, to reconnect with people. He smiled and approached Val. She looked up and smiled brightly, but stepped back when he approached. "Sir Jazz," she said, bowing deeply, welcome to Alderin. The formality of her greeting surprised him. Val, he wanted to say, it is only me. Coop gave her a curious look. He gets a full bow, while the master of the ship only gets a handshake. He said dryly, what's up with that? Val smirked. It is nothing personal, Captain. She replied, as you may have remembered, Sir Jazz was knighted by the Queen during your original visit. His position as a Knight of Bantoon makes him a minor noble on my world. The system demands that I pay him the proper respect for his position. Jazz winced. A noble. He had not expected that. He had been flattered when Vess had knighted him, but had no idea that there had been more to it than a simply honor. Rhonda smirked. Should we start calling you, Your Grace, Jazz? She asked. I'm not bowing to him, Burr said. Please don't, he said. No bowing, no special titles. He turned to Val. Chief Valentine, he said, you may address me as Jazz for the duration of our visit. As you wish, my lord, she said politely. I will comply. Again Jazz winced. My lord. That title carried with it a lot of negative meaning within the Jedi Order. No self-respecting Jedi wished to hear themselves referred to by that particular title. The few Jedi that had embraced that title had not been Jedi any longer. Jazz was determined not to join their ranks. He was shocked by how cold Val was being toward him. He could feel a connection between them, a connection created by a moment of extreme intimacy. Yet, Val did not even acknowledge it. Perhaps the system that governed her mind blocked her from recognizing it. If so, then what they had shared so long ago had been nothing more than a mere moment in time. So much for opening up to my emotions, he thought. He once again pushed his feelings down. They apparently had no place here. So, this is the Jedi. He turned, Rahana Riz stood before him. She might have been pretty had she not been so intense, so closed off. Jazz actually took comfort from that. At least I'm not the only one, he thought. I'm not a full Jedi, Lady Wrist, he informed her, merely an acolyte of the Force, and have come here to offer my aid. The lady sneered at that. I know what you Jedi are good for, she said bitterly. House Wrist doesn't need your aid. We take care of our own. Yet, my foster daughter may need these people. Rahana, Dorma reminded her. We should not turn away help when offered. The Alderin sniffed. We will see. The Jedi care nothing for people, only the Force matters to them. You will see, Dorma, you will see. The woman turned without another word. Jazz watched her go. Charming lady, he thought. What was that about? Coop asked Dorma. The lady gave him a chagrined look. Rahana had a bad experience with a Jedi from House Organa a few years back. Since then, she has never trusted the Order. Perhaps she has a point, Jazz said. His words surprised both her and Co-op. Jazz looked at them. Vess may be in trouble. I've come to try and find a solution, both as a friend and a Jedi. Dorma smiled. We welcome your aid, Sir Jazz. The aid of a Knight of Bantoon is always welcome. Jazz tried not to scoff. A Knight of Bantoon. He was not sure what that meant. In fact, he wasn't sure what it meant to be a Jedi anymore. He only could try to do what was right, and pay the consequences. We should speak inside, Lord Errol insisted. Such conversations should be held in better surrounding than a landing pad. Coop smiled. I wholeheartedly agree, he said. The two men fell in step together, followed closely by their wives. The rest of the crew followed, with Jazz and Char Valentine bringing up the rear. The security chief looked at him, her expression curious. Are you okay there, Hotshot? You seem troubled. I'm fine, he said flatly. I'm here to do my duty, Chief Valentine. He gave her a slight smile, a smile that did not touch his eyes. You don't have to worry, he promised. I'm here to help. He fell silent then, content to follow and focus on what would come next. Val came up to Tessa. She whispered a question to the Follies communications officer. She likely thought that Jazz could not hear. What is the matter with him? He seems so cold. We've been asking that question for years, Tessa Calican responded. Jazz ignored her. What did she know? She did not understand what the Order and the organization asked of him. Nothing was wrong with him. He nodded. Nothing is wrong, he murmured. Serene or apathetic, he thought, quickly dismissing either. Nothing is wrong, he repeated. I'm fine. Chapter 28. You've arrived at a very interesting time. Lady Dorma informed them. House Rist is a bit crowded at the moment. Jazz shook his head. That was an understatement and a half. The halls of House Rist were overrun by teenagers, chattering young people, swaggering young boys, and giggling girls. Packs of both moved down the brightly lit hallways, paying no mind to the crew of the co-op's folly and their escorts. Jazz put their ages around 17 or 18, and all were dressed for cold weather. Thermal suits, parkas, and fur cloaks were the norm. All high-end gear, he recognized. His smugglers eye was trained to notice such things. Their group didn't deal in clothing, but he knew expensive when he saw it. None of these kids were the children of Alderin's commoners, that was for sure. What is going on? Co-op asked Lady Dorma. I'm guessing this is not a normal thing. The lady smiled. They are all members of our legislative youth program. She informed them. They were just about to leave on their senior trip, turbo skiing in the North Mountains. It is House Rist's turn to sponsor the trip, Arrow Rist added. A sharing of such duties does much to keep the peace between the noble houses, and we all try and carry our own weight. And try and outdo each other. Don't forget that, my love. Dorma giggled. It is seen as something of a status symbol if the children of the graduating class brag about how much fun they had on their trip, and it serves well to annoy the parents of the other houses. I see, Co-op said with a grin. How lucky for the kids. Is Vess going along on this trip? Jazz inquired. Of course, Dorma replied. She has been in the program since she was 15. Arrow Rist smiled proudly. Our foster daughter has finished second in the program, but how could she not? The man laughed. She was born to rule. Jazz's brow furrowed. Not if my dear brother has his way, he thought. He was still not entirely sure how to bring up the subject to Lady Dorma. He hoped that they would understand that despite their blood ties, Jazz had a different opinion on what should happen in the situation between Vess and her family back on Bantoon. How is our little queen? Co-op asked. It will be good to see her again after all this time. Well, she is not very little anymore, Char Valentine reminded them. She is 18 and is a bit of a handful. Handful? Rhonda asked. How so? Val looked about to say something, but thought better of it. She looked at Lady Dorma, who nodded thoughtfully. Visseria has grown into a young woman that her mother, God's keep her, would have been very proud of. Though, like many young people, she is not really sure of her place in the galaxy. She has questioned her place in the succession, her right to rule, Val added. She has adapted very well to life here on Alderin, and to being seen as a member of House Rist. She is not sure what her future should be. Arrow Rist chimed in. Part of her would be fine simply remaining here, on Alderin, attending university with her friends, and taking her place among the nobility here. So, Rhonda Halcyon said, she is a typical teenager. Coop's wife shrugged. You can't blame her for questioning her place in the universe. She is also her mother's daughter, Val said flatly. She has a responsibility to the people of Bantoon. Jazz considered that, and thought about what Sai wanted, and why he had asked them to come here. His brow furrowed with thought. What Vess wanted should enter into argument, but at the same time, Val was right. She did have a responsibility to her people. It was her right to be a queen. His head spun with the possibilities. Master Vey had been right. This situation was a puzzle. There would be no easy or quick answers here. Does Vess want to give up her claim to the throne then? He asked. It was Val that replied. She is not sure what she wants, Sir Jazz. She has studied hard here on Alderin, preparing for her role as queen, but her desires to simply be a free young girl does enter into her choices as well. Sometimes she desires the throne, and other times she considers it a burden. Like any other teenager would, Rhonda added, shaking her head. Poor girl. I don't envy what she is facing. Sadly, it is not just her choice, Dorma said with a thoughtful expression on her face. While Vess has been living here, Bantoon has continued to spin on and recent events made things even more difficult for my young foster daughter. How so? Co-op asked. Our agents back home have informed us that Lady Adira had a miscarriage recently. The child was a girl, her only girl. The usurper has had only boys up to this point, Char Valentine said. 7 years of rule, and Adira has not managed to produce a female heir to the throne. The situation has started to make the matriarchy uneasy, very uneasy. So, a man cannot rule Bantoon? Rhonda asked. No, Val said flatly. Men fight, women govern. That is the way on Bantoon, the only way. Have your people ever had a king? Once, Lady Dorma said. Alexei, also known as Alexei the Unstable. His lustful pursuits and power games tore the matriarchy apart. He nearly undid all that his great-grandmother, Viseria the Unifier, accomplished in her lifetime. Bantoon nearly collapsed into warring city-states again. He was a conniving manipulator, Val said with snarl. He used promises of marriage to put 5 royal houses at each other's throats, and all while he indulged his desire for bloodshed and mistresses. The protector shook her head. He was finally slain by Anara I, his cousin, and the daughter of his mother's sister. She brought our people back from the brink, restored the honor of the matriarchy, and the Istillo name. Well said, Protector, Dorma said. Val nodded. Lady Risk gave Co-op a sad smile. After the Unstable, Bantoon swore never again to allow a man to sit the throne. Recently, High General Lyran, Vess' uncle, has tried to name his firstborn son as the heir, spitting in the faces of the matriarchy and almost 400 years of tradition. It has caused chaos back home, Val said with a hint of a smile, and sometimes chaos can breed opportunity. Lady Dorma gestured to a small sitting room as they passed by. 7 older gentlemen and ladies sat speaking quietly with a member of House Rist. Who are they? Jazz asked. Suitors, and representatives of suitors, Dorma informed him. They have journeyed from Bantoon to try and court Viseria. Jazz blinked. Court Viseria. That was ridiculous. Vess was a child, she could not be. Then he remembered how long it had been. In his mind's eye, Vess was still a sweet and innocent 11-year-old. 7 years was more than enough time for a little girl to grow up. As Dorma had said, Vess was 18. She was a young woman now. He might not want to admit it, but it was the truth. Vess was certainly old enough to rule and to marry. He glanced back at the nobles. They were all gray-haired and heavy-set. He guessed the average age of them around 50 or older. So those men are here representing their sons, he murmured. Val, her hearing greatly enhanced, heard him. She came up alongside him, a hint of a frown on her face. Most of those men are representing themselves, she said. The few ladies here represent sons, but the youngest one is in his late 40s. He looked at the protector. And they want to marry Vess. She nodded. We had hoped to attract a better class of suitor, Val said, narrowing her eyes at the men. Sadly, most of our young men are currently caught up in the fervor that Lord Lyran has inspired back home. He has greatly expanded our military, wanting us to take a larger role in the Republic's defense. The protector sighed. Few of these men have the strength to truly aid us. They think they can boost their positions by wedding an Istillo, that once they are wed and she gives them a female heir, the matriarchy will fall in line behind them, but it does not change the fact that what Dorma has gathered here is a beggar's feast. None of these lords could hope to oppose Lyran and Adira. Char Valentine glared at Vess' would-be husbands. Anara would never have considered anyone in that room as a proper mate for her daughter, never. Jazz nodded. What the 2 bond women had told them now made sense. No wonder Queen Adira and High General Lyran had run to the Jedi for help. The Queen, or perhaps her husband, wanted to cheat the traditions of their world. They were trying to use the Republic and Jedi to justify changing their world to fit the way that they ruled it, and no doubt had the mining guild behind them funding whatever change the 2 nobles desired. It was a daunting thought, to be sure. Poor Vess. He could see now why Sai wanted to hurry. The longer things took, the more likely someone would start asking questions about why things needed to proceed so quickly. Poor, unfortunate girl, He thought Vess should have a say in her future, but it seemed that the Force had other plans. It was moving her towards a confrontation with her aunt and uncle. Jazz's eyes narrowed. Whatever happened, she would not face it alone. He had started this, taking the girl of her home. He needed to make sure that whatever happened, she had a chance to live her life. It was his duty as a Jedi to make sure that justice was done. It was the will of the Force. After the group's initial journey through the estate, Co-op entered into a private meeting with Lady Dorma, her husband, and Rahana Rist, a discussion of a business deal that the organization had undertaken for the noble house. The Folly crew had not yet been shown to private quarters and would not be until the young people left on their trip. Shuttles were still being prepared to take the young nobles to the North Mountain. Their guards and chaperones would be following close behind in a specially outfitted sail barge. While the children played in the snow, the adults would be watching from above, talking with their allies and rivals, and discussing the matters that any noble might discuss at such a gathering. Val was not happy with that part of the arrangement. "I'm the Queen's sworn protector," she said. "I'm no mere bodyguard. I should be allowed to remain at the Queen's side." "You know the rules for this trip, Protector," Lady Dorma said. "No armed guards from any family on the slopes. 2 squads of Arcus security probes will be monitoring our young people. They will defend the kids if anything goes wrong and call for reinforcements if needed." Val nodded, but she was anything but happy. She paced the room where the Folly crew was told to remain. Droid servants brought refreshments while they waited. Jazz walked up to Val. He hoped to speak with her alone, to explain what was coming before Sai got here. He was not sure how the woman would react when she saw that the Jedi that arrived to convince Vess to give up her birthright had his face. "You are going to wear a hole in the floor," he warned her. She glared at him, but that glare faded quickly. It was replaced by a cool look. "It has been a while, hotshot," she said. "I'm surprised it took this long to bring you back." He shifted uncomfortably under her gaze. It was she that suggested that he tried to live a normal life. It was she that had given him the strength to pursue Prin Pellar in the first place. He didn't blame Val for what happened, but had she not made the suggestion, he might have avoided a lot of pain and trouble. It wasn't her fault, he thought. What is done, is done. He didn't blame Val for what happened, he never would. He couldn't blame her. What they had shared, it was special, at least for him. She would always hold a special place in his heart, even if he chose not to show it. They had a connection, he felt it. He was sad that she was not Force sensitive, that she could not feel it too. "Things happened," he said dismissively. "The Jedi finally caught up with me. I was asked to rejoin the Order, in a limited capacity." She smiled slightly. "How limited?" she inquired. "Mainly as an agent," he replied, watching the fringes for anything unusual. He sighed. "How much has Dorma told you about why we are here?" She said that some Jedi is coming, that he wants to speak with Vess on behalf of the Republic. Char Valentine shrugged. "I had hoped that the honorable and good Jedi would finally be willing to listen to us, that they might even try to help us get justice for Anara and her husband." "Have you learned anything else about Vess' father? Lord Tren, was it?" Val nodded, but she radiated a sense of sadness and frustration. "His lordship's vessel vanished 7 years ago. No trace was ever found. If it was intercepted by the same pirates that tried to get us." Jazz shook his head. Damn. Vess had lost so much. He had hoped to make sure that she didn't lose anything else. "I came here to warn you, to prepare Vess for what is coming." "Warn us of what?" Val said. He could sense her suspicions starting to rise, her defenses going up. "Queen Adira has spoken to the Republic. She has made a lot of claims about Vess." "I've heard some of those claims," Val said with a sneer. "That Vess is an imposter, that I'm behind all that has happened, and that I may even have had a hand in my queen's death." She shook her head. "Anyone who thinks such pudu is a fool," she said. "I'm a sworn protector of Bantoon. I could not raise a finger against my mistress. I would be on my knees wailing in pain if I tried. The system would not allow it, and the system always wins." "Not always," Jazz reminded her. "The fact that you are standing here is proof of that." All that proves is that your Jedi sorceries were stronger at that moment. She gave him a weak smile. Still, I can't fault you for what you did. I'm forever grateful for that, Jazz. You saved me, and gave me a chance to save Vess. Her strange green eyes turned warm. She started to reach out, like she was about to touch his face, but stopped herself. She winced like she was in pain. Are you okay? He asked. I felt. I'm fine, she said quickly. A dismissive smile came to her lips. It is good to see you again, Hotshot. I've missed you. He smiled, the first real smile he had managed in what felt like forever. I remember you telling me once that you tried not to look back, and that your duties prevented you from having the luxury of missing people. It used to, she confessed. He sensed confusion. She smiled again. I don't completely understand it. You left an impression on me. Normally I move on from such things so easily. But with you, I don't understand. You are still there. I couldn't just let go and forget. We knew each other for so short a time, but that was all it took. Her smile widened. Despite everything, I've missed you. It is true. Jazz felt something twist inside him, something that wanted to wake up. He pushed it back. No, he had gone down that path before. All it led to was more pain. He would not make the same mistake twice. I've missed you too, he replied, holding his emotions in check. If she noticed, she did not show it. She simply smiled. Char Valentine had a nice smile. It was a little sly. It was a smile that suggested that she was ready to stir up a little trouble. It was good to see it again. Will you stop that, please? Shu's squeaky voice drew the two back to the here and now. The little Chandra fan was glaring at Burr. His whiskers twitched. You are going to get us in trouble. I'm not doing anything, Shusk, the enforcer said dismissively, his eyes focused on the hall. Jazz looked up with a slight frown. He could see why the alien engineer was concerned. A pack of 8 noble girls had paused before the open door. Lithe and shapely, they were all dressed in brightly colored skin-tight thermal suits showing off their lovely figures. Their hair shortened in an identical pixie-cut style showing off their long necks and, for some, fancy earrings. Lovely, Jazz thought, his own eyes settling on a pretty blonde in the back, her smile warm and infectious, her figure curvy and athletic, her black suit with white markings standing out sharply among her brightly clad friends. She radiated a sense of innocent excitement that was refreshing after being surrounded by hardened smugglers and guarded clients. The girl's presence was a breath of fresh air. She had not noticed Jazz and the group. He looked away quickly, before he offended either them or Val. Still, what he had felt in the Force. He blinked. Damn, he thought. Jazz certainly understood why Burr was staring. These girls were distracting to say the least. What's with the hairstyles? He asked Val. Huh, the protector said. Jazz motioned to the girls. I thought that Alderin girls were known for their elaborate hairstyles. I remember reading something about that during my days of training at the temple. Those girls all have short hair. Val nodded and smirked. It is fad that started a year or so ago. Some Organa girl joined the Republic Navy and won some major victory over a pirate gang. She returned home a national hero, sporting that exact haircut. Val chuckled. All the noble girls decided they wanted it too. It drove their noble parents mad. It took some of those girl years to grow out their hair to be long enough for some of the looks their families favored. Now, they all look like that. Jazz smirked. Rebellion was the province of the young, he supposed. Not that he was much older, at 25. Some of their more hardened clients still considered him a kid too, and besides, hadn't he been about their age when had decided to intervene on Bantoon? It had worked out in the end, but no, he would not play that game. He was justly proud of what had happened on Bantoon, of saving Vess and Val. He would make no apologies for that. Shusk continued to glare at Burr. His ears were starting laid back, showing his anger. I said stop it, he spat. What is your problem, rodent? Burr asked. Shusk put his hands on his hips. I can smell the pheromones you're giving off, Burr. It is disgusting. If one of the lords shows up and sees you leering at their daughters, We could all be in trouble, so stop it. Who's going to make me furry? You. Yeah, the Chandra fan said, me. Burr smirked. You and what army? Shusk smiled. Don't need an army. I got B10. Hearing his name made the load lifter droid sit up and look around. Shusk had upgraded him a lot in the last few years. His frame was smaller than it had been originally, allowing him to finally fit through doors and enter buildings that did not have hangar access only. Am I to throttle someone, Master Shusk? He asked. I suppose that I should do it, though I suspect that Captain Cooper will yell at me later. The droid looked down at Burr. I hope I don't hurt you, he said. Remember, I'm still trying to get used to this new frame, and I don't know my own strength. The droid stepped forward, starting to raise one of his arms. Keep back, Rust Bucket, Burr growled. He glared at the grinning Chandra fan. He was trying hard not to panic. Call him off, Shusk. I'll stop, okay? I'm not gonna look at those girls anymore. The little alien gestured, and the droid lowered his arm and stepped back. And I was just starting to have fun, it said, shaking his head morosely. Typical. Val smirked at Jazz. Nice to see some things haven't changed. Your crew still likes to get on each other's nerves. Jazz shrugged. It is what families do, he said, and to his surprise, he meant it. The group, they were his family. He was grateful to still be among them. Val's gaze fell on the group of girls. They remained where they were, still oblivious to what was going on in the room across from them. See anything you like there, Hotshot? Val asked him. Jazz blushed and looked away. He was no drooling lecher. Val knew that, but at the same time she was not above teasing him for noticing what was standing in front of him. Still, who could blame him? He was a 25-year-old man, and in the prime of his life, or so Rhonda liked to remind him. Was it surprising that he noticed a young girl? It was not like he had stared long, and he certainly hadn't said anything wrong. It is nothing, he said quickly. I'm fine. Okay, Val said, her teasing smile never leaving her face. Stop it, he wanted to say. You are not helping. The door behind them opened. Co-op, Rhonda, and the three members of House Rist emerged. I will see what I can do about that order. You want Ted Co-op, promised Lady Dorma. I think we can arrange something. Good, the woman said. It is always a pleasure doing business with you, Captain. It was at that moment that the girl in black turned away from her friends. She smiled and entered the room. Jazz took a step back into B10's shadow, feeling a bit awkward about having stared at the young girl. She didn't notice him, at least. He hoped that she didn't. You didn't do anything, his conscience chided, so you looked at a pretty girl, so what? It is not like you said or did anything rude. Dorma Riss smiled as the girl approached. She beamed like a happy parent. There you are, sweetheart. Are you ready for the trip? The girl nodded. Aunt Dorma, the girl said, her voice warm and attractive. A mix of spice and honey. Have you seen my cloak? The gray one with the fur collar. It wasn't in my room. The servants washed it for you, the starfish. I'll have Aubrey get it for you. The girl grinned and kissed the older noble on the cheek. Thanks, Aunt Dorma, you are the best. Have fun today. Vess, the lady said. You deserve it. Jazz's eyes widened. He couldn't. Vess. He caught another glimpse of the girl's smile as she turned. He saw a dimple on her right cheek. He remembered both the smile and that dimple. He was left speechless. Vess. He had been looking at Vess. He blushed pure scarlet and looked away feeling like some pervert. Val noticed and smirked. Yep, she said with a mischievous smile. That is my queen, our dear little Vess. She chuckled at the look on his face. You okay there? Not a Jedi. You need me to call an MD droid? No, Jazz said quickly, still feeling like an ass. That was Vess. He still couldn't believe it. Part of him had still expected her to look like the slim, scrawny-armed 11-year-old girl she had once been. He felt like a fool, ashamed that he had been gawking at her. He swallowed hard and tried to regain his composure. Vess, she has certainly, grown some, hasn't she? Char Valentine continued to smirk, enjoying watching him squirm. Damn it. Damn the woman. Yes, she agreed, watching her queen leave. She most certainly has. Chapter 29. The sail barge glided gently over the rocky crags of the North Mountain Range of Alderin, flanked by speeder bikes and the shuttles of the Legislative Youth Program. The class trip made its way to the slopes where the students would be free to enjoy themselves. Jazz stood by a viewport, watching the snowy terrain pass by, his eyes drifting to the shuttles around them. He could say one thing about the Alderin nobles: they knew how to do things in both wealth and style. When he had first heard the word sail barge, he had gotten the mental picture of a Hutt sail barge. He had seen more than a few during his life. Both Clan Nutbush and the Cooper Halcyon organization did business on an AR Shada and Hutta, the Hutt throne world. Hutt barges were typically dark and grimy, loud, and dangerous. They could be seen as either floating parties or riots, depending on the mood of the Hutts and their guests. An Alderin sail barge was nothing like that. Its armored panels were made of fine white metal with gold trim. Large glass windows had been added to the sides so that the guests could watch as the world passed by below them. There was even a viewport in the belly of the barge, so if they happened to be floating above something interesting, the partygoers could look down upon it safely without ever having to leave the safety of the barge's heated deck. And yes, this did have the feel of a party. The youth program's chaperones, as well as the various parents and teachers, mingled, drank, and ate while an orderly keyboardist played merry tunes on his instrument, the music just loud enough to keep anyone from eavesdropping on private conversations. Not that Jazz had been looking to eavesdrop. For the moment, he only had eyes for the shuttles that were flanking the larger vessel, the ones loaded down with students on their way to the ski slopes. He frowned slightly. He wondered which one that Vess was on. He could have reached out and found her easily enough in the Force, but decided not to. He was still smarting from his behavior earlier. Vess didn't need him checking up on her. Let her enjoy her time with her friends. They would get a chance to speak later. He thought back to their chance meeting 7 years ago, and what he had sensed at that time. The Force had sung around the girl, heralding a life of significance and importance. He had felt it then, and to this day he believed that the Force had guided him to that alley. He had saved a child of destiny that night, and because of him, that child had had a chance to grow up. No longer was she a skinny little thing with pigtails. She had grown into what had seemed to be a vivacious and confident young woman. Yeah, he thought, shaking his head, and your first impulse upon seeing her again was to gawk at her like Corellian red light district hologram. He was mortified. What had he been thinking? It was safe to say that he had not been thinking, not with his head anyway. He was ashamed, as he should have been. He felt less than scum. Stop it, his conscience chided. You did nothing wrong. It was true, he hadn't, but still. No buts, so you looked on a beautiful girl and felt a sense of attraction. Sounded like a perfectly normal response to me. Maybe, after all, he had not recognized her, and he had not been the only one. The crew had been so occupied with their usual bickering that none of them had even realized it was Vess until after she had left. Though when everyone realized who it had been, who they had just seen, the response was immediate. That was the kid. Figgy had asked, his large eyes widening even more. Well, Burr had said with a sly grin, she grew up in all the right places, didn't she? Burr, Shusk had squeaked, I warned you. What? All I said is that the kid had grown up. What? Jazz had shaken his head. He still couldn't believe it. He had been foolish to think that she hadn't changed in the years since they had been away. Coop and Rhonda had not had a chance to comment on what had happened. They had been too tied up with the risks, which was unfortunate. Jazz would have liked to have spoken with his clan brother, gotten his take on this development. As for Vess herself, she had not even realized that the Folly crew was here yet. Her foster parents and Lady Rahana had blocked the entryway. The girl had not had the chance to look into the room. She had been so lost in the excitement of her trip, she had not even acknowledged her former rescuers, probably had not even seen them. That was good, Jazz believed. Vess did not have to know about the threat she would soon face. Not yet, let her enjoy a day of fun with her friends and classmates without the blade of destiny hanging over her head. The girl deserved to have some fun before the rest of the galaxy intervened. She would soon learn about her aunt's attempt to drag the Jedi Order into the problems of their homeworld. When that happened, she would not have to face such a threat alone. Vess had Val, and now he was determined to aid her as well. Whatever Sai thought, whatever he was planning, Jazz was not so sure that his way was the only way. He was determined to find another option. Vess needed to be protected. He shook his head. In his mind's eye, he saw her again, her blonde hair cut so short, her thermal suit fitting so snugly. Stop it, he thought to himself. There was no reason to torture himself with what had happened. What was done. So he had stared a bit too long at a pretty girl, so what? And besides, how was he to know that the pretty little blonde had been Vess? He had not recognized the girl, not until she had gotten close enough to see that familiar smile. He shook his head. Still, he felt like an idiot. He tried to put it out of his mind. He stepped away from the viewport, hoping for a chance to speak with Co-op and Rhonda. Lady Dormer had invited the three of them to join her on the trip. The rest of their crew had remained behind, to settle in at the estate. Jazz knew that he and Co-op would have to speak not just with Lady Dormer, but Vess as well. They needed to prepare for when his brother came, what approach they would take. He didn't want to frighten the girl, but she still deserved to know what was what. He spotted Co-op surrounded by several Alderin nobles. They all laughed at something amusing his old friend and clan brother had said. The nobles seemed entranced by whatever story it was that Co-op was telling them. Jazz shook his head. It was amazing how much things had changed for them in the last year or so. Once, he and Co-op would never have been invited to attend some nobles get-together. Now his old friend bantered freely with their host and their allies. It was an amazing sight to be sure. Once again, he found himself questioning his place in their organization. Coop no longer needed him to negotiate on their group's behalf. They had grown quite large as both a business and a crew. They had their off-world contacts for speaking with prospective clients, a necessary tool considering Jazz's occasional need to leave the group and train with Master Vey. If those clients proved too difficult for their underlings, Rhonda, who was now married to Co-op, would step in. She was more than able to keep their new clients happy. So where did he fit in? He couldn't really say for sure anymore. He knew how to keep the wheels turning, that was for sure, but even that could be handled by Jonas Gillespie or another of their crew. Of course, his skills would likely be needed soon, when the Coopers started having children, for example. The growing family would likely have need of him to step up and run things when their personal lives became more complicated, when the cries of babies got in the way of business calls. He could do it, but was that what he wanted? Was that the way that he wished to serve? Surely a droid or another of the group's negotiators could do just as well as he could. Why not you? The cynical voice in his head responded. It is not like you will ever have to worry about having children or a family of your own. Your place is to serve, just like the good Jedi you tried to be. That was true, he thought. He would never have what Co-op and Rhonda had found. It was beyond him. The Force had other plans when it came to Jazz Darbin. As for the business, things would change as Co-op and Rhonda grew their family. Changes within their organization would need to be made, but what part would Jazz play in those changes? It was clear that he didn't know everything that was going on. The business with Tiantis and Fallen Star had proven that much. He would need to figure out exactly where he fit in this new paradigm. Jazz. He looked up to see Rhonda standing next to him. He smiled. Is there something you need? Rhonda smiled back. Perhaps you would be so kind to introduce me to Val. We didn't really get the chance to talk earlier. It would be nice to get a chance to speak with this woman, considering what she meant to you. Jazz frowned. He really wasn't sure that was a good idea. Rhonda was, well, he would rather not subject Val to her questions. She seems a bit busy right now, he said, motioning over to where Val and the other bodyguards had taken up position. Vessorn Protector stared intently out the viewport, likely watching the transport that her lady was traveling in. Being this far from Vess was making Val nervous, Not that Jazz blamed her. Vess' mother had sent her away to protect her daughter, but in doing so Val had not been there to aid her queen when she was killed. Jazz suspected that still bothered Val to this day. Nevertheless, his brother's wife said with a smile, "I would still like an introduction." Her smile widened. "Don't worry, I promise not to embarrass you." Jazz chuckled. He doubted that could be helped, but fine. He offered Rhonda his arm and led her over to where Val kept watch. "Be nice," he murmured to Rhonda. "I'm always nice," the woman replied. Again Jazz shook his head. If this goes wrong, he thought to himself, someone please blast me. Before they could reach her, another woman approached Val. From her clothes and hairstyle, it was clear that she was not Alderin. Gray-haired with a long face and cruel mouth, she stood a head shorter than Val, but carried herself as if she was the biggest and strongest in the room, through the force, radiated with a sense of both entitlement and control. She called out to Val, referring to her only as Protector. When Val turned, her green's eyes went wide, her whole posture changed, becoming rigid. "Lady Janice," she gasped in surprise. What are you doing here?" The other woman, another Bond, Jazz presumed, smiled. "I came to see you, Protector," the woman, Lady Janice, said sweetly. "I had to see for myself if it was you, to see with my own eyes." The woman pinned Val in place with her hard stare. Val looked at the smaller woman, like a fly facing down a spider. Fear radiated out from her like light from a star. "You should not be here, Protector," the woman said. "Your mistress is long dead. You were assigned to protect Queen Inara V. Well, she is gone now, her spirit sailing on the ocean of eternity. You should be with her, aiding her on her journey. That was the promise you made when you entered the program, when you accepted the system into your heart and head, but that has not happened, has it? You are still here." The woman leaned in closer. "Why is that?" Jazz watched the exchange. Val, he had never seen her like this. The woman had only said a few words to her, and she looked like she was ready to jump out of her own skin. Her hand drifted to the blaster pistol on her belt. If she drew it, Jazz knew it would not be to point it at the woman in front of her. A protector that fails must fall. His eyes narrowed. He had seen that look on Val's face before, the moment she had tried to blast herself when she realized that her original mistress was dead. What would happen, he wondered. What if this woman ordered Val to shoot herself? Would she be able to resist? It sounded crazy, but what he was feeling through the force. He decided not to take any chances. He didn't know who this woman was, but it was clear that she had some kind of power over Val. He didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. If this woman was from Bantoon, who knew who had sent her here, it might very well have been the queen who had killed her own sister. "Come on," Jazz said, leading Rhonda forward. "What is it?" Co-op's wife asked him. "What is going on?" Jazz did not have time to explain. They had to get in there now. For Val's sake. Val remained frozen, pinned by the smaller woman in front of her, her hand resting on the holster of her weapon. "I asked you a question, Protector," she said. "Comply." Before Val could utter a single word, Jazz was there. He wore his most disarming smile, though that smile did not touch his eyes. "I believe that I can help you, my good woman," he said. "Protector Valentine told me the whole story." The woman turned. She pinned Jazz with her cruel gaze. But unlike Val, he did not freeze under it. His smile remained intact. "And who might you be, sir?" Lady Janice asked. "My name is Jazz Darben," he informed her. "I was first mate on the vessel that saw young Queen Viserys safely off of Bantoon. Protector Valentine told me the whole story of what had happened between her and her queen, didn't you, Val?" Jazz's presence shook Val out of her trance. She blinked and nodded quickly. "Yes," she said. I told Jazz everything." He smiled down at the smaller woman. "Before taking her leave of Bantoon, Inara, your queen, asked Val to serve as her daughter's sworn protector. The girl was without one. From what I understand, only a mere trainee had been assigned to serve her. Your queen did not wish to take any chances. Isn't that right, Val?" Again the protector nodded. This is correct, Director," she said. What this man is saying is true. Inara asked me to defend her daughter, even gave her my command codes to make sure that I would not be able to disobey. Lady Janice looked back and forth between the two. She did not look happy, especially when she looked at Jazz. She sniffed, clearly not pleased with the answer. Inara ordered you to serve her daughter. Interesting. I had no idea that a protector could serve another mistress, especially while her original one still drew breath. It wasn't something I was overly pleased with myself, Director, Val said, but as Sir Jazz said, I had little choice. The protector managed a weak smile. The transfer was done through the system, and the system always wins. The bondwoman nodded. So it does, she agreed. Again, she looked at Jazz. Her expression was suspicious to say the least. She gave him a cold smile. So you are one of the ones that aided this area. The Bond people owe you a debt, sir. The Istillo bloodline is important to my people. It is through the Istillo family that my world prospered and continues to prosper. As I've said, you have our thanks. Think nothing of it, Jazz said, bowing respectfully. It was my honor to help. Vess is a very special girl. I suppose she is, the lady said. She took one final look at Val, her smile as cold as the depth of space. It is good to see you again, Protector Valentine. I do hope we have the chance to meet again in the future. The woman turned without another word, leaving Val, Jazz, and Rhonda where they stood. Jazz did not take his eyes off her until she was engaged in speaking with several of the nobles that had accompanied them on this trip. He looked over at Val. She took a shuddering breath. Her hands went to her temples, rubbing them as if she had a headache. Are you okay? He asked her. I'm fine, she said, managing a weak smile. It was just a bit of a shock seeing the director here. That is all. Rhonda approached her, a concerned look on her face. You're trembling, dear, she said. There is no reason to be afraid. You are among friends here. Char Valentine took a deep breath and nodded. I suppose you are right, she said, her eyes focusing only on Jazz. He nodded, reaching out with the force, offering her his support, letting common energies flow between them. Val took another shuddering breath and smiled at him. So hotshot, she said to him, are you going to introduce me to your friend? Rhonda held out her hand. Rhonda Halcyon Cooper, she said, I'm Co-op's wife, and the head of the ground team for our little organization. Pleased to meet you, milady, Val said, taking her hand. You have both my congratulations and my sympathies for choosing to wed the dear captain. I do hope you are up to the challenge. I tried to be brave, Rhonda replied, dismissively. Coop and I have known each other for years. I'm pretty sure I know all his tricks by now. Speaking of tricks, Jazz said to Val, who was that woman? I'm guessing you two have a history. Val shuddered. You would be right, she said. That is the Lady Janice. She is director of the Sworn Protector program, and one of my mentors from my training days back on Bantoon. Jazz glanced over at the woman. A hint of a smile came to his lips. She is the director of the program, huh? I'm betting she could answer a few questions. In the years since he had left Bantoon, Jazz had occasionally tried to dig up any information he could find on the Sworn Protector program. His initial meeting with Val, and the story she had told about her training, had made him curious about it. In the last 7 years, he had learned little about it. Despite the fact that they had joined the galactic community, the Bond remained tight-lipped and protective of any information about the creation of their genetically enhanced bodyguards. He had found so little information on the subject, even the people he had paid to go to Bantoon had turned up little or nothing about the program and how its training worked. He suspected that this Lady Janice could fill in a lot of blanks for him. It might be worth it to talk to the woman privately. She might even be able to explain how the system worked, which might be useful if someone was to, say, try to free a sworn protector from her duties. Having that conversation might be very enlightening. Very enlightening indeed. Rhonda shook her head as she regarded the other woman. She was currently speaking with a representative from House Alb. James told us a little about your training, Co-op's wife informed Val. You have our sympathies. Val looked over at Jazz. He was briefly concerned she would be angry with him for sharing such information, but that concern faded when he saw the protector nod. I remember only a little, and what I do remember, those memories are not pleasant. She looked at Jazz, her eyes once again filling with fear. I told you once that I remembered hearing a voice during my training, when I was forced to stare into a sea of swirling light, the feel of so many needles digging into my skin. It was the director's voice that I heard, whispering in my ear, asking if I was ready to accept the system, if I was ready to comply. Val shivered again. I'm ready to comply, she murmured under her breath. I'm ready. Jazz frowned. The fear radiating off this beautiful, stubborn woman filled him with a sense of sadness. Char Valentine was probably one of the toughest women he had ever known. He didn't like seeing her like this. You don't have to be afraid of her, not anymore, he promised her. His hand drifted to Val's back. He placed his hand there, stroking her spine, gently. I'm here if you need me, okay? Val nodded. She could not quite hide the sigh of pleasure that escaped her lips. Thank you, she said. I'm starting to feel better already. The two of them looked at Rhonda. She was smiling slyly at them both. What? Jazz and Val asked in unison. Oh, nothing, Rhonda said with a smirk. I should go find my husband. You two have fun now. I think you have much to talk about. Char Valentine watched her go. Her expression was confused. What was that all about? She asked. Jazz sighed. Rhonda has her own way of looking at how people interact, he informed her. Sometimes she sees things that aren't there. Ah, I see, Val responded. She looked over at Jazz, who again felt his Jedi calm starting to slip away. It had been happening a lot on the journey, making him question his choice to come here in the first place. Yet, he had no choice. Once again, the Force had intervened in his life, bringing him back into Val and Vess orbit. Whatever that meant, he needed to be mindful. Nothing happened on accident, not when the Force was involved. He had been given this path for a reason. And now, he had to figure out why. It didn't take the sail barge long to reach his destination. The shuttles broke away from it in the speeder bikes that had escorted them, and made their way down to the slopes, down to where the young people would be able to begin their ski trip. Jazz found himself at the side of Lady Dorm. The Lady of House Rist had fetched him shortly after his encounter with Lady Janice. She wanted him to meet the other Bond, the people that had journeyed here to see Vess for themselves. Apparently, he was the first person to be knighted by a Queen of Bantoon in decades. Dorma felt that made him important, and wanted to share his tale with her fellows. Jazz said little during this tour. What else could he say? He had not started out trying to get himself knighted. He had merely followed the direction of the living force. What came next was all just part of the job. Most of the men he was introduced to were low-level nobles, men who had made the long journey to Alderin in an attempt to become potential suitors for Vess. Jazz answered their questions, the ones he knew the answers to anyway. What the girl had been like when he had found her. How she had reacted when she had learned her mother had been slain. Did he have any idea what her position was on their world's continuing relationship with the Republic? He was no politician, that was for sure. He could not say what kind of queen that Vess might be given the chance. All he could say was what his instincts told him. He got the feeling that his answers did not appeal to many of the girl's potential suitors. They had likely hoped that he could offer them some kind of insight into winning her affection. Sadly, he did not have that knowledge. He had known a little girl 7 years ago. Who the young woman was now, her likes and dislikes, he couldn't really say. These men's opinions were as likely right as anything he could come up with. Dorma likely knew, but she kept her own counsel, not volunteering anything. Jazz wondered what that was about. He was grateful when Dorma was called away by her husband. Some matter had come up with a chaperone from House Organa. She excused herself and went to deal with it personally, leaving Jazz alone again. He sighed as he stared out the viewport. Below them, the young men and women of the legislative youth program were enjoying themselves. Vess was likely among them, unaware of what was coming for her, unaware of what she would soon face. He still had no idea how Sai was going to approach this problem. No doubt his brother already had some idea concocted for how he was going to convince Vess to sign away her birthright. He would do what he could to help her find a way around that, or maybe Master Vey would convince the council to intervene on the girl's behalf. If the council did decide to support Sai, he would need to come up with something on his own. He did not want to go against their wishes, but if it came to that, so be it. Justice had been too long denied in this matter. Vess deserved to see the people that hurt her family punished. He could give the kid that much, at least. As he watched, 3 round droids flew past the viewport, about the size of a zone ball. They looked like camera droids, probably some of the security probes that Dormarist had mentioned, the ones watching over the kids. He frowned slightly. It appeared that 2 of the droids had been chasing the third. What was up with that? What could be? Attention, gentles and femmes, attention. The voice emerged from a loudspeaker overhead, the captain of the sail barge, Jazz suspected. We would like to thank you for joining us today, and your continued support of the Alderin Legislative Youth Program. If you look out the port viewport, you will see. Skreek. Jazz winced and covered his ears. The sound was like fingernails on a teacher's hollow board. It was cut short a few seconds later. He shivered. What in the name of the Force was that? He saw Lady Dormer speaking with an officer from the barge's crew. He used the Force to sharpen his hearing. What do you mean we've lost communication? The lady said. Restore it? We are trying, Lady Wrist. The man promised. There is an unknown signal blanketing the mountains. It is broadcasting over the planetary alert system, and is too strong for us to filter out. We were warned of a possible test today, but I've never seen the signal so strong. We can't reach anyone on our communicators. We can't contact home, the transports, or the security droids. The man sighed. We may need to reset the system, switch to the secondary band. We should have communications restored soon. In the meantime, we have switched the droids into independent mode. They will protect the children if anything is amiss. Can the droids receive that order through the interference? She asked. If they don't hear from us in 5 minutes, they will switch over automatically. There is nothing to worry about. Jazz pursed his lips. Nothing to worry about. He reached out with the Force, trying to get an idea of what was going on. He shivered, feeling a sudden disturbance. He looked up at the silent loudspeaker. That sound? The officer had called in an unknown transmission, something connected to the planet's alert system, one that was too strong, and was now blocking communications. Are jamming them? He didn't hesitate. He did not speak with anyone. He simply turned and made his way to the upper deck. Guests were not allowed up there, but it did have several speeder bikes on standby if someone needed to head down to reach the students, to recall them to their shuttles. He decided to do just that. If this was all some misunderstanding, some error with the planet's comm systems, he would apologize to the nobles later. But if it was not, well, he would need to see for himself. As he made his way up, he noticed he was being followed. He suspected it was one of the ship's security people. He turned ready to tell them to return to their duties. Char Valentine stood before him, her eyes cold, her manner all business. What is going on, hotshot? You seem to be in a bit of hurry. It may be nothing, he said. Return to the party. I'll be back soon. She sneered at him. You think I'm just going to wait here? Leave Vess out there alone and unprotected, fat chance. Her eyes narrowed, her eyes becoming predatory. You sense something, don't you? Those Jedi magics of yours have picked up on something. Maybe, he admitted, not wanting to lie to her. It is probably nothing. Or it could be something, couldn't it? Maybe, he said. Val started to move past him. We have to hurry, the two said in unison. I'm driving. They both looked at each other, not sure what was happening. This was the second time they had done that, spoke together in the same inflection and in the exact same words. Strange. Jazz smiled. They didn't have time to discuss what was happening. They didn't have time to waste. Ladies first, he said, gesturing for her to go on ahead. Val chuckled. Well, since there are no ladies here, I guess you mean me. She stepped past him. Come on, hotshot, I think we have work to do. Jazz shrugged and followed in her wake. As you say, protector, he replied. As you say. Chapter 30. Here, you will need this, Val said, shoving the parka into Jazz's arms. He nodded and slipped it on quickly. The two of them stood before the hatch that led up onto the sail barge's top deck. Guests and guard were not supposed to be up here, but given what was happening, they had no choice. It was on the top deck that the speeder bikes were stowed. Jazz had heard several return and launch again since they had left for the North Mountains. He and Val would need one right now. It would be the fastest way to reach the students, to reach Vess. He hoped they were not too late. Aren't you going to need one? He asked. The cold out there. This armor has thermal functions, Val informed him, pointing at the combat suit she was wearing. It will protect me against the cold, at least for a few hours, and besides. She smiled. I'm tougher than I look. She handed him an earpiece. It was similar to the one he wore when he was back home, at the organization's main base. This will allow us to remain in contact in case we get separated. It functions on a different band than the planetary alert system, so it shouldn't be affected by the jamming. Jazz nodded, popping it into his ear. It was nice to see that he wasn't the only one to reach the conclusion that the unknown transmission blocking their comms was a jamming signal, though he should not have been surprised. Char Valentine was as sharp as a vibro blade, and she was bound and determined to protect her mistress. Vess could not ask for a better guardian. The protector flung open the hatch, and the two quickly bounded onto the main deck. The icy mountain breeze stung their faces as they made their way aft. The cold hit them like a slap in the face. It embraced them, trying to get into their bones. Jazz did his best to ignore it. He would not let the freezing temperature daunt him. If the Force needed him to act, he would be ready. Val was equally defiant. The protector from Bantoon didn't even acknowledge the weather. She remained focused on reaching her mistress, no matter the cost. They were surrounded by sailors, but no one made a move to stop, or even acknowledge them. The crew of the ship labored in silence, their thermal suits, goggles, and masks hiding their features as they went about their business. So far they had not noticed the two, or cared if they did. The men were focused on keeping the ship running, and the nobles below happy. Jazz hoped that it stayed that way. The speeder bikes were stored aft, the launching racks pointing out over both the port and starboard sides. The ship contained slots for 8 of the vehicles, but at that moment, there was only a single bike docked, waiting to be launched. Jazz frowned. That would complicate matters. 2 people could ride on one of these, but the extra weight would slow it down considerably. Speed was what they needed right now. One of the crew finally noticed them. The man turned from where he had been working and came up to them. You shouldn't be up here, he told them, trying to be heard over the wind. Please return to the lower decks. Everything is under control. Val, not in the mood for arguments, glared at the sailor. We need this bike, she informed him. Stand aside, please. I'm afraid these vehicles are for official use only, the man replied, his features hidden behind his goggles and cold weather mask. You would need proper authorization to use it. If you return below, I can send a request to the captain. I'm sure he will. Jazz frowned. They had no time for this. Val tensed. It was not hard to imagine her striking the poor man. He could see the tension in her arms, the way her hands curled into angry fists. One did not need the Force to predict what was about to happen. He stepped in front of her. He sensed her anger, but she did not try to push him out of the way. He smiled at the sailor. There were alternatives to fighting, after all. We have authorization, he said, waving his hand in front of the sailor, reaching out with the power of the Force. The man shuddered slightly. Jazz could imagine him blinking as the Force washed over him. You have authorization, the sailor said, his voice a flat monotone. You should help us prepare the bike for launch. We're in a hurry. I should help you get this thing ready to move. You're in a hurry. There is no need to inform anyone. The captain will understand. No need to tell anyone. The captain will understand. The man turned away from them, walked up to the bike, and began entering the commands on the nearby panel that would allow it to launch. Val watched the 2 men, dumbfounded by what she was seeing. What was that? She asked Jazz. He shrugged. The Force can have a powerful influence on the weak-minded. The protector frowned. You better think twice before you try that stunt on me, not a Jedi. He laughed nervously. As I said, it only works on the weak-minded, he said with a dismissive smile. I doubt I would be able to get past that iron will of yours. Val sniffed and nodded, accepting what he had said. Jazz stifled a sigh of relief. The truth was that he had already gotten inside of Val's head once. It had been the only way to save her 7 years ago. If he had not done it, she likely would have shot herself when she first learned of Queen Inara's death. He had done what was needed that day. It had been the only way to reach the woman, to save her life. The Force had aided them, but he understood her comment. Why she, like so many others in the galaxy, didn't like the fact that a Jedi could manipulate a person with so little effort. It was not an easy thing for most people to accept, how quickly and completely their defenders could alter their opinions with a wave of a hand. In his eyes, the people had a right to be concerned. Such powers were open for abuse if a Jedi did not remain mindful. Normally, he frowned on using the Force to get what he wanted, saving such tactics only as a last resort, but he feared that he was in the minority. Since rejoining the Order, he had seen too many Jedi be far too free with the art of Force persuasion. They used it on other people with barely a second thought, and over the most trivial of matters. Master Vey had commented on it to several of her fellow masters. She found the temptation to use the Force in such a way as a problem that the Order needed to address. Yes, persuasion helped, and it made things easier. He would not deny that, but at the same time it did little to endure the Order to the rest of the galaxy. Force persuasion was not a dark side ability, not really, but it was open for abuse by those that thought because they could do something, then they should do something. Having such control could lead to a dark place. He made no further comment about it to Val. He would explain later if she asked about it. For now, it was good that they had clearance to take the bike and get moving. There was no time to waste. He approached the vehicle, about to sit down at the control. The speeder bike was a standard military model. Jazz had seen many in his travels. He had never rode one himself, but was confident that he could master the controls soon enough. You don't need to, Val said. When he mentioned it, I've rode bikes like this before. I'll drive, you just hang on tight. She slipped onto the bike and began pressing buttons and pulling switches. Jazz settled in behind her, putting his arms around her waist. Beneath them the bike rumbled to life. Val pulled a pair of goggles from one handlebars, slipping them on, preparing for launch. The sailor that Jazz had persuaded to help them handed him a set as well, warning him about the dangers of getting hit in the eyes by something while moving at high speeds. The man stepped back and put his hands on a large lever, the control to release the bike from the rack. He shouted if Val was ready. She nodded eagerly, ready to get moving. The man pulled the lever down, and the bike shot from the deck of the sail barge, launching into the open air. Char Valentine gunned the engine while firing the bike's repulsors. Val and Jazz blasted away from the ship. The sworn protector banked hard, bringing them about and heading off in the direction that the shuttles carrying Vess and her friends had gone, blowing past the other bikes that were acting as the barge's outriders. The launch had taken Jazz's breath away, the sudden drop leaving his stomach back on the sail barge. He tightened his grip around Val's waist, not enough to hurt her, but to make damn sure that he didn't get tossed off. He watched as they dipped closer to ground. A light snow stung their faces as they shot across the icy landscape. His thoughts turned to the students, not just Vess, but her friends as well. If they were in danger, he hoped that he and Val would be able to help. Jazz was still not entirely sure how they were going to find them. It was a big mountain after all, and there had been a lot of shuttles. He put his trust in the young woman sitting in front of him. Val seemed to have a plan. He put his faith in her. He knew that Vess' life mattered more to Val than her own. Together they would be able to keep the girl safe. As he leaned in closer, her could not help but notice the smell of her hair, and how warm her body was, even in battle armor. He swallowed hard. Despite the danger that they might be riding into, he found himself remembering that night, their night. He could almost picture her, the way she had been that night, the smell of her hair, the taste of sweet liquor on her lips, and the warmth of her bare skin as their bodies were moving together in a. He shivered. It had been a long time since he had been this close to Val, or any woman for that matter. Far too long. Val said into their comlink, her voice loud in his ear. Feels like someone is happy to see me. It took him a second to figure out what she meant, but when he did, he blushed. Sorry, he murmured. I'm not trying. We will talk later, she said. First, we have to reach Vess. He nodded. Yeah, he thought. They had to reach Vess. He hoped they wouldn't be too late. Val tried to contact Lady Dorma back on the sail barge, but got only static for her trouble. It seemed that they only had short-range communication. Jazz was amazed their earpieces still worked. Perhaps it is nothing, he thought. Perhaps there is just a problem with the planetary alert system. Some droid messed up and boosted the signal strength too high. Perhaps they would arrive and find the students at play, with not a problem in sight. It was nice to think about, but sadly, Jazz doubted it. The Force would not have been so insistent if it was nothing. It would be nice to think this was all some misunderstanding or error, but sadly, he doubted it. Too much was happening right now to accept this was all a coincidence. The Jedi, the mining guild, Vess' aunt and uncle, he would feel better when Vess was safely on her way back to House Rist. The speeder passed 2 of the security probes. Neither of the droids challenged their passing. In fact, they didn't even try hailing them. It was suspicious behavior to be sure. These droids were supposed to be protecting the students. If the droids were not responding, anyone could get close to those kids, anyone and anything. Jazz frowned. He had bad feeling about this. Char Valentine brought the bike over the next rise. It was then that they finally got their first glimpse at the students. Jazz pursed his lips. 3 of the shuttles were docked on a rocky outcropping. Jazz counted at least 30 young people either skiing down the slopes or making their way back to the top. He saw no danger here, but at the same time, he did not see Vess either. Her black snowsuit would have stood out among her brightly dressed peers. They saw 3 more security droids, and again the probes ignored them. They didn't even try to warn off the Protector and her companion. It was another bad sign. They could be in standby mode, Jazz suggested, waiting for comms to be reestablished. Maybe, Char Valentine agreed still. She looked down at her wrist. Jazz noticed for the first time that Val had some device there. It had a blinking red light, beeping and pointing to their left. The Protector banked the bike again. Now the red light was pointing ahead of them. A tracker, Jazz asked, connected to Vess. Val nodded. You think that I would let my queen out of my sight without one? He said nothing, simply held on as Val hit the accelerator. The bike shot past the students below. A few might have looked up as they passed, but they were gone before anyone could really notice. They passed over 2 more groups, once again, seeing no problems, just a bunch of rich kids playing in the snow. Jazz frowned. Perhaps they had been wrong about this. There didn't seem to be any problems. There was another group up ahead. Jazz could see that something was going on. The kids were lining up in front of the shuttles. Val made for them, her tracker beeping and pointing straight ahead. She brought the bike down, bringing it to a skidding stop near one group of the students. One of them, a dark-skinned girl in a purple thermal suit, stepped up to the bike. Jazz recognized her from earlier. She had been in the group with Vess and her friends. She smiled at them. Miss Valentine, the girl said. Hello, Leah, Val said pleasantly. You haven't happened to see Vess by chance? Her aunt has a message for her. No, the girl said, shaking her head. The last time I saw her, she was talking to Mr. Mim. He said he wanted to discuss some project that he wanted her help with. Mim is one of Vess' teachers, Val clarified for Jazz. He is one of the chaperones. Where did you see them? Jazz asked the girl. Over there, she said, pointing to the west. Jazz saw another shuttle on the far rise, but it was lifting off. 2 more of the security droids floated serenely nearby. Could Vess already be leaving? Had the sail barge managed to restore communications? It was at that moment that they heard something, a low hum coming from the east. He looked up, curious what it was. It didn't sound like a shuttle or a speeder bike. They cleared one of the smaller mountain peaks flying in a V-shaped formation. 7 small single-passenger vehicles, hook-shaped, with the platform halfway up, leading to a central steering column. Jazz frowned. What is this, he thought. Where did those come from? What are those? Char Valentine asked him. Aerial patrol platforms, he answered, APS for short. He shook his head. APS were a common enough sight in the galaxy, good all-purpose patrol craft. Coop owned 6 of the machines himself, and Jazz had ridden on one more than once, usually when preparing a site for some meet with this client or that. Faster and more maneuverable than a speeder bike, they worked well in harsh conditions, but they did take a bit of skill to ride. The 7 men riding these seemed more than up to the challenge. They easily held formation, and Jazz frown deepened. They were accelerating, moving in hard and fast. BRRM. Brum. Brum. The ground shook beneath their feet. What was that? The girl Leah asked, startled. Thunder. No, Jazz thought. There was barely a cloud in the sky. He knew that sound. It was blaster fire. Fire from a heavy repeating blaster. Val whipped the bike around and took off before. The sound had come from where the shuttle they had seen had lifted off, the last place where the girl, Leah, had seen Vess. Above them the APS continued on, heading in the same direction that Val and Jazz were. They ignored the bike completely, totally focused on wherever they were going. Val brought the speeder on the same vector, making for where the shuttle they had seen had taken off. The 2 droids floating nearby rotated towards them. They opened fire. Whoa! Jazz nearly fell off as Val went evasive. She fired the heavy cannon mounted under their bike. One of the droids exploded. The second banked away quickly as they shot past. As the bike reached the spot where the shuttle had taken off, they noticed something laying in the snow, a green shape standing out starkly against the white landscape. The body was laying face up in the snow, his arms and legs splayed out, his chest a smoking mess. Jazz had only been able to notice that by using the Force, slowing down his perceptions. There was no sign of Vess. He didn't. Boom! The snow to their left exploded. The APS had reached their target. Normally, such machines were lightly armed, but these had been modified. Their steering column had been replaced with a pair of dual blaster cannons. They hammered the snow, moving in on a lone figure trying to ski away. 3 of the security droids floated around the person, not firing on the APS, but showing them where the person was, guiding them to their target. Vess. Damn it, Val snarled. Damn it all to hell. She gunned the bike, squeezing the fire stud on the handlebars. The cannon barked, but it could not track the faster patrol vehicles. The APS blew past with ease. 2 more security droids came over nearest mountain and fired their own cannon. They were targeting Val and Jazz. The Protector went evasive again, but tried to stay on course, pursuing the APS. The security droids dropped in behind the Protector and her ally. Jazz drew his lightsaber. He ignited the blade. The droids fired. His block wasn't the best, but he did manage to deflect one of the shots. It sent the droid's bolt back and into its repulsor lift. The droid fell from the sky. Tumbling into the snow, it hit hard and rolled, breaking apart with each rolling bounce. Get us higher, Jazz shouted. We can't let that droid get above us. The bike shot up into the air. Jazz nearly lost his lightsaber as they went into almost a vertical climb. The security droid tried to follow, but his blaster was out of position, its bottom-mounted repulsor not up to making a fast climb. Val whipped the bike around, the force of the turn making Jazz grimace. The bike was now moving backward, its front end and cannon now pointed at the rising droid. 2 shots later, the droid broke apart and began its slow fall down into the snow. You have orders and your droids. Val hissed, I hate droids. Jazz did not dignify that with an answer. At the moment, he was not overly fond of the security droids either. They were. He looked down. Val, stop. He called out. What? She demanded. Stop. Hold here. The Protector killed the accelerator, leaving only the repulsor functioning. The speeder bike floated 100 feet above the snowy terrain. Jazz's eyes narrowed as he followed what was going on below him. The 7 apps were banking, moving back and forth. It seemed that they had lost their target. Jazz reached out with the force. Hang on, Vess, he thought. Hold on, we're coming. What are we doing? Val demanded. James, what is going on? We're too slow, he murmured. We're carrying too much weight. We can't just sit here, Val said, her voice rising towards panic. We have to save Vess. I have to save Vess. Wait, Jazz said. Just wait. Why? What's going on? Do you trust me, Val? Jazz. Do you trust me? Val whimpered, her fear for her mistress shining in her green eyes. Yeah, with my life. He smiled. Good, he murmured. Just a few more seconds. Jazz, what are you? Now. He let himself fall off the back of the bike. He fell down and into the cold air. He splayed his arms and legs, slowing his descent. He could hear Val yelling into his earpiece. He ignored it for the moment. He needed to concentrate. He grinned. There. One of the apps was passing beneath him, his pilot too caught up in the hunt to pay attention to what was going on above him. Jazz used the force to grasp the vehicle, not enough to stop it dead, but to slow it down just enough. He flipped in midair and brought his leg around. Crack! His boot caught the APP pilot in the chin, the force of the kick snapping the man's neck. He tumbled off his vehicle, falling down into the distant snow. It was a regrettable death, but a necessary one. Jazz sighed. Unfortunate, he thought, but necessary. The force slowed his perception of events just enough, even as he used it to slow his fall. He came down right where he needed to, right on the pilot's platform of the now riderless APP. The fall was a bit jarring, but he recovered quickly, and gunned the vehicle's engine. He shot away, and came around for another pass in the valley. Val, he called into his comlink, you still there? Of course I'm still here, you crazy Murglak. What were you thinking? That this fight is now 2 against 6, he replied, matter-of-factly, far better odds, don't you think? He heard her curse under her breath. You're crazy, you know that, right? He chuckled. Probably. The remaining apps had stopped firing on the snow. The pilots had realized that they were no longer alone up here. They began to form up, driving hard towards Jazz and Val. The protector brought her bike alongside Jazz's vehicle. Now that it did not have to carry 2, the bike was almost a match for the aerial patrol platforms in the speed department, and as an added bonus, the bike's cannon was a lot heavier weapon than those carried by the apps. Let's clear these guys out, Val hissed, her anger radiating out through the force. If we can draw them away, Jazz suggested, Vess will have time to get to safety. I'm not interested in drawing them away, Val snarled. Her cannon fired. The apps broke ranks and sped past them. Jazz and Val came around for another pass. Target the repulsor lift on the bottom of the hook, Jazz advised her. The armor is weakest there. She acknowledged by firing again. One of the apps was struck. It tumbled over and exploded in the snow, throwing up a plume of flame and white. 5 on 2, Jazz thought. I'm starting to like these odds. He knew he should not enjoy combat. It was not the Jedi way, but he had also been raised by Mandalorians. They viewed combat as an art, and art should be done well. Given his history, it was hard not to enjoy at least some aspect of combat, especially knowing what these people had been trying to do. He reached out with the force. He could sense Vess below. Even as she hid from the rogue security droids, she was aware that she was no longer alone, that help had come. We're here, kid, Jazz thought into the force, hoping that the girl would hear him. In that moment, he felt a sense of surprise and happiness. In his mind's eye, he got a glimpse of Vess, her lovely blue eyes wide with surprise. Mr. Jazz, she murmured. He smiled, happy to hear her voice. Don't worry, kid, he whispered into the ether. We're here. Help has arrived. Chapter 31. Stay with me, Val. Don't get distracted. Jazz's eyes narrowed as they charged the enemy. They had surprised the attackers early on. No one but the security droids were supposed to be out here, but now, The men moved in swiftly, looking to deal with this threat that had come to thwart their plans. Blaster bolts scorched the air as the 5 remaining enemy apps blasted away at both the Jedi and the Protector. The twin laser cannons that the patrol craft had been fitted with packed quite the punch. Jazz and Val had been forced to go on the defensive, evading rather than attacking their now recommitted foes. What are they after, though? Jazz had to wonder. Did this have something to do with the recent problems on Bantoon? It was possible. The mining guild was not the type to let their business interests be threatened. Still, hiring a team of assassins was audacious. Had things gone so far that the guild thought this the only way to deal with Vess and Val? Don't forget the security droids, he reminded himself. These probes were supposed to be protecting Vess and her friends, not hurting her towards attackers, and making sure that those attackers could find her. One thing was for sure, this was no mere lark. What was happening here had been well planned out, and well funded. This meant that someone very high up had set all this in motion. Someone who wanted Vess dealt with. He was most eager to find out who this mystery man, or woman, was, which meant that at least some of the men attacking them needed to survive the next few minutes. It was far easier to get a confession out of a live suspect than a dead one. Of course, they first needed to capture one, and not get killed in the process. The former would not be easy, the latter could be a bigger problem. Blaster fire heated the air, and sent up puffs of steam where it struck the snow. Jazz fired the repulsors on his platform while returning fire with the approaching enemy. So far, he had managed to evade their fire, but as they came in closer, that would be much more difficult. Val juked her bike back and forth, while at the same time firing away with her own cannon. At that moment, her only concern was for Vess, of reaching her and getting her to safety. Jazz could certainly understand why. Char Valentine's programming was clear. If anything happened to her mistress, if she was to be killed, then Val would join her in death. The Bund had made sure that their protectors would not outlive their masters or mistresses. Jazz had managed to save Val from that fate once, but would likely not be able to a second time. The only reason that the woman had been able to function after the death of Queen Inara was that she had given her daughter the command code for her guardian. If not for that, Val would likely have spent the rest of her life trapped within her own mind, unable to do nothing more than stare blankly at the world around her. It was not a fate he would wish on anyone, let alone someone he had come to consider a friend. Or perhaps something more. The remaining apps accelerated towards them. Blaster fire still spat from their cannons. One blast caught Jazz's vehicle, destroying his port side cannon. The 7 vehicles shot past each other, passing within mere millimeters of each other. Jazz and Val came about, ready to make another pass at the enemy. As for their opponents, the group broke up, 2 remaining to attempt to destroy Val and Jazz, while the other 3 broke off and headed off to their right at high speed. "Damn it," Val shouted through their comlink. "They are going after Vess again." "I'm going after them." "No," Jazz shouted back. "They are trying to split us up, pick us apart one by one. Stay together, we can deal with these 2, then go after the other ones together." "They are going after Vess, Jazz," Val cried. "I can't just leave her to face them alone. You will do her no good if you get yourself killed. If we split up, and one of us gets picked off, these Murglacs will be able to gang up on the survivor, and as good as we both are, we wouldn't last long in a 5-on-1 fight. We finish this first group off and then go after Vess together. It's our best shot, and you know it." Val did not respond. He could sense her anger, her fear, but Val was no fool. She couldn't save her mistress if she got herself killed. I copy," she finally said, bringing her bike up alongside his platform. "Let's make this quick." Jazz nodded and squeezed the throttle on his APP. Their 2 opponents did the same, increasing their speed, focusing their fire on the speeder bike. They were likely looking to outmaneuver Val, kill her, and then deal with Jazz at their leisure. He would not give them that chance. He fired his remaining cannon, trying to draw their fire away from Val. As for the Protector, she didn't hesitate. She rose straight into their fire, all the while trying to knock them down with her own weapons. It was a brazen move, but he would expect nothing less from Char Valentine. The two of them concentrated their fire on a single APP. The force must have been with them because they managed to breach the patrol platform's armor. There was a very loud bang, followed by a high-pitched whine. The APP flipped over, spilling his rider into the snow before exploding violently. Jazz cried out as a piece of flying superheated shrapnel struck his left arm. He felt it pass through both cloth and flesh, burning like a falling star. How he managed to not fall off his APP he couldn't say. He shook his head, cursing under his breath. The pain was intense, but quickly turned into a dull ache. He still had full use of his arm, and as a result, still had full control of this platform. A small miracle that these things were hard enough to fly as they were. Having the use of only one arm would have made it near impossible. Their remaining enemy hit the accelerator and shot past them again, hoping to either escape or force them into another head-to-head pass. Jazz didn't give him the chance. They didn't have time to play around any longer. Vess needed them. He closed his eyes, reached out with the force, and fired his port stabilizer, all the while cutting power to forward engines. The APP whirled around, faster and faster. What happened next would have been impossible for someone who didn't feel the power of the force. Jazz went with the turn. All his focus was on the remaining enemy APP. As he spun round and round, he kept his fingers on the platform's firing stud. He waited and waited, and he pressed the button. His remaining cannon barked twice, then fell silent. Jazz fired his engines, bringing him out of the flat spin. Once again, the force had served him well. His shots hit exactly where he had needed them to hit. The first caught the enemy APP pilot in the back, while the second struck his starboard maneuvering jet. The APP lost control as the pilot fell off and into the snow. It clipped a half-covered rock in the snow, flipped over, and exploded. Another enemy was down. They had little time to bask in that success, however. There were 3 apps still in the air, and now they were after Vess. No time to celebrate, he thought, trying to ignore the burning pain in his left arm. They still had 3 enemies to contend with. A warning light was flashing on the steering column of his platform. It had sustained a bit of damage during that first pass. "You okay over there, hotshot?" Val asked him. "Your ride is sounding a little rough." "I'm fine," he lied, not wanting to tell her about his arm or the damage to his platform. They still had a mission to complete after all. They didn't have time to stop for some minor injury. "I have a lock on Vess signal," Val informed him. "Follow me." The speeder bike took off in the same direction as the remaining apps. Jazz followed after, aware of the blood that was now soaking through his shirt and parka. "I've no time for that now," he thought. He used the force to numb the pain, to stay focused on the job in hand. He reached out again, trying to sense if any probes were in the area. He knew that at least 3 were tracking Vess, and he and Val had destroyed several others. Jazz gritted his teeth. He was starting to wonder if the sail barge had managed to restore communications. He and Val could certainly use a bit of help down here. He changed the frequency on his headset, only to be blasted by another wave of static. The jamming signal was still up. Jazz took another deep breath, willing himself not to focus on the pain. So they were still on their own. So be it. He hit the accelerator, and his APP shot forward again, though not as fast as it had been, and with a much louder whine coming from the repulsor. Damaged or not, injured or not, he could not afford to stand down. Val needed him, and Vess needed him. He took another deep and cleansing breath. He could not back down now. Following the remaining apps was not difficult. Even without Val's tracker, they quickly found the area that Vess had fled to, and were met with resistance almost immediately. The 3 security probes they had seen earlier immediately swung around and tried attacking the Protector and her ally. They moved in fast, firing their lasers, trying to cut the 2 off from reaching the young woman they sought. "They aren't even acknowledging the apps pursuing Vess," Jazz noticed. Either the droids had been reprogrammed to ignore them, or someone had inserted a program that said that Vess was either an enemy, or that she was not under their protection. Either way, they were a problem, but one easily solved. Val caught one with her cannon, destroying it utterly. The remaining two tried to loop around behind them, catch them in a crossfire with the apps. Jazz didn't allow that. Despite the risk involved, he reached out with the force again, and seized the nearest droid, and with a single swiping gesture of his hand, he sent it crashing into his fellow. The two hit hard enough that both were damaged. The first droid's repulsor went offline, causing it to fall into the snow, losing several limbs and an antenna as it came down hard. The other wobbled in place. Perhaps its thruster was offline. It might have been able to reroute its systems, but Val didn't give it the chance. Her blaster ended the droid, sending metal shards sliding down the slopes. Another threat neutralized, the two returned to their pursuit of the apps. The vehicles were looping back and forth in a small snowy valley far from where the youth program shuttles had first touched down. Snow curled around the nearest mountain peak, making a beautiful but dangerous picture. Avalanche, Jazz thought, or rather, the potential for one. This was not the safest place for a battle, if something, like some loud noise, should cause that snow to slide. As Val had said, they would need to make this quick. Once again, the enemy realized they had been pursued and answered the threat. They broke off their search and attacked Jazz and Val again. This time they concentrated their fire on Jazz's damaged patrol platform. No longer as maneuverable as it had been, Jazz's transport was struck several times. Having no choice, he leapt from the APP just seconds before his repulsor lift lost control and the platform crashed into the nearest snowbank. He managed to turn his flight into a flip in midair, drawing on the force. He slowed his descent just enough to come down safely. He ignited his lightsaber mid-flight. He blocked several blasts from the apps as they flew past. He dropped into a shin guard, ready to receive any more bolts that might be directed his way. Val looped around and continued to attack the remaining enemies, her weapon spitting red light as she tried to bring down the last of their attackers. One of the apps broke off from the groups and began to head east. Jazz, suspecting what it was doing, pursued. The snow was thigh-deep here, making it impossible to run, but that wasn't really a problem. He could still leap, and using the force, he had no problem making his way through the snow quickly, right to where the APP was going. Right to Vess. He found the girl hiding under a rocky outcropping. It had shielded her from being seen from the air, and the small rock formation in front of it offered her limited protection from anything trying to strike at her from the front. He could sense her pain from here. She was on her hands and knees in the deep snow. The thigh of her thermal suit was scorched, grazed by a blaster bolt. A pair of broken and abandoned turbo skis lay nearby. They had helped her avoid earlier attacks, but now they were useless, too damaged for the girl to use them to flee any farther. She gripped a single repulsor pole in her hands. It looked like the only weapon that she had. Jazz just made it to her as the APP closed in. It fired its cannon, trying to either collapse the rocks down on top of the girl, or to blast her outright. Jazz came down in front of her. He felt the girl's surprise as he landed. The blast that should have ended her life ended up destroying her attacker instead. Jazz's blade sent the bolts back to their source. The APP was hit and his rider fell off. The damaged platform spun over their heads and crashed into the snow somewhere behind them. Jazz whirled his blade defensively. The last two apps were on their way. He could feel it. If they were coming. He fought down a grimace. He hoped that Val was all right. Vess stumbled out of where she had been hiding, her blonde hair thick with snow, her face scraped up and dirty. The black thermal suit she wore was torn in several places, the result of blaster fire that had come too close to the young girl. Her eyes were wide with fear, but he could also sense her courage as well. She had not given up, managed to evade the enemy until help had arrived. Jazz smiled at that. At least some things hadn't changed. The girl still had a spine of durasteel. "Mr. Jazz," she said in a shy voice. "Is it really you?" "Hey kid," he replied. "Long time no see." "Yes," she said, a shy smile coming to her lips. He felt a wave of warmth and affection wash over him. The girl was not the best at hiding her emotion apparently. Her eyes widened as they saw the two remaining apps enter the valley. "Stay behind me," he ordered. The girl nodded and stayed low. Jazz brought up his lightsaber. He entered a shin guard. Let them come, he thought with a grim look. I'm ready. The two apps screamed towards them. The light from his weapon drew them in. They did not fire their blasters, not yet. They tightened up formation, looking to concentrate fire as they fell upon their prey. Too many bolts to parry. It was likely what the two attackers were hoping for, to overwhelm his defenses and kill two Minox with a single blaster bolt. Vess sank deeper into the snow, gripping her remaining repulsor pole tightly. Come on, Jazz thought as the enemy drew closer. Come on. The apps continued to advance. They came in, closer and closer. It was at that moment that Val's damaged speeder bike came screaming across the valley. She flew over Jazz and Vess heads, heading straight for the approaching attackers. They both fired on the bike, but to no avail. Char Valentine leapt from her dying machine, using it as a springboard. She backflipped off of the bike, and as she fell, she drew her blaster pistols from her holster. She fired not on the apps but on the bike she had just abandoned. The speeder bike caught fire and exploded. It became a flying frag mine, and the apps flew right into the cloud of burning debris. One was cut to pieces. It wobbled, struck the rocky outcropping that Vess had hid behind, flipped over, and crashed into the rocks behind them. The last attacker managed to bank hard at the last minute, avoiding the worst of the explosion. It spun around and began a long loop through the valley, coming around to attack again. Jazz cursed under his breath. Whoever these attackers were, they were certainly persistent. Val landed in the snow before them. The snow cushioned the worst of the fall, though Jazz suspected that it wouldn't have been a problem for the Protector. Even without the Force, Char Valentine seemed barely fazed by her leap from the vehicle, or being struck by the concussion wave of her destroyed vehicle. She had mentioned during their night together that she had been enhanced both physically and mentally. He was starting to see just what she had meant. He found himself wondering if even a trained Jedi would be able to keep up with her in a hand-to-hand fight. Something to think about later, he supposed. Is Vess okay? She called over her shoulder. Is she hurt? A few scrapes and burns, nothing too bad. The girl called back. Val, Later, my queen, she shouted back, her green eyes locked on the remaining APP. They would not be safe until it joined its fellows as mere wreckage in the snow. Fall back, Val, Jazz ordered. I can cover you with my lightsaber. I'll block, you shoot. She nodded and began to back up, her eyes never leaving the distant attacker who was even now coming back. She was so focused she did not see it. The attack came from both the right and behind them. One of the security probes that had been chasing Vess launched itself out of the snow, badly damaged but still fighting. Its repulsor lifted it into the air. Val spun to meet it, raising her pistols. Crack! One of the droid's spindly arms struck the Protector across the face. The force of the blow sent her cartwheeling away into the snow. Val Vess shouted no. Mr. Jas, we have to. AHHH. Jazz looked over his shoulder, his eyes widening. One of the attackers who had leapt from his APP had survived. The man must have circled around while they had been dealing with his two allies. He now had his arm around Vess' throat. The girl screamed and struggled as he dragged her back. Jazz spun to meet this new threat, only to have the droid that had dealt with Val attack him. He dodged one of his spindly arms and sliced into it with his lightsaber. The droid squealed as it tried to fly, tried to get out of the reach of the lightsaber. The remaining APP fired its cannons. The air around Jazz exploded with superheated steam. Blaster bolts scorched the rock and snow around them. I have no choice, he realized, only one chance. He reached out with the Force yet again. He threw his lightsaber. It spun like a saw blade. The result was quite spectacular, if he did say so himself. The blade sliced through the damaged probe, causing it to explode. Jazz barely had enough time to shield himself with the Force. He directed the metal shards away from him, while at the same time willing his lightsaber to turn and come spinning back. Time seemed to slow down. The remaining APP seemed to pause in midair. Jedi perception slowed things down to a crawl. Jazz winced as his spinning lightsaber looped back and got in front of the approaching patrol platform. The pilot was too close to either avoid the blade or go around it. The APP flew into the lightsaber's spinning arc. Its violet blade cut through the vehicle's steering column and through the pilot's chest. Man and vehicle split in two, the top half falling away. As Jazz ducked beneath the screaming repulsor, he was not entirely successful. Something caught him in the left shoulder and knocked him from his feet. He came down hard, striking the back of his head. The world turned fuzzy. He heard a distant explosion. Was it over? He thought as he lay in the snow. Had they won? A young woman's scream shook him out of the fog, disorientation, and pain. Vess screamed. He somehow regained his feet, and somehow found his lightsaber back in his hand. He stumbled forward. The last remaining attacker had one powerful arm around Vess' throat, using her as a shield. He was shouting something at Jazz, but he could not understand the words. The world didn't seem real, everything seemed off. The pain in the back of his head made everything blurry. Lego, he shouted Lethargo. He could not raise his left arm, it hung limp at his side, but that was okay. He still held his blade in his right, and that was all he needed. He glared at the attacker. Vess continued to struggle, shouting at the man. I'll kill her, the man shouted at Jazz. I'll kill her, and ARRGH. The attacker howled and let go of Vess. He stumbled back. Jazz was not sure what was happening, but Vess didn't hesitate. She scooped up her remaining repulsor pole and jammed it into the man's throat. The energy field it generated threw him back. He bounced hard off the rocks behind them, stunned. He staggered forward, only to be hit by Vess again. She struck him in the throat a second time, this time with her fingers folded so that her knuckles caught the man hard in the Adam's apple. He gagged and fell to his knees. Before he could recover, she hit him again with her sky pole, snapping it across his head. The man collapsed in the snow, leaving only the girl and Jazz still standing. He blinked. Wow, he thought. What was that? Vess was indeed stronger than she looked. She stood before him. She was shaking, holding the remains of her ski pole. She looked down on the man that had been threatening her, making sure that he would not rise again. Perhaps. Suddenly she turned. Val, she shouted, tossing away her wrecked weapon. Jazz lowered his lightsaber, the blade vanishing as he powered down the weapon. The girl limped over to where her protector had fallen. Jazz stumbled after her. They found Val lying in the snow, blood running from the top of her head. Val, wake up, Vess shouted. Please wake up. Please. Jazz managed to join them, still dazed from hitting his head. He tried to kneel down, to check Val, see how badly she had been hurt. The ground beneath them shook. A deep rumble filled his ears. What? He thought. Now what? Jazz Darbin looked up and felt the bile rising up in his throat. The top of the mountain was coming down. A wall of snow filled the horizon, blocking out everything and sweeping up everything in his path. Avalanche. He croaked, trying to scream. Avalanche. He looked down at Vess. She sat there cradling Val in her arms, her blue eyes wide, her mouth open in a silent scream of terror. She was frozen in place. Not that any of them had a chance to get clear in time. Jazz hissed. There was no time. He acted. He used the last of his strength to pull the two women to him. He wrapped his arms around them and pushed out with the force. He thought of a bubble large enough to hold the three of them, impenetrable and safe. The wall of snow hit them like a meteor. It lifted the three up and spun them like a child's toy. The world turned white and then black. Jazz could hear nothing but the roar of the sliding snow, and Vess screaming in his ear. Still, he didn't let go. He couldn't. If he did, they were done. They would die. He wouldn't allow that. He would not. They tumbled over and over again. A leaf caught in a tornado. The bubble continued to shrink with every second, every bounce, but it held. Hold, Jazz shouted. You will hold. He was not sure how long the spinning tumble continued. It seemed like they were falling forever. He tried to direct their path through the force. It was everywhere, even in the snow that surrounded them. He tried to draw on it, to keep them safe, but it was not easy. He had limits, and he had reached them. The bubble that protected them shrank. He felt snow brush at his neck. It was so cold that it actually burned him. He struggled, tried to hold onto Vess and Val. He tried to hold on. Then, it was over, and the rest was silence. The roaring ceased, they stopped flipping around, and settled in place. He found himself laying in darkness, only the sound of his heart beating, that and Vess panicked breathing in his ear. He shook his head, it still refused to clear. Mr. Jazz, he heard Vess whisper. Yeah, he answered. Are we buried alive? He gritted his teeth. No, he spat. He pushed out with the force. No. The snow above them exploded, flying away, and leaving him almost blind from the bright light that shone down on them. Jazz gasped and let go of the two women. He could sense both through the force. Vess was alive, she was safe, and he heard Val groan in his arms, groan and shift. Alive, he thought, with a smile. She was alive too. Wonderful. He stared up into the blue sky. He felt strangely distant from the world, but at the same time, he was satisfied, at peace. He had done his duty, that was what mattered. That was all that mattered. Duty was everything. Mr. Jazz. He heard Vess say, Mr. Jazz. Oh gods. Jazz turned his head slightly. Oh, he thought. Oh my. The snow around his head was bright red, his blood soaking it, making it steam. Mr. Jazz, Vess said. She turned his head so that he could see her, her blue eyes wide with fear. Hang on, she shouted, hang on. He smiled. So beautiful, he thought. You grew up so beautiful. He felt the light calling to him, drawing him away. A shadow passed overhead, blocking out the sky, a large white shape. Stay with me, the girl shouted. He continued to look into her beautiful blue eyes. Stay with me. Help. Somebody help. There is no need for help. He wanted to tell her. She was safe, and Val was safe. He knew it, he felt it. He had done his duty. He sighed. He could die now. He had no fear, and no regrets. There is no death, he murmured. There is only the force. Jazz closed his eyes. He was happy. He had not had any hope for a long time, but at least he had had his duty. Duty endured until you were done, and now he was done. He was satisfied. He was done, and he let the light take him. He was content. Chapter 32. He was floating in an ocean of light. He was nowhere, and yet, everywhere, all at once. Jazz sighed. He had no desire to move, no desire to struggle, not anymore. Let it take me, he thought, let me wash away, and become one with the light. For that was the fate of all Jedi, who they were, who they had been, and life dissolved away, they flowed into the Force, and became part of it, never again as an individual, part of the whole forever. He was waiting for that to happen, to simply vanish beneath the waves of light and be no more. It was believed that only the greatest of Jedi Masters did not end this way. That for a true Master, to become one with the Force was to become more powerful than anyone could possibly imagine. Those Masters left no body behind. Their flesh and spirit both went into the Force. They retained full consciousness and, with it, a sort of immortality. They remained to guide those that came after them, to appear to those that needed their guidance, to help others, and help the Force find true balance. There had been a time that most Jedi Masters had ended that way. It had been almost 400 years since such events had been commonplace, the time when legendary masters like Alderin and Vadal Sayas advised the Jedi Order. Exar Kun and his apprentice Ulic Quildroma had ended that age. Their purge of the old masters had cost the Jedi so much, a purge that was made even worse by the destruction of the Jedi Word of Ossus. The Jedi that came after had been diminished. Fewer and fewer masters possessed the ability to truly become one with the Force. Whether the training necessary to make the change had been lost, or perhaps the Order's mindset had changed, the fight with the Sith had diminished them, left the Jedi limited and prevented them from truly embracing the Force. Jazz could not say, he didn't know. Even May Ilo, with all her wisdom, could not say. Something had changed, and the Jedi knew of no way to change it back. In just half a millennia, the Order had lost so much. Other Sith followed. They came and struck hard at the Jedi Order, weakening their old enemies. Darth Revan, Darth Malak, Darth Nihilus, and Darth Traya had all but ended an age of wonder. The loss of the Academy on Dantooine and the destruction of Kader had nearly ended the Jedi Order 3 centuries ago. It had taken so long for the Order to restore itself and regain their numbers, but even still, so much had been lost forever. Jazz didn't dwell on that. He knew his place. He had been a weapon, nothing more. He was never meant to know the greater mysteries. He was simply a tool, a blade that had been used, and now was broken. He was ready to fade away, to vanish into the light. It was all that was left for him. Given up so easily, boy. Jazz's eyes snapped open. He knew that voice. That isn't like you. I raised you better than that. Mom, he murmured, Mother Nutbush. The Mandalorian woman that had saved his life a decade and a half ago was gone, but he couldn't escape the fact that he could hear her voice, and it was not alone. He suddenly heard many voices, some he recognized, and others he didn't know. Not yet. Apathy is not the same as serenity, my young Padawan. You don't know what you are doing, brother. Stay out of this. My powers are far beyond yours, little Jedi. Back down. I'm not worthy of your time, Master Jazz. You would be wiser to seek out someone else. I'm not doing this for me. It's for my kids, my daughters. They deserve to grow up in a world without fear. We can't trust her, Master Jedi. She is a sonner. She will betray us the first chance she gets. You try surviving in 1313 without a gang backing you up? You Murglak. See how long you last. I graduated from the medical academy at 18, just in time to be drafted. My people are hunters. I will no longer be seen as prey. Tell me about the girl, Jedi. She is a superior woman. You seek peace. We are not all what you think, Jedi. There is honor in the shadows. I give up, Runt. You are going to have to take me in. No one can help me. I'm an animal. So many voices, so many people. Some who had been lost long ago, and others who were yet to be. Men and women, human and alien. He could barely keep it straight. Yet under it all he heard 2 voices. They seemed more real than what he was hearing being whispered over the waves. That is hope, Mr. Jazz, feel it. The voice of a woman, someone he knew. It sounded so familiar. It. Relax, my young Padawan. This is not the way I die. Jazz blinked. He knew that voice. He had heard it all his life. It was his, and it was alive. The gentle waves churned around him. Something was pulling at him, stopping him from fading away. He tried to resist, but he was not strong enough. Jazz cried out. He fell hard. He lay gasping on a stone floor. Above him a strange night sky shined down. Jazz coughed and tasted blood. Not the blood you taste if you bit your lip or your tongue, but something more, something worse. Life's blood, that was it, his life's blood. He tried to move, but couldn't. He couldn't feel his legs. His back was broken. I'm dying, he realized. This time, it was real. But this makes no sense, he thought. He didn't know where he was. He remembered mountains and a snow-covered valley. This place was different. The air here was hot and humid, and the darkness seemed to be everywhere. It was so thick, even in the fetid air he was trying to breathe. A shadow appeared above him. He could not make out his features, and he didn't need to. What he sensed in the force was enough to tell him what it was. He sensed a sense of dread and malevolence. He felt fury and hate, and a sadistic sense of joy at seeing him broken and so close to death. The shadow laughed. I've waited so very long for this moment. Know that your end is just the beginning. All that you have loved and fought for will be torn away, and it will be used to serve me. That hatred, what Jazz was sensing, did not make sense, not to him. He had no idea who this person was, and why they would desire his death so deeply. Jazz couldn't speak. It seemed he was only meant to watch what was occurring. Yet, he did hear his own voice. It sounded older somehow, older and very tired. It is not too late, he told the shadow. You can still undo this madness. Madness. The shadow chortled. Oh, how little you understand. What is happening now is the beginning of a new world. It is my destiny, and nothing will keep me from it. It doesn't have to be this way, the older Jazz continued. You don't have to go down this path. You don't have to face the world alone. He was right about you. You can still find your way back. He loves you, girl. If you just stopped, he would help you find your way out of this. All you have to do is let go of your hate. She ignited his lightsaber. A blade of scarlet fire hung above his head. The light illuminated the face of the shadow. It had none. All he saw was a flat chrome faceplate, no eyes, no nose, not even a mouth. Again he felt amusement from his would-be killer. Is this how a Jedi begs for his life? Jazz smiled. I'm not begging for my life. My time is done. I'm begging for yours. You still have people that would love you if you gave them a chance. They could save you. Though he could not see the face of the shadow, he could hear the sneer in her voice. I don't need to be saved. As for your plea, and all those that love me, I have only one thing to say, Master Jazz. Love is nothing. Power is eternal. He shook his head. I had such high hopes for you, girl, he said. You could have been so much more. You could have been a bridge between two worlds, and instead chose to walk the same path as those that came before. Yes, the shadow hissed, the path to unlimited power. You can feel free to hate me if you want. Jazz groaned. He was in such pain, and he was so weary, but he wasn't scared. It was almost over. I don't hate you, child. I pity you. Jazz Darbin stretched out his neck. It is time, he said. I'm ready to go. The shadow snarled angrily. The thought that she was pitied enraged her. The blade came up over her head. Its hum filled his ears. Die. The blade came down. Jazz felt its cold kiss. He felt nothing more. It was the end, but it also wasn't. Jazz continued on. His journey was not over. Jazz Darbin stood in the darkness. The pain from his confrontation with the shadow was gone. He reached up and touched his neck. His head was still attached. He sighed. Is that it? He wondered. Am I truly dead now? He began to walk, hoping to find his way back to the sea of light, so that he could lay down his burdens and just fade away. This was not what I expected. Shouldn't my life be over? He felt something through the force, a call. It drew him forward again. It was the strangest sensation he had ever felt, not words or focused thoughts, but desire, pure need. It called out for him to come. It was a desire beyond anything he had ever felt before. The first thing he noticed was the smell. He could smell the ocean. The world returned to him. He found himself standing in a room overlooking the sea. The waves crashed below the window, and birds cried outside and overhead. The sense of need had drawn him here, drew him forward. A crib sat near the window. He couldn't stop himself from moving towards it. What he was sensing was coming from there. He looked down. He knew what one typically found inside a crib, but he was still unprepared for it, what he felt through the force. The baby within burbled softly, swaddled in a soft violet-colored blanket. It looked up at him expectantly, looked up at him with bright gray eyes. Gray eyes, he realized as he looked down upon the infant. My eyes. When man and child met, the baby reached out to him, not just with one small chubby hand, but with the force as well. It was too young to understand just yet, to form true thought or words, but it knew what it wanted. It called out to the one it wanted most. A baby had no words, but what it desired was clear. The child knew what it wanted. It smiled up at him. It reached out with tiny arms. Papa. The baby tried to wiggle out of his blanket. Its only thought was to be with him, to be held. Papa. Jazz looked down into the crib, and he could not believe it. It could not be true. Mine, he realized as he looked down upon the child. You are mine. The emotions that he had caged for so long escaped. They flooded out. So great was his surprise. He could not stop them. He no longer wanted to stop them. His heart pounded, and it broke, not with sadness, but with love for this tiny being, this part of him that he had thought would never exist. It was beautiful. He laughed and cried at the same time. Beautiful, he thought. You are so beautiful. The baby giggled. It gurgled happily, still wanting for him to come to it, for him to cradle it in his arms. Jazz did just that. He picked up his child and held her close. She snuggled against his chest, touching him both with her tiny hands and with the force. She will have you wrapped around her little finger one day. You know that, right? The voice came from behind him, warm and full of love. They are mine, he realized. My family. He laughed again. I wouldn't be surprised, he said, tears of joy streaming down his face. He turned to face the speaker, to look into his wife's lovely eyes, to spend this sweet moment with his family. It faded away. He was being pulled back. No, Jazz thought. No. Come back. Please. Come back. Come back. Jazz opened his eyes and sprang up with a gasp. His heart was pounding in his chest, and tears were streaming down his face. It was gone, the sounds, the voices, even the baby in his arms. Only the smell remained. He could still smell the sea so clearly. He could only guess what that meant. Coop and Rhonda were there. It seemed that they had been watching over him, perhaps waiting for him to wake up. Whoa there, buddy, Co-op said, seizing him by the arm, stopping him from leaping out of bed. Jazz looked around. He was disoriented, unsure of where he was. He took a shuddering breath. Where? He gasped. Where am I? He was not sure of the where, but his mind moved quickly. A medical room, he realized. I'm in a medical room. You're back at the Rist estate, Co-op informed him. They brought you here after we found you on that mountainside. Coop and Rhonda were both here. His clan brother and his wife were on either side of him, both radiating concern for his well-being. Easy, Jazz, Rhonda said. It's okay. You're safe. Safe. He shook his head. His thoughts were unclear. Memories from both the Force and the world all came rushing back. Snow, blood, fire, and the visions of a shadow, and the child still haunted his mind. I smell the ocean, he murmured. Why do I smell the ocean? A gift from the kid, Co-op informed him. Jazz thought of the baby, the one that didn't exist yet. What? What kid? That girl, Vess, Rhonda added. She asked that we put a scented candle next to your bed. It is a Bond thing, I think. She said it was a tribute to the gods of wind and wave, that it would appease them and keep you here with us. So you didn't begin your journey on the eternal sea. Jazz listened. He was still confused, but... Vess. Slowly, he remembered. Vess, he said, looking at Co-op, is she okay? She is fine. A few scrapes and burns, but you two got her to safety. Val. Jazz said quickly. She was hurt, is she? Recovering, Rhonda assured him. One tough shudder is that one. She came out of the cold tow tank an hour before you did. She is already back to work. Cold tow tank, Jazz said, realizing what that meant. How long was I out? 5 hours, Co-op informed him. You cracked your skull, and your brain was swelling. The MD droid stabilized you, but it was touch and go for a bit. Are you okay? Rhonda asked him. How do you feel? Jazz smiled. Like the floor of a Coruscant taxi cab, he replied, and began to laugh. Both Rhonda and Co-op looked at him. It was a rare thing for Jazz Darbin to laugh. He had not done it much in the last few years. He had always kept his emotions so locked down. That was no longer the case. He felt everything again. It was like he had been walking through a thick fog, and now he could finally see clearly again. He felt again. His emotions were free, but they didn't overwhelm him. His Jedi training took over. He could feel, but he could also look objectively at what he was feeling. It was strange, but in a good way. He had been a fool. Jazz shook his head. Master Vey had been right, as usual. Apathy was not the same as serenity. He had not been serene. He had been hiding these last few years. He hadn't wanted to face the fact that he had come to believe that he had nothing left to live for other than duty. He realized the truth now. The vision of the child, his child, the child that was yet to be, had showed him that he was wrong. He could have a future, if he was brave enough to accept it. That choice, that hope, it was so beautiful. He laughed as tears streamed down his face. I have a future. He realized something beyond duty and death for the Order or the organization. I have hope. Jazz. Coop said, his expression worried. You okay? He nodded as he wiped at the tears streaming down his cheeks. I'm fine, Co-op, he said, smiling, the first real smile he had managed in years. I'm truly fine now. The MD droids came in and checked him out. They performed their scans and left again. Jazz tried to remember the battle on the mountain, but the memory of that was blurry. It was hard to recall. The droids assured him that it was a normal response to the treatment. He had needed synaptic reconstruction when he had been brought in. Memory loss of the hour or so before the injury was quite common. Those memories would never be fully clear, but that was okay. Jazz had something else to think about now. He was excited. For the first time in years, he was truly excited. He shared what he had experienced with his friends, the visions given to him by the Force. He could tell that they didn't entirely believe him. You saw your own death? Rhonda asked, sounding worried. One possible death, Jazz clarified. The future is always in motion, Rhonda. Whoever it was, the person that I saw, they may not exist yet. They may never exist. But in that moment, on the mountain, their life was more certain than it had been before. Are you sure this wasn't just some dream, buddy? Co-op asked. I know you say you have visions sometimes, but... It was real, he said with perfect certainty. I could feel the cold stone on my back, the pain. Jazz shook his head. It was real. I'm surprised you are not more freaked out, Rhonda said. If I had seen someone kill me, I would be scared out of my wits. He understood what she was saying, but it was different for a Jedi. He had first started learning those lessons when he was very young. He shrugged. Death is a natural part of life, Jazz replied. It is a journey that we all must take one day, but it is not one that I intend to rush towards. I have a reason to stay in this world now. He grinned brightly. Yes, there was death, but I saw new life as well. He giggled. I saw it, Rhonda. I saw my child. Rhonda smiled at that. She had always hoped that Jazz would at least consider the idea of trying to have a family of his own. Hearing this must have been a relief to her. What was it like? She asked. What did it feel like? It was joy. I have no other word to describe it. The child, it was like me. It was force sensitive. I felt it reaching out, touching my mind. He shook his head. For so long, I thought such a thing was impossible. After Corellia, after Prin, I gave up. I thought I would never have anything outside of the Order, or what I found within the organization. Seeing something so amazing, so completely mine, it was heartbreaking, but in a good way. I never thought to hope again. He gave them both a humble look. It has been so long since I've had hope. Oh, Jazz, Rhonda said, you should have come to us. Talk to Co-op, and we would have convinced you that you were wrong, that you didn't need to hide who you were. I wouldn't have heard you, he admitted. I wasn't ready to listen. I didn't even want to listen to my master, and she is probably one of the wisest people I have ever known. I had to see for myself, and now that I have, I can't go back to what I was before. I don't want to go back to that. He didn't really expect them to understand. What he felt was so overwhelming. So he was surprised when Co-op laughed and clasped his arm, giving his right shoulder a friendly squeeze. Welcome back, buddy, he said. There are those of us that missed you a lot. It is good to hear your voice again, Rhonda agreed. You've been in that funk you were in for so long. We were both afraid you would never come out of it. So they did know, he thought. He probably shouldn't have been surprised. Coop was his brother, and Rhonda had been around him more often than not in the last few years. Of course they would have been aware of how distant he had been. It seemed that only he had not realized just how bad it was. Well, now I know, he thought to himself. Yes, he could feel pain again, and be hurt, but that was all right. He would much rather feel something than the numbing apathy that had held him in his grip for so long. Sue, Rhonda continued, tell me a bit more about your child. What did it look like? She was beautiful, Jazz replied. I know most people say that, but it was true. She, Rhonda almost squealed. So it was a girl. You are going to have a little girl. Possibly, he answered. She grinned at her husband. I hope we have a little girl, co-op, a little friend to be there for Jazz's little one. Coop laughed at that. I think we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves, love. Jazz hasn't even met the mother yet, that we know of. Did you see the mother? Rhonda asked, just so we know enough not to dismiss her before the two of you get a chance to meet. He shook his head no. I heard a voice, but it was not very clear. As I said, the future is always in motion. I may not have met the woman yet, or I may have known her for years. The Force can be very complicated. Once that thought would have left him daunted, it would have made him question the very idea of continuing on. He would have wondered if pursuing this was even worth his time. He had no doubts now. The chance of it being true was enough to keep him going. The memory of those gray eyes stuck with him, probably would for the rest of his life. He was done pretending that apathy was serenity. It was time he started living his life again, but for himself, and the people that he fought for. What was he now? Was he a Jedi, a smuggler, or merely a man trying to find his place in the world? Why can't I be all those things, he wondered, and for the first time knew the truth. He was all those things. There was a knock at the door. Jazz told whoever it was to enter. A young woman in Alderin robes entered, a servant from the look of it. She bowed her head. Forgive the interruption, good people, the girl said, but Lady Rist has asked for Sir Jazz Darbin to join her. A matter has come up that she wishes to discuss with him. I don't suppose it can wait, Rhonda asked. I have to agree with my wife, Co-op said. He has only just woke up. Doesn't your lady think he needs more time to recover? Lady Dorma sends her apologies, the servant said, bowing. It is just that Alderin's Jedi watchman has arrived, and she hoped that Sir Jazz might speak with him. Jazz nodded. A Jedi watchman was here. That could be useful in his attempt to aid Vess in what was coming. Inform your lady that I will join her shortly, he promised. I will need a few moments to collect myself. As you say, the servant bowed again. Thank you, Master Jedi. Lady Rist appreciates your wiliness to help. The girl left, and Jazz rose from the bed. He had a brief spell of vertigo, but that passed quickly enough. Coop was at his side to steady him, but he had not been needed. Despite being injured, Jazz felt better than he had in a while. He was dressed only in a hospital wrap, but his clothes were waiting for him on a table nearby, his lightsaber sitting atop the pile. He grabbed them and went to get changed. He had a mission to get back to. He once again felt the Force flowing through him, his feelings strengthening the connection that Master Vay had helped him nurture over these many, many months. He had been drawn to this world for a reason, and now, he was starting to know why. It went beyond just Side Darbin coming here to convince Vess to give up her claim to her mother's crown. The attack on the mountain had been ample proof of that. The Force would no doubt ask more of him than simply trying to find a way to appease the Republic and help Vess keep her crown. What had happened in the mountains was only first step on a larger journey. At last, he was ready to face it. His work was not yet done. Vess and Val still needed him. He would not disappoint them. He was ready. He was fine. Chapter 33. Jazz didn't really need a servant to lead him to Lady Dorma. All he needed to do was follow the yelling. As soon as the lift door opened, he could hear the lady, and more to the point he could feel her anger through the Force. Whoever she was meeting with was getting the tongue lashing of their life. A hint of a smile came to Jazz's lips. He was just grateful it wasn't him. It had taken a bit, getting moving. He was still a little disoriented from the treatment that saved his life. He had dressed quickly, Rhonda having brought him a change of clothes from the Folly before coming to check up on him. His old clothes had been a total loss. The shirt he had worn on the mountain had been both bloody and badly torn by flying shrapnel. His pants were not better off. No matter, it had been worth it to help Val protect Vess, and knowing that both women had come through the ordeal okay. He had been grateful for Randa's quick thinking, but then again, that was part of who she was. Co-op, and Jazz had often needed to come up with things on the fly while on the job. Rhonda, as head of their ground team, knew what needed to be done when they got back. She would be good for co-op in the long run, he thought to himself. She would bring more than a little stability to his friend's life. After they were sure that he was up and running, Co-op and Rhonda returned to the Folly. Coop still had a few business matters to attend to, and Rhonda hoped to see to things about the next leg of their trip, where they would be going next, on their little tour of the galaxy. It was easy to forget that the two were still technically on their honeymoon. Jazz hated that they had to spend it like this, watching over him after he was wounded, and now being dragged into yet another political problem with Vess and he people. Both of his friends claimed that it was okay. They understood how important this had been to him, and despite everything else, were grateful that for the first time in a very long time, he seemed to actually be doing better. That going on this trip had helped him find his way out the cold state he had been trapped in all these years. He was grateful for both their caring and their kindness. He would try not to disappoint them. Jazz rubbed his temples. He still had a slight headache, a minor problem considering the head injury he had suffered. The MD droid had not been entirely happy to see him up and about just yet. The machine would have preferred that he continue resting for at least another 24 hours. He stretched both his neck and his arms. He still felt a little stiff, but that would pass quickly enough. Despite being all but healed, his left arm still throbbed painfully. Kolto could heal the body, but some tenderness remained for a few hours. The speed with which the fluid caused flesh to knit back together did leave traces, phantom pains and the like. He rolled his shoulder, not entirely comfortable, but it was a pain that he could deal with and block out if needed. At least he once again had full use of his arm. He hoped that Vess was now out of danger, but until he could say so for certain, he needed to keep his guard up. The servant led him to a small study, just off the Risk's primary living quarters. He could hear the raised voices inside. He hesitated, not wishing to interrupt, but the servant told him to continue on. He was expected, and Lady Dorma had asked that he be shown in as soon as they arrived. This whole affair is most unacceptable, Lady Risk, an educated voice with a slight hint of a Rylothian accent said. The noble houses have a good reason to be unhappy, considering how House Risk broke the truce. House Risk did nothing of the sort, Master Jedi, Lady Dorma responded. You deployed 2 armed agents to the mountain, in clear violation of the agreement that your family signed with the other houses. If there was a problem, you should have contacted the security droids. Communications were down, and as I told you, we didn't deploy anyone. Sir Jazz and Protector Valentine acted on their own. They saved my daughter's life, and I will always be in their debt for that. They are both heroes as far as I'm concerned. You are being a bit dramatic, are you not, Lady Risk? My sources suggest that this was merely a kidnapping attempt, and that the droids had the matter in hand. It was your pair of heroes that escalated the situation, and people died. Excuse me, Val interrupted. Are these the same droids that were hurting my Queen towards her attackers? Were these the same droids that fired on us when we tried to help? Jazz sighed with relief. Hearing Val's voice was just what he needed at that moment. She sounded none the worse for wear, considering what they had faced on the mountain. His memory of the last 24 hours might not have been clear, but he did remember that Val had been hurt, of holding on to her as the entire world crashed down around them. Knowing that she was safe, it warmed his heart. The surge of affection he felt for the young protector in that moment startled him. After being closed off for so long, after denying his feelings all these years, it took him a bit to compose himself, to restrain the tears of joy at the knowledge that she was safe. This is going to take some getting used to, he realized. If Vay was here, she likely would have advised him not to fight what he was feeling, to let these emotions flow through him. The fact that he was once again capable of feeling compassion for another person was a good thing. Vay had been right. He had been closed off for so long, he had been sliding towards apathy. He could not afford to slip back down that path again. It would lead to a place that he really didn't want to go. Forgive me, Protector, the Jedi they were speaking with replied, but is it not possible that your take on these events is flawed? Is it not possible that the droids were protecting your mistress, or at least trying to? Once we have pulled the memory cores from the security probes that were involved, we will know for certain. Good luck with that, Char Valentine replied. House Rist recovered 2 of them. Whoever sliced the droid's programming made sure that that wouldn't happen. At the moment of their destruction, both sent a power surge through their memory banks, destroying any evidence that their programming had been tampered with. That does not sound like the behavior of a security probe to me, Master Jedi, Lady Dorma hissed angrily. No, it doesn't, Rahana agreed. It is clear that the security that the noble houses agreed upon was tampered with, putting not just Vesseria, but every young noble on that mountain at risk. I ask you, what are you going to do about that? Indeed, Dorma Rist agreed. Jazz felt a surge of anger directed both at the Jedi and the situation in general. My daughter does not get attacked like this. House Rist will not stand for this outrage. If we must take matters into our own hands, we will, Rahana Rist added. This attack on one of our own will be answered. It was at that moment that Jazz chose to enter. As he expected, Lady Dorma, Char Valentine, and Rahana Rist were there, all 3 glaring at a blue-skinned Twi'lek male, his brown robes identifying him as a member of the Jedi Order, likely the watchman that the servant had said had arrived to investigate the incident on the slopes of the North Mountain. As for the Jedi himself, his appearance surprised Jazz. He had expected another Alderin, though perhaps he should not have been surprised. It was ability that the Order prized, not blood or species. The 4 paused as he entered. He tried to ignore the brief sense of awkwardness he felt, suddenly being the center of attention. Pardon me, good people, he said, offering a slight bow, but I was told that I was expected. Dorma Rist smiled. Sir Jazz, praise the gods. It is good to see you back on your feet. When we found you on that mountainside, we feared the worst. I appreciate your concern, my lady, he replied, bowing again. The MD droids say I will make a full recovery, though my memory of the events on the mountain are no longer clear, an unfortunate side effect of my injury. I do hope that I will be able to provide some answers for what happened today. That would be most appreciated, sir, the Jedi said, bowing. For the moment, what truly happened on that mountain remains unclear. I would welcome any further insight. Sir Jazz, Dorma Rist began. Allow me to introduce Tup Secura, Jedi Watchman for the world of Alderin. Master Secura, this is Sir Jazz Darben, a friend of House Rist, and a Knight of Bantoon. And an acolyte of the Jedi Order, as well, Jazz added. The Jedi bowed in greetings. May the Force be with you, brother, the Twi'lek said, the tips of his head tails twitching slightly. He gave Jazz a slight smile. I must confess, I was unaware that the Order had any acolytes working in this sector. I've only just arrived, Jazz informed him. I was asked to aid in certain matters here, and with a bit of luck, and the Force, hope to resolve any further problems. That would be most appreciated, Secura agreed. In recent years, House Rist has been the center of many problems. I hope that we can avoid any further issues and restore peace to this world and its citizens. The Jedi's words gave Jazz pause. He said problems, plural, not a single problem. Jazz wondered what they might mean. Rahana Rist scowled at the Jedi, her dislike for him and the Order in general bubbling out through the Force. If you are looking for someone to blame, Secura, she growled, may I suggest that you start with the people trying to kill Dorma's foster daughter. House Rist has shown restraint up until this point, but we are beginning to lose patience. If the Jedi are either unable or unwilling to stop these attacks, then we will take matters into our own hands. Tup Secura regarded her with a cool look. There is no reason for threats, Lady Rist. All that can be done is being done. I'm sure, the woman sneered. Do let us know when you have a suspect in custody. House Rist would very much like to thank this person for all the trouble they have caused. I will keep your family apprised of my investigation, of course. Of course, Dorma agreed. We would be most pleased to know what you have turned up. Jazz rubbed his temples. The tensions in the room were doing little for his headache. How is Vesseria? He asked. I was told that she was unharmed, but she is fine, thanks to you and Protector Valentine, Dorma Rist informed him with a soft smile. she is in her quarters, now, being looked at by one of our medical droids. Before that, she spent the last 6 hours being questioned by Alderin security. Val added, my queen was not happy when she returned. Not that I blame her. Her trip ruined, her life threatened. Val sighed. I fear that she is growing tired of these attacks. Jazz frowned. Had he heard Val right? Attacks. This has happened before, he asked. Nothing so well organized, Dorma answered, but yes, this is not the first time that Vess' life has been threatened. How many times has it been now, Protector? This was the 4th time, and each attempt has gotten more and more elaborate. Jazz was shocked, though he didn't show it thanks to his training. 4 times, he thought. Someone had tried 4 times to kill Vess. He felt his temper starting to rise. He couldn't believe it. Coop had done a lot of business with House Rist over the years. Had he not heard about these attacks? Jazz's eyes narrowed. Why wasn't I told about this? Had he heard about any attempts on Vess' life, he might have responded years ago. What that response would have been, he couldn't say, but still. 4 times. Really? He turned his attention to secure if the man was the Jedi watchman for this world. He should have investigated such attempts. I assume these previous attacks were investigated. They were, Secura assured him. Were any suspects arrested? The Twi'lek shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. Jazz didn't like that, not considering that it was a Jedi he was talking to. The 3 previous incidents were carried out by off-worlders, he informed Jazz, 2 took their own lives, while the 3rd was slain trying to escape the Rist compound. Is that not correct, Lady Rist? Rahana gave the man an evil smile. My family does know a few things about the art of assassination, and how to prevent one. The woman shrugged. We make no apologies for defending one of our own. The man was sloppy, he got what he deserved. Jazz did his best to digest what he was hearing. Clearly there was more going on here than he realized. 4 times. He shook his head. It seemed that his master had been right. He would need to do far more than simply advise Vess on dealing with his brother. If Vess and her husband were desperate enough to put together such an elaborate attempt to kill their niece, then they were likely to do anything. He had come here to aid his friends, and that is what he still intended to do. I take it you will be investigating this matter further, he asked his fellow Jedi. Of course, the Twi'lek agreed. Rist was not the only house affected by this attack. The other houses demand answers as well. Many scions of the noble houses were on those slopes, and though they had not been threatened directly, the chance remained. I'm sure that you will do everything in your power to put their minds at ease, Master Jedi, Dorma said. We will, of course, cooperate fully in your investigation. That will be most appreciated, Tup Secura said, bowing. Now if you will excuse me, I will be off. I'm sure that my allies within Alderin security will have found some promising leads by now. Of course, Dorma said, gesturing towards the door. May the gods smile on your endeavor, Master Jedi. We are most interested in seeing what you turn up. I will keep you informed, my lady. You have my word. In the meantime, may the Force be with you all. And with you, Jazz said, returning his bow. Good hunting, brother? The Jedi left without another word, showed out by the servant that had brought Jazz here. Jazz Darbin did not say anything more until the Jedi was gone. He was already thinking about his first move. 4 attempts. He shook his head. The Jedi could conduct their investigation. He would not step on their toes. But that didn't mean that he had no leads of his own. The Cooper Halcyon organization did have many friends in low places. Bringing in a highly trained hit team with heavily modified hardware was neither easy nor cheap. Someone in the fringes had to know something, and Jazz could think of at least 2 contacts here that might have heard something, or knew someone who might have heard something. Let his fellow Jedi investigate through the proper channels. That was fine. He had a few levers of his own to pull. He turned to the 3 women, his eyes focusing mainly on the Lady Rahana, as the current Lord's daughter. She was likely the highest-ranked Rist that he could speak with at the moment. If it would please you, my lady, he began, I would like to conduct a bit of investigating on my own. See what I could turn up through unofficial channels. Before Rahana Risk could respond, Dorma answered. We would appreciate any help you could offer, Sir Jazz, especially considering what you faced on Vess' behalf. It is the least we can do. Rahana Risk laughed. I take it you don't have much faith in your Jedi brother, Sir Jazz. He shrugged. A proper Jedi has his own avenues of investigation. My sources may not be as official, but they can get results if I ask the right questions. He smiled at Rahana. With your permission, of course, Lady Wrist. The woman shrugged. You want to look into matters on your own? I have no objections. Besides, the lady's smile widened. I would not object if you made your fellow look bad. Jazz didn't respond to that. That was not the reason he was doing this. He didn't want to look on a fellow Jedi with disfavor, but he could deny the fact that Sakura's investigations may not meet with resistance. The fact that Sai asked him here, and the fact that his brother's friends within the Senate hoped that Vess would decide to abdicate her throne. Was it possible that Tup Sakura knew about Sai Darbin's desire, and he might even help it along in the interests of what he considered continued peace? Jazz didn't want to think about that. He suspected that a lot of eyes were on House Wrist right now. His brother was on his way, and no doubt what happened on that mountain would get back to both members of the Senate, the Mining Guild, and the members of Bantu's current royal family. Republic interests were not moving in Vess' favor right now. If Jazz expected any aid from his fellow Jedi, he needed to find proof of wrongdoing on the Republic's end. If someone in the Senate or the Mining Guild knew of the attack, aided in any way, he needed to find out. It was likely the only way to help Vess. She needed allies right now. He could hopefully win her some. Thank you, he said to the ladies of House Wrist. I suppose we should start by what we have learned about the attack on the mountain. Has House Wrist discovered anything interesting about those men, or the equipment that they used? All 7 were off-worlders, Rahana Wrist informed him. Our sources at the spaceport are trying to figure out who they were exactly. The bodies had no identification on them, and their weapons were clean. No serial numbers to scan, or evidence of where they came from. What about their vehicles? He asked. My memory of the attack is a bit foggy, but I do remember that they were all flying aerial patrol platforms, heavily modified and fully armed. We were unable to acquire any of the debris, Dorma informed him. The jamming signal used to block our communications did attract attention. A security ship arrived at our location just after we detected the avalanche that the fighting caused. Alderin security followed us to your location. They sealed off the area and took Vess back to be interviewed. We have sources within the security branch, Rahana informed him. I'll see if they can get us copies of the reports on the destroyed apps. That would be most helpful, Jazz said. Thank you. Val smiled at him. I spoke with Captain Cooper when I woke up, she informed him. He claims your organization has contacts here on Alderin, people that might know something. There are a few people that I could look up. Sure. Good, she said. Mind if I tag along? Not at all, he smiled. We won't be traveling in the best company. You sure your delicate sensibilities can handle it? She chuckled at that. Don't worry about me, not a Jedi. I can't take care of myself. She didn't need to tell him that, he thought with a hint of amusement. Char Valentine was one of the toughest women he knew, and besides, as the daughter of a pair of professional thieves, she had grown up in the fringes of society. Going back would likely be like a homecoming for her. There was a knock at the door. A young handmaiden entered, bowing respectfully to the ladies in the room. Forgive the interruption, my lady, the girl said, but I come with a request from Lady Vesseria. She has asked to speak with Sir Jazz. Jazz, brow furrowed. She wants to speak with me. Yes, Sir Jazz, she was quite insistent about it. May I inform her that you will come? He looked at Lady Dorma. She was the girl's guardian after all. You should go see her, she said. After the attack, she was quite worried about you. Seeing you are safe might lift her spirits. He nodded. It would be good to see Vess again. They had not really gotten a chance to talk on the mountain, not with all the chaos going on around them. Still, he took a deep breath. He tried not to think about what happened when he had first arrived, how he had gawked at her like some uneducated fool from some outer rim backwater. He pushed such thoughts away. They were unbecoming of both a gentleman and a Jedi. He knew Vess had protected her since they had first met. There was nothing to be worried about. He was simply going to speak with a friend, nothing more. Nothing more. I'll take you to her quarters, Val offered. It will give us a chance to catch up, prepare for our next move. He nodded and motioned for her to lead the way. He followed in her wake, already wondering what he was going to say. He and Vess had much to talk about. Don't overload her with everything just yet, his conscience chided. You still have time to talk to her about Sai and what he expects of her when he arrives. Yes, he realized he needed to be patient. He still had time to come up with a solution to the problem that his brother presented. Right now, he was more interested in making sure that no one took another shot at trying to kill the poor girl. Jazz sighed. 4 times, he said to Val. People have tried to kill Vess 4 times since she has been here. The protector gave him an ill look. I had hoped that we would be safe here, far from the reach of Lord Lyron and his thugs. She shook her head. It hasn't been easy for me, Jazz, working to keep Vess safe. He gave her an appraising look, noticing for the first time the bruising on her face, the result of the strike by the rogue probe droid, no doubt. I promise you, Val, he said, whatever is going on, whoever is behind these attacks, they are going to stop now. Vess deserves a chance to live her life. She is going to have it. Char Valentine smiled. There is the guy that helped us all those years ago, she said with that sly smirk of hers. I was worried he was gone when you first got here. You seem so cold. I'm happy to see that he is back. Jazz smiled, not one of the fake grins he had used in the last few years to put people at ease, but a true grin. His grin. Things happened in the last few years, he admitted. I made mistakes, and rather than try to fix them, I shut down, thought it was better not to feel, and just push forward. I see, she said, and now. Jazz snorted with amusement. I found something on the mountain. I sensed something more important than just doing my job, something worth fighting for. And that is? She asked. Jazz considered telling her, describing the sensation of his own child reaching out to him through the Force. That, in spite of everything, he saw that he could have more than just a Jedi sense of calm and accomplishment. What he saw, it went against the Jedi code, but that no longer bothered him. The Force had long ago decided that he would never be a proper Jedi. He had forgotten that for a time, but now that he remembered. He wouldn't go back to what he had been before. He would not be that apathetic, whatever he had been the last few years. Ask me about it later. Okay, he said. Once we're sure that Vess is safe, I'll explain everything. She nodded. For Vess then? She said. Yeah, he agreed. For Vess? Chapter 34. Jazz and Val made their way down the halls of the Rist estate, on their way to Vess' room. He had to admit, the palatial dwelling that was the Rist estate was more than a little intimidating. Though seen by many as a welcoming culture throughout the Republic, Alderin's nobles with their wealth and prestige could be seen as being high above most people, especially a former Jedi student turned smuggler. Yet, it was not the wealth of House Rist that was troubling him. He was about to see Vess again, and considering what had happened before, how he had reacted when he had first saw her again, he was a bit nervous. Jazz frowned. He tried not to think about it, to focus on the fact that he was simply meeting with an old friend, a friend he had not seen in many years. No reason to focus on his reaction when they had arrived, what he had thought when he had seen Vess in the hall. It wasn't like she knew what had happened. At least, he hoped that she didn't know. He could still see her standing there, innocent excitement flowing out from her through the Force, drawing his eyes to her, that thermal suit so snug in all the right places. He shook his head. Even now he felt like a lecher. This had been Vess after all. He was a complete idiot. Any idea what this is about? He asked his companion. Why she would ask to speak with me? Hard to say, Val shrugged. I haven't gotten a chance to speak with her since she got back. I was still unconscious when help came, and the security boys took Vess before I woke up. The protector's expression remained grim, but she did manage to smile at him. It was a weak smile, but it was there. You should feel honored, hotshot. Every one of Vess would-be suitors hoped to see her when she returned, to make sure that she was unhurt. She rejected every single one of them, but now, she asked for you. Val chuckled. It is her brave knight she wishes to see. He shrugged. I did what was necessary. I couldn't just let the two of you face such danger alone. Vess is grateful for that. I know I'm the protector, replied. She sighed and shook her head. Jazz could tell that this was not easy for her. She was a strong and stubborn woman, and not used to being in someone's debt. He could tell her to think nothing of it, but knew it would be a waste of time. Char Valentine was not the type to let such things go. She was too good of a woman, and protector, for that. She was not above giving credit where credit was due. Thank you again, by the way. If you hadn't been with us on that mountain, I don't know what might have happened. Happy to be of service, he replied with a shrug. I just hope that my presence here has not caused all this. The Jedi's sudden interest in your world, me being asked to come here, and now this. He sighed. Sounds like the kid has had enough trouble in her life. She doesn't need me bringing her more. Maybe, the protector agreed. Still, you have my personal thanks. Her smile widened. She has missed you, you can be sure of that. She has spoken of you more than a few times these last few years, asking after you, if we knew if you were okay. Val shrugged. Maybe that is all it is. Maybe she just wants to make sure that you are okay. From the sound of it, you were in a pretty bad way when they found you on that mountain. It could have been worse, he agreed, if help hadn't arrived when it did. Char Valentine nodded. So, she continued, you should just go in there and talk to her. Make sure she knows that you're all right. It will put her mind at ease, and she will be able to rest. He nodded in agreement. He could do that. They found their way to the girl's door. Both paused before entering. They could hear the sound of voices inside. Val knocked. A moment, please, master or mistress. A cool and sympathetic voice called out, I'm just finishing up my examination. Medical droid, Jazz realized, unsurprising, considering what the girl had been through. It looks like we have to wait, Val said with a humble smile. She leaned back against the nearest wall, waiting for them to be admitted. I guess we do. Jazz began to pace. He would much rather have simply gone in, not given himself time to think about it, but... He shook his head. Val. Yeah. You said there have been 3 previous attempts on Vess' life. Tell me about them. The protector winced. You sure you want to hear about that? Hotshot. Could make you angry. I know I don't like to think about those times. It may be important, maybe something you saw or remember might give me some idea what I'm getting into, and what threat is hanging over Vess, the true threat. He gave her a serious look. Please, Val, I would like to know. The protector frowned. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. She pursed her lips, anger flashing in her green eyes. The first attempt was about 6 years ago, a few months after we first got here. Vess had settled into her new life here, and everything seemed to be returning to normal as it gets for a royal princess in exile anyway. One of the younger cousins of House Rist had really been into speeder bike racing. Vess had seen him practicing, and wanted to learn how to ride one herself. I worried about her, of course, but Dorma assured me everything would be fine. The trainers that House Rist employed were some of the best on Alderin. Did one of the trainers try to attack her? Jazz asked. No, nothing like that. One day, Vess had to miss one of her writing lessons. She had had a school project due, and had fallen behind on it. Dorma wouldn't let her go out until her schoolwork was done. Vess wasn't happy about it, even complained to me, but there was nothing I could do. Vess is my queen, but she is still a child, and Dorma is her foster mother. On Bentoon, mothers have the final say. Jazz smiled. It is good to see that Lady Rist has been a good parent to her. More than you know, Val added. About an hour later, there was an explosion in one of the Rist garages. The fuel cell of one of the speeder bikes there overloaded. No one was hurt, but... Val growled. The speeder bike that exploded was the one that Vess would have been riding on for her lesson. She would have been on the track going, guys only knows how fast when the thing blew up. We investigated, discovered the remains of a tiny device. It caused the fuel cell to overheat, causing the explosion. Jazz winced. It turned the fuel cell into a bomb. Yeah, Val said, shaking her head. Praise the gods that Vess had fallen behind on her schoolwork. Was anyone arrested? Did your people find any leads? One of the mechanics went missing the day the bike blew up. We found him later in a rented room near the capital city spaceport. He was dead, of course. It looked like he had overdosed on spice, but... Suspicious? Jazz said. Yes, she agreed, most suspicious. The second time happened on Vess' 13th birthday. This one was almost successful, and I nearly died for not catching it in time. Among Vess' presents was a box of chocolate-covered lady babies, one of my queen's favorite treats. She ate two when she opened the box, but was called away by other party interests. Val shivered. About 20 minutes later, she started feeling sick, turning pale. She had come up me telling me that she wished to lay down, and that she didn't feel good. I had been talking to Lady Rahana at the time, and that was a very good thing. Vess's eyes were bloodshot. Her lips were starting to turn dark, almost purple. Jazz clenched his fist in anger. Poison. Yes, and Lady Rahana recognized it immediately, grabbed Vess' arm, and dragged her down to medical. She gave my queen some potion that the wrist keep on hand for emergencies. Vess would spend the next 3 days throwing up, barely able to even keep down water. She spent those days having to take nutrients through an IV. Char Valentine shuddered. She would have died, Jazz, had she just gone back to her room, not told us anything. We wouldn't have been able to save her. Had we waited another hour, she would have been beyond our aid, or so Rahana told me later. If she had eaten more than 2, we would have lost her. Val suppressed a whimper. Even just remembering the event caused her pain, her hand coming to rest on one of the blasters on her hip. I spent those days with the blaster in hand, hearing my final order over and over in my head. A protector that fails must fall. Every time I heard someone coming to bring us news of how she was doing, I expected to hear that my queen was gone, and knew that I would end with a blaster bolt from my own weapon going through my head. She clenched her fists. My queen almost died, and there was nothing I could do. We searched for the source of the poison and found the lady babies. How they escaped being scanned when they entered the estate, we didn't know. Did you find out where they came from? Yes. We traced the delivery man who dropped them off. We contacted security, but he turned up dead too. Yes. His speeder went down outside the city. The security fields didn't kick on. He died instantly. Char Valentine shrugged. Unsurprisingly, my queen lost her taste for chocolate lady babies. Hasn't eaten one since. Jazz nodded. He was starting to pick up the pattern here. In the third attempt, he asked. Vess doesn't know about this one. She informed him it happened about 1.5 years ago. The plan died in its infancy. An off-worlder showed up in the capital. He was looking to hire a sniper for a special job. He went to one of the best on the planet, offered to pay 2 times the going rate for such a job, provided he could make it look like an accident. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. The man didn't want Vess simply shot. That would have been too suspicious, I guess. How did that end? Val gave him that sly grin of hers. He hired the wrong person. He didn't know that the assassin he contracted was a third cousin of House Rist, and had been trained here. Rist don't take out contracts on their own family. It isn't done. Wait a second, Jazz said. I'm confused. House Rist trains assassins. Oh, you didn't know. Val said. House Rist's origins are a bit darker than some of the others here on Alderin. For generations, they have trained the deadliest assassins on the planet. They have done so since ancient times. Eventually, they became so wealthy and prestigious that they rose to become nobles themselves. Not all of the family still practices the old art. Lady Rahana, her cousins, a few other distant relations. They still do the occasional job. Not that I'm involved in that. My interest has always been Vess' safety, nothing else. Jazz head spun. Vess, whose life was being threatened by assassins, was living within a house of assassins. Irony. I take it the Risk captured the man who tried to hire the sniper. Did they get anything out of him? He resisted interrogation by the security forces. He was a seasoned pro. He wasn't even in the galactic database. The man was a ghost, probably from an off-world assassin's guild. As far as the Republic was concerned, he didn't really exist. It had just been arranged that he was about to be turned over to House Risk's personal interrogator when he was found dead in his cell, poisoned, hidden in an earring he had been wearing. It was most sloppy that the planetary security people didn't catch that. Jas Darbin shook his head. Incredible. Hiring an assassin willing to take his own life over a failed job was quite telling. Such people did not work cheaply, or rather, the people that trained and dispatched them didn't work cheaply. So these attacks are clearly not some simple operation. Someone has put a lot of time and credits into trying to carry them out. Clearly, she agreed. Do we know anything about the mountain attack yet? Not yet. Both Rahana and Lady Dorma assure me we should know something in a few hours, once the risk contacts within the security force have a chance to look at what has been collected. He found himself thinking about the mountain, what had happened up there. The timing of this assassination attempt was interesting to say the least. I arrived just in time to foil an attempt on Vess' life. Normally, he would have just considered that a matter of the force being at work, but was it possible that someone knew that I was coming? If they did, would they have guessed that I would intervene in the attack? It was possible that killing Vess on that mountain wasn't the point, but to scare her into considering abdicating her throne. If that was the case, then wasn't possible that Jas shook his head. No, Darbin was a Jedi. He would never be a part of anything like that. Plus, he was Jas' brother. He couldn't believe that his twin had changed that much. No, there had to be another explanation. He needed to find it. Were you contacts ever able to find any suspects? He asked, not the men who died, but any contacts they might have had higher up, the people that could have sent them. Val shook her head. We've never been able to prove who was behind any of these attacks. They were professional jobs, every one, and carried out by people who knew how to cover their tracks, but we are pretty sure that the mining guild is involved. The subtlety we've seen doesn't suggest Vess, and an uncle, the High General, is not a subtle man, and I doubt that Lady Adira could stomach even hearing of such things. Has House Risk retaliated for any of these attacks? After the sniper thing, yes, or so the rumors I've heard claim. A Risk assassin took out a job on a mining guild executive on Coruscant. It is said that the job was done. Afterward, the man's hands were cut off. One was sent to the mining guild's home office, the other to the royal palace on Bantoon, along with a handful of Bantoon credits. Did anyone get the message? I guess this attack on the mountain was the first attempt on Vess' life in almost 2 years. We thought we were done with all this. We all hoped that Vess' enemies had finally gotten the point. She shrugged. I guess we were wrong. He shook his head. Poor Vess. He had hoped that she would be safe on Alderin, but it seemed that the past had a very long reach. Her enemies were not ready to give up, and simply let her have her life. Poor kid. How has Vess handled this? She was afraid for a while, especially after the poison thing. It was after she recovered that Lady Rahana took her under her wing, started to teach her how to fight. I saw a bit of that on the mountain, he admitted. It was impressive. Lady Rahana is dangerous, a skilled assassin, and now she is sharing those secrets and skills with Vess. The lady has always said that she sees something in my queen, an instinct that needs to be nurtured. Jas gave her a surprised look. Does Lady Rahana want Vess to become an assassin? She would be happy if she did, Val admitted. Rahana would not weep if Vess decided to give up her throne and commit fully to the old ways, a life of shadow and blood, she calls it. Char Valentine shook her head. I will not let it come to that, Jas. I will not see the goodness in my queen go out. Rahana would be most pleased if Vess joined her on the assassin's path. The lady has sworn never to marry, and makes fun of those that choose to. It is her choice, and she is welcome to it. But I would rather not see my queen follow in her footsteps. No love, no chance at a family. Rahana has chosen that path for herself. I'll be damned if she thinks I will just stand by and let Vess go down that road. I'm glad that she has helped protect my queen, but you still hope that Vess will have a normal life one day, normal for a queen. I hope so, Val agreed. Unlikely Rahana, I don't believe that all men are manipulative scum. She smirked at him. Some of you do have your uses. He grinned. Thanks for noticing. The door to Vess' chambers opened. A medical droid tottered out. It turned its optics to the Jedi and the Protector. What is the prognosis, Doc? Val asked. Is my queen all right? A few scrapes and burns, Mistress Valentine. I've given her something for the pain, to help her sleep. It will aid in the healing process. The droid turned to the Jedi, his eyes centered on him. Are you Jaz Darbin, Master? I am. The droid nodded. She has asked to speak with you. Told me that if I saw you in the hall to admit you. Please make it brief, Master. The sedative I gave her will take effect soon. I will be brief, he promised. I will be recharging if the young mistress needs anything. Feel free to call me. The droid tottered away, his metal joint squeaking. Val smiled at Jaz. I think you should get in there, she advised. He swallowed, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. Relax, she said. It is just Vess. He nodded. Yeah, he thought. It was just Vess. She is just a girl after all, just another girl. He stepped into the room. He hoped he was not going to embarrass himself. Vess' room was not like the rest of the estate. Alderin style tended to favor dark colors, blues and reds, with the nobles liking gold and silver trim wherever it was possible. Vess' room was not like that at all. The first thing he noticed as he entered was the smell of the sea. More of those scented candles, he realized, like the one the girl had asked to be delivered to his sick room. For the girl, it must have been a comforting reminder of her home. The room itself had been painted tan with blue and green highlights, colors of the beach and the sea. It reminded Jaz a bit of Bantoon, what he had seen of it. The buildings near the spaceport had all been made of tan stone, the same color as he was seeing here. Jaz nodded. He was not surprised that she would wish to be surrounded by what reminded her of a safer time. Though he knew little of teenage nobles, the room was like most young people's rooms throughout the galaxy. Several posters of popular people or films from the holonet dotted the walls. A large fish tank sat in the back corner, bubbling softly. A large canopy bed sat against the right wall. A furry stuffed animal lay near the pillow. A desk, wardrobe, and dresser sat across from bed. The desk was clear of clutter, containing only a small holo projector, cycling his way through a collection of still holos, pictures of the young lady's friends and family, he supposed. Jaz watched the images as they flitted by, images of Vess and Lady Dorma over the last 7 years, important events in the girl's life, as well as pictures of her and Val. In fact, many pictures of the girl and her protector. Jaz smiled. Val was far more than a mere guard in the eyes of the young girl, that was clear. It was not surprising, considering all that the two had been through. What they had endured together was more than enough to create a very special bond, far more than any mere duty or programming that Val had been subjected to. Vess loved Val, that was clear, and from the smiling images, it seemed that the protector returned that affection. She was lucky. If Char Valentine had to be bound to someone, at least it was someone she could love and respect. As he looked around the room, both his smuggler and Jedi training took over. He noticed several things beyond what would be found in the room of a teenage girl. The room had only one window, which opened up onto a beautiful view of the snowy peaks of Alderin. A quick inspection of that window showed that it opened up directly over a cliff face, hundreds of feet straight down, with no clear way to climb up, and if he was not mistaken, as he looked to both the left and right of the window, what appeared to be the slight shimmer of an energy shield, protecting the window from anything shy of a missile attack. So Lady Dorma was not foolish, he thought. That was good. She understood that the girl's life remained under threat, and had taken steps to protect her. This is not just a girl's bedroom, he realized. It was a safe room. The Wrist had done their best to make it suitable for Vess, but that didn't mean that they had abandoned any chance at extra security. A gentle tap on the wall revealed no hollow sound. The walls were both thick and solid, No chance of someone reaching here by going through or using an explosive charge. Plus, if he was not mistaken, even the air vents in the room were shielded. He could just make out the hum of an energy shield. So much security for a single girl, but also necessary considering what he had both seen and heard. 4 attempts. He frowned. He hated that the girl had had to grow up this way, but what choice was there? At least Vess had had a chance to grow up. Speaking of Vess, he didn't see her, but there was a door on the opposite wall, next to the bed, and the sound of running water from the other side. He had been about to call out when he heard an angry snarl come from the bed. He turned. What he had taken to be some kind of small stuffed toy had risen up and was now growling at him. He wasn't sure what it was, an orange ball of fur with a large feline face, pointed ears, black button eyes, and slender legs with sharp claws on each of his 4 paws. Jazz smiled. "Hello there," he said. The creature was not amused. It continued to spit and hiss. He sensed no danger, just a sense of territoriality. The animal was likely a pet of some sort, maybe Vess. Not wishing to harm the animal or be clawed bloody, he reached out with the force, trying to calm it. "I mean your mistress no harm," he promised, his thoughts reaching out through the force. "I simply wanted to make sure that she is feeling okay." He doubted that the creature could understand his words, but the feelings he was sending seemed to work. The creature stopped growling. It sat back on its haunches, watching him, but no longer making any aggressive moves. The animal mewed and began to wash his large face with one paw. It was at that moment that a familiar voice emerged from the other room. "Dion, MD, is that you? Do you need something else of me?" Jazz smiled. He recognized the voice from earlier, from when they first arrived. "Hello, Vess," he called out. The water shut off. There was a moment of brief silence. Mr. Jazz." "It's me, kid," he answered. "You told your servant you wished to see me." Another brief pause, but then the door opened. Vess stood before him, her lovely face lit by a warm smile. "Mr. Jazz," she exclaimed, "thank the Gazier." Jazz's eyes widened. "Whoa." He looked away quickly, a blush flaring on his cheeks. "Whoa there, gal," he said, diverting his eyes. "Vessier." "Mr. Jazz, I don't." The girl looked down, realizing why he had responded as he had. She was barely dressed. Her nightgown, if you could call it that, left little to the imagination. It was more of a t-shirt really, leaving her long legs bare and cut low in front, very low. She looked down at herself, up, and Jazz, and then back down. "Oh," she gasped. With a mortified squeal she fled, covering her chest and slamming the door behind her. Jazz shook his head. Awkward, he thought. Extremely awkward. His voice stuck in his throat. What should I do? He thought about leaving, but... Sorry. Vess squeaked from behind the door. Sorry. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry. It is okay, he said quickly, not wishing to make this worse than it already was. He sighed. Damn it. Burr had been right about one thing, he found himself thinking. The girl had grown up in all the right places. He dismissed any further thought of that. It would not serve. This was Vess, after all. Again, he felt like a bit of a lecher. Silence filled the room. Neither he nor the girl could figure out what to say next. Finally, one of them broke the stalemate. Mr. Jazz, he heard from behind the door. Ah, yes. He heard a nervous giggle. My robe, she said. It is on the bed. Could you grab it for me? Bring it here. Sure, he said, still not being able to look up at the door. No problem. He found the robe easily enough. It was on the bed, right next to the animal. The creature mewed when he picked it up. He paused, just long enough to scratch the creature behind the ears, making it purr contentedly. Jazz frowned. At least someone here isn't mortified, he thought. Damn. Why was this so bloody awkward? It was just Vess. After all, she was just another girl. He wished that were so, but it was not entirely true. Vess was Vess. She was a queen in the making, and marked by the Force. He took a deep breath, and tried to center himself. He had been around beautiful girls before. He had never felt so uncertain. He needed to remember his teachings. He needed to remain in control. He was almost a Jedi. That should have made things easy. Sadly, they did not. He approached the door, holding out the garment like it was a venomous reptile, feeling even more foolish. Here, he called out. The door opened a crack, and the girl snatched it from his hands. Thanks, she said. I, will be out in a moment. He nodded and shook his head. Damn, he thought. He had had less awkward meetings. The strange feline leapt down from the bed. It walked up to him, rubbing contentedly against his leg. He leaned down and petted it. It rolled over and swatted playfully at his hand. The door opened. Vess stepped out. Her cheeks were as rosy pink as the robe she now wore. Her expression was not so different from the one she had worn when she had first boarded the Co-op's Folly 7 years ago. Hello, Mr. Jazz, she said shyly. She was looking down, not really trying to meet his gaze. She likely felt as uncomfortable as he did. She giggled nervously, her robe knotted tightly at her waist, the top pulled tightly against her neck. Is this better? It is fine, he said, though a small part of him was disappointed to see Beauty fully covered up. She shuffled her feet nervously. I'm, happy to see that you are well, Mr. Jazz. Back on the mountain, there was so much blood. She shivered. I feared the worst. I thought that the gods might take you. I'm okay, he said, trying to reassure her. Help arrived just in time. That is good, she said with a shy smile, I thought. She looked down at the animal, playfully batting at the laces of Jazz's boots. She smiled. You must forgive Claude, she said. He does tend to live up to his name. Jazz smirked. His name is Claude. She nodded. He is a loath cat, a gift from Uncle Errol. He usually isn't very friendly with strangers, she admitted. He has been known to live up to his name, leaving marks on people he doesn't know. Vess laughed lightly. You are clearly as much a wizard as you are a knight. Claude has never taken so quickly to someone. We just needed a few moments to connect, Jazz said dismissively. He is actually quite friendly. She leaned down and scratched the animal's belly, making it purr even louder. So what you want about animals, but they do know what they want, she said, her voice more than a little morose. Their desires are so simple. She looked up at him. Was anyone else hurt on the mountain, she asked. My friends. No one was hurt. At least I don't think so, Jazz said, though I do remember seeing a body. Mr. Mim, Vess said, shaking her head. I know he was paid to separate me from the others. He asked to speak with me alone. Said he needed my help with the school project, but when we were alone, he told me not to resist, that the people coming for me would not hurt me. The girl shuddered. The security droids turned us. They shot him, and then those strange flying things came for me. The girl held herself, she shivered. Why can't they leave me alone, Mr. Jazz? Why can't they just stop trying to hurt me? His heart broke at the look on her face, the poor girl. He wanted to take her into his arms, to hold her, but no, he realized. That was the one thing that he couldn't do. I'm sorry, Vess, he said. I wish there was some way to make it stop. Vess sighed, her eyes turned cold and angry. I know how to stop it, she said flatly. I've always known, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. You are stronger than you think, he told her. I feel it. The force is with you. You may not be able to feel it, but it is there. Vess began to pace. He noticed how she was limping, and that her right hand and forearm was heavily bandaged. Maybe this isn't the best time to be thinking about this, he advised. You're hurting, and that MD droid did give you something to help you rest. Rest would be nice, she agreed, but it doesn't change the fact that I can't keep closing my eyes and hoping that the people that hurt my family will leave me alone. She stopped pacing and met his gaze, her blue eyes bright and determined. If my mom were here, she would say that I need to stop running and face my foes. If I act like prey, then that is all I will ever be. I have to become the hunter. They want me to be afraid, but I can't afford to be. I have to face this alone. But you are not alone, he reminded her. You have your Aunt Dorma, you have the Riss, you have Val, and you? She asked. Jazz blinked. Me? Yes. Will you help me, Mr. Jazz, please? Despite his Jedi training, he felt his heartbeat quicken, the way she was looking at him, what he was feeling through the Force. All the potential he had seen 7 years ago was now realized. Vess had become the woman that he had since she was destined to be. He could hear it in her voice. She was strong. She simply had to accept what needed to be done and walk the path that the Force had put her on. What that meant and where it would lead, he could not say. He just knew that he would help her if he could. He was responsible for her being here. He owed her a chance at happiness. I will do what I can, he promised. I don't think it will be easy, but I will do my best. You have my word. She smiled. That is all we can ask, isn't it? The girl yawned. It is all. Vess? He asked. She rocked on her feet and looked about to fall. He took her by the arm and pulled her to him. She lay against his chest. He felt her tense briefly, but then she relaxed. A happy sigh escaped her lips. Oh, she murmured, why is the room spinning? Sounds like the medicine the doc gave you is starting to work, he murmured softly. Here, let me help you lay down. He guided her to her bed. The loath cat followed as seemed curious about his mistress. It mewed at her. I'm fine, Claude, she murmured. Mr. Jazz is here now. She snuggled against his chest. He'll protect me. Jazz sat her down on the mattress. The girl's eyes were glassy. She swayed slightly, clearly having trouble keeping her eyes open. Lay back now, he said softly. You will feel better once you have slept. She obeyed, but didn't take her eyes off him. You're so nice, she said, smiling dreamily. She reached up and stroked his cheek. You're so cute. He chuckled. And that is proof that the medicine is working, he said dismissively. Vess smiled. She likely had not heard his words. He felt nothing but warmth and affection through the Force. My knight, she murmured, my brave knight. He sat next to her, his gray eyes looking into her blue ones. You aren't leaving this time, are you? She asked, her expression troubled. You're staying. He nodded. Until you are out of danger. Yes, I will. She sat up quickly. He only just managed to turn his head. She kissed him lightly on the cheek. He leaned back, surprised. Vess. Damn, the girl pouted. I missed. She lay back again. She pulled the covers around her. No matter, she sighed. I won't miss next time. I'll. A tired sigh escaped her lips. A few seconds later, she was snoring softly. Jazz looked down, not really sure what had just happened. Why did she? Vess. Next time. He shook his head. It was unexpected, but not surprising. He had saved her life twice. Of course she was going to feel affectionate towards him, and besides, the sedative had likely caused what had happened, lowered her inhibitions. She likely would not even remember what happened tomorrow. Still, Vess? He rose, silently leaving her room. The loath cat leapt back up onto the bed. It curled up in the crook of his mistress' arms, settling in for a nap of its own. He left the two, let them rest. Just another girl, Jazz thought. A girl that needs my help. He nodded grimly. He had some calls to make. He knew a few people here on Alderin. Co-op knew a few more. Vess was right about one thing. She had been prey for too long. Now was the time to be a hunter. He could do that. For Vess, he would hunt. Chapter 35. Jazz Darbin watched as Char Valentine trained, the heavy bag swinging back and forth with every punch and kick. Each strike was expertly placed and had enough power behind it to break bones. Jazz could only guess at how many pounds of force were being delivered with every blow. And she is so fast, he thought. She danced around the bag, delivering both punishing shots with her fists, but also devastating spin kicks. The protector didn't just move, she seemed to flow around her target. He was astounded. She is so damn fast. Not as fast as a Jedi, perhaps, but still very quick. It was impressive, make no mistake. extremely impressive. Since leaving Vess to find her rest, he had spent the bulk of the evening aboard the Folly, sending messages to the organizations on planet contacts. Despite his peaceful reputation, Alderin remained a center of power for the Republic, and like all other centers of power, it drew its share of fringe elements. Smugglers and criminals operated on Alderin, maybe not as openly as they could on an Heir or Coruscant, but they still had some leeway. It was to these contacts that Jazz now reached out. He suspected that the people that attacked Vess on the North Mountains were not locals. He would be shocked if it turned out that they were, and if they weren't local, then someone had to have had a hand in helping them slip on world. That meant someone with underworld connections likely knew more about the operation. So, it was to the underworld that he reached out. His position within the Cooper Halcyon organization did allow him into places that most Jedi could never hope to walk, which was the whole point of the council allowing him to remain with the Folly crew in the first place. He had resented that position in the first few months, resigned himself to hopelessness, but now he had a chance to help Vess, to help Val. He would not fail in this endeavor. He arranged a meeting for the next evening. Nothing sooner was possible, sadly, but that was for the best. He was far from his top form. He still needed time to fully come back from what he had endured saving Vess. He would have retired for the evening, meditated, and tried to get some sleep, but found that impossible. His mind was too busy. So, as was his way, he chose to indulge in a little light training, just enough to help him relax. He had approached Dormarist about finding a place. He didn't wish to disturb his hosts. She had directed him to the second sublevel of the estate. As a friend to the family, she granted him full access to the training facilities there. Not sure what to expect, he accepted. He had taken the elevator down, and when the door finally slid open, he was surprised to say the least. The Risk training grounds was no mere gymnasium, it was something far more. It appeared to be a cross between a gym, survival course, and shooting range. He noticed several training droids charging along the back wall, their arms featuring several weapons attachments. He shook his head. He could only imagine how tough of an opponent one of those droids would be on the highest training setting. Had Val not told him about the origins of House Risk, he would have thought this very unusual. Now it made sense. House Risk had not entirely abandoned his old ways, or so Val had said. Of course, they would need a place to train those of the family who still practiced the old arts of assassination. He stepped into the room. It was about an hour or so before midnight. He had expected to have the room to himself. He had been mistaken. He had arrived to find Char Valentine attacking a heavy bag in one of the room's corners. The Protector didn't even acknowledge him when he entered. Her full focus was on her target, each attack delivered with cold and ruthless efficiency. Again he found himself wondering how well a Jedi would fare against a sworn protector of Bantoon. If Val's speed and strength were not unique, if other sworn protectors moved like she did, even a Jedi would likely have trouble keeping up with the defenders of Bantoon's nobility. Any such engagement would be tough fight to be sure. The chain holding the bag creaked loudly as Val struck it with a powerful jump kick. Had the bag been a living being, it likely would have suffered several broken ribs, or a cracked skull. He could only shake his head. The wonders of Bantoon genetic engineering, he thought to himself. A few years back, he had seen what the gene mods coming out of Bantoon could do. He had seen the results on a small colony world where their organization had set up a base. Misshapen limbs and other genetic abnormalities cured in a matter of months. Basic gene therapy, the medical droids had called it. The result of a low-level genetic modification procedure. He could only guess what a high-level mod would do, or perhaps he didn't need to guess. Char Valentine was here. He was seeing what high-level Bantoon gene mods could do. Thump, thump, thump. Jazz could not entirely kill the smile that sprung to his face as he watched her. No longer clad in armor, no longer with her hair done up in fancy braids, the Protector was dressed simply, black workout shorts and a blue midriff top. Her reddish-brown hair pulled into a single long ponytail. Her fists were taped, as were her bare feet. But even without a weapon, it was clear that the Protector was dangerous. She didn't need a weapon in hand. Her hands and feet were lethal. She was a weapon, a beautiful and deadly weapon. He shivered as he watched her move, a lethal predator hone in her skills. It was like watching a work of art, strength, speed, and precision, all rolled up into one lithe and beautiful package. He felt a stirring in his blood. He realized in that moment how long it had been since he and Val had last been together. In truth, it had been years since he had last been with any woman. Watching Val train, seeing her like this, it was arousing to be sure. Damn, he thought, this really should not be turning me on, should it? Without any warning, Val's assault stopped. She stepped away from the bag. It still swung back and forth on its chain. Another few hits, and the chain itself might have snapped. Most impressive. Panting, her skin glowing with sweat, Char Valentine finally noticed that she was no longer alone. She smiled at him. "Hey there, hotshot," she called out. "You still awake?" He shrugged. "Couldn't sleep," he said dismissively. "Yeah," she agreed, "me neither." He looked around the training room. "I thought a little exercise would help. At the very least, it might just tire me out enough that I can get some rest." "Couldn't hurt," Val replied. "I didn't get a chance to talk to you after you left Vess' room. Was everything okay?" "As well as to be expected," he answered, choosing not to mention that Vess had tried to kiss him. He was still not sure what to make of that. "After I left, I tried to contact some of the organizations. Friends here on Alderin, figured that some of them might know something." "A little late for business calls, isn't it?" she asked. Jazz shrugged. "The people I needed to contact don't do any real business until after the sun sets," he informed her. She nodded, unwrapping the tape from her fists. "You think any of these people will be able to tell us anything about what happened on the North Mountain?" "Possibly," he replied. "You want to know about shady deals on civilized worlds, you have to know where to look and who to talk to. Coop and I do move in those circles." He frowned slightly. "We've never really seen ourselves as criminals, and if we are criminals with a small c in our name. We smuggle luxury items, high-end food, rare wine, and occasionally stolen artwork, only things that the tax man is hurt by and wanted by the rich and powerful that don't wish to pay tariffs." Jazz frowned. "The people I've reached out to, these are not our usual type of clients. These are people that might know more about the attack on Vess, but they're also a bit rougher than we normally like to deal with, but they're reliable, if you ask in the right way." The protector nodded. "I do know a bit about dealing with criminals. Remember, my folks had their fair share of encounters with crime bosses and fences back in the day." "I don't doubt it, but the exchange isn't just a group of mere criminals. They're a syndicate with connections all across the core worlds. They may not be as infamous as the Hutts, but they do have a reputation." "That is who you are going to speak to then?" she asked. "The exchange?" "That is who our contact works with. You want to know about criminal enterprises on a world, you talk to someone connected with the exchange." Jazz gave her a curious look. "How are things going on the official end? Have House Risk contacts learned anything useful?" In response, Val hissed and fired a vicious thrust kick at the heavy bag. The speed and strength of the blow almost made Jazz jump back. The bag swung back and forth from the strength of Val's strike. The protector shook her head. "It has been the same old story," she complained. Alderin security managed to locate the airfield where those aerial patrol platforms had been launched from. They went in and searched it, went over it with a full scanning crew, and found nothing. The place was leased under an assumed name. The men themselves had had no identification on them, off-worlders most likely, and all the records found at the site were phonies. Val growled in frustration. It is just like all the other attempts on Vess' life, a professional job that left no trace. Jazz nodded. He had expected as much, but still, they weren't completely out of luck. "So the 7 assassins are a dead end," he said flatly. "Fortunately, we still have one more person to talk to." Char Valentine gave him a curious look. "We do." "Who?" Jazz smiled. "Remember the jamming signal? Remember the reprogrammed security probes? Someone had to have had a hand in that." She nodded, seeing where he was going. "So, we are looking for a slicer." "No mere slicer," Jazz replied. the thing done with the security network wouldn't have been hard. My organization employs many young slicers who eat planetary security codes for breakfast. They view slicing into it as a rite of passage, a test for newbies. The jamming itself could have been handled by anyone, but what was done to the security probes, that was something else. Inserting a program into those droids would require both skill and opportunity, something that the security firm that leased those droids wouldn't have allowed easily. That is why you want to speak with the exchange, Val said with a hint of a smile. You think that the slicer involved was more than just some kid in his parents' basement. You would have needed a professional with resources to slice those droids. Jaz Darbin nodded. If this person is not employed by the exchange, then they might know just who does have such a person on the payroll. A skilled slicer like the one we are looking for is not someone you easily eliminate if a job goes bad. Such slicers are not only skilled, but paranoid as well. Val smiled that sly smile of hers. You think this person is still alive, either because they fled or have people that would protect them, not want to waste their skills. Hopefully, Jaz said with shrug. I will know more tomorrow, after I've spoken with Elena. After we've spoken with Elena, Val corrected him. She paused. Wait, Elena. Jaz nodded. Elena Fortuna, he replied. She is the exchange boss here on Alderin. Coop and I have dealt with her several times in the past. She is a Twi'lek, a former slave that managed to work her way up through the organization, not someone you want to get on the bad side of. Val smirked. The crime boss you're meeting with is a woman. So women can't be crime bosses, he said with a laugh. They aren't on Bantoon. Bantoon is a matriarchy. All the top government positions there are held by women. Yes. Most of them, she agreed. So why is it so hard to believe that a female Twi'lek could rise through the ranks of organized crime? Val shrugged. I suppose it is not so hard to believe. She chuckled. So how do you and Co-op know this woman? Jaz snorted with amusement. That is all Co-op's fault, I'm afraid. A few years back, he and Rhonda were taking a break from each other. Still partners, but weren't dating. Coop spent a few months on Alderin. He met Elena during that time, and they dated for a few weeks. I can't imagine that ended well, Val said. It didn't, Jaz agreed. I warned Co-op about getting involved with Elena in the first place. She has a bad reputation where her personal relationships are involved. When Co-op tried to break it off, she retaliated. Did she try to kill him? Val asked. No, but she did try to make him useless to any other woman. Yeesh, Val said, wincing. Yeah, Jaz winced, my sentiments exactly. Char Valentine shook her head. So you think this person is going to help you? She has done business with the organization since, just not with Co-op directly. I've brokered all of those deals, and she has proven reliable. Can we trust her? No, but she has no love for the Mining Guild, the Republic, or for any other form of authority. We can't expect her to go where the credits are. She is nothing if not predictable. Sounds like a real charmer, Val chuckled. Jaz grinned. We just have to stay out of her personal life. We do that, and we will be fine. Sounds doable, Val said, sitting down, removing the tape from her feet. How do you want to play this? I've got an appointment with her tomorrow night. She owns one of the nightclubs in Capital City. I go in as a member of the Cooper Halcyon organization, looking to hire a slicer. Tell her I need someone with working knowledge of security droids. See if she bites. So we speak to this Twi'lek, and try to get a lead on the people that attacked Vess. What do we do if she decides not to give us the answers we need? Jaz frowned. Actually, it would be better if I went in alone. Elena knows me, and might not respond well if I have company along. Char Valentine gave him a very cold and dirty look. I thought I said I could accompany you. I'm merely trying to make sure this meeting goes smoothly, he said, raising his hands, trying to prevent an argument. If the exchange does know anything about the attack on Vess, showing up with an agent of House Rist at my side may not be the best way to convince them that I'm simply there as Co-op and Randa's representative. I don't serve House Rist, Jaz Val reminded him. I serve Vesseria, who lives in House Rist, and is the foster daughter of Dorma Rist, Jaz reminded her. I think you can see what conclusions Elena might draw if you are there. Val snorted angrily. So I don't go in as a member of House Rist. Maybe I'm just the woman on your arm. If anyone asks, I'm your entertainment for the evening. She smirked at the slight blush that came to his cheeks. I'm not ashamed to play that role, and most men won't look too close. All they will see is a woman on your arm. Protectors have played that role in the past. Jazz considered it. He didn't really like it, but it could work, I suppose. Good, she said with a grin. Then that is how we will play it. The protector rolled to her feet and walked over to a weapons rack in the corner, pulling two short metal training staves. She spun them around and turned to Jazz. Care to spar for a little bit? I've never been comfortable working with these training droids. He frowned. I'm not sure that is such a good idea. I thought you said you were hoping to get some exercise, she said, approaching him, her movements taking on a more feline-like tread. One predator stalking another. She spun one of the staves expertly. I must confess, back home the people that trained me claimed that our skills were a match for anyone, even the Reven of old. Val shrugged. I've always wondered if that was true. Jazz watched her closely, his combat senses coming alive, the Force making him hyper-aware of his surroundings. He knew that the Reven that Val referred to were in actuality the Sith that had served Darth Revan centuries ago. Revan's forces had conquered Bantoon, only to leave for some reason. Either the Dark Lord had called them away, or perhaps the Sith had abandoned whatever it was their master had planned. Whatever the reason, Val's home had been spared the Sith's ruthlessness. They were most fortunate. Come on, not a Jedi, she said playfully, her voice becoming more teasing. Haven't you ever wondered if you could take me in a fight? I haven't lost any sleep over it, he replied, his voice also becoming more playful. He smiled. She is worked up, he thought. She needs to find release, more of a release than simply hid in a bag. In truth, he wouldn't mind finding a bit of a release either, and he had been wondering just how skilled she was if a Jedi could match her skills. Here was as good an opportunity as any. He took off his Nerf hide jacket and dress shirt. He slipped out of his boots while he sat his lightsaber on the mat by his coat. He gestured to the training rack. A single staff leapt into his hand. He spun the weapon around as they began to circle. So, he said, what are the rules for this engagement? Don't get knocked down, she replied. Sounds simple enough, he agreed. Quite simple, she said, and she attacked. 1 second they were circling, and the next she was in his face. He dodged her blows, but not without some difficulty. Char Valentine was a blur of motion, her weapon swinging almost too quick to see. He could feel the air of the staves passing mere millimeters from his face. The display was most impressive. He avoided her attacks, but only just. The Force and his training was the only thing keeping her from touching him. She fell back, recognizing that her first attack had failed. Her eyes narrowed. Impossible, she said. No one is that fast. I could say the same about you, he said, bowing respectfully. She sniffed. You and your Jedi sorcery? Training and skill, he replied. If I was using the Force, this would likely be over. I would, whoa. Val renewed her attack, this time even quicker than before. Jazz was hard-pressed to avoid her. Their staves clanged as he parried her strikes. He had chosen to use only a single short staff. That may have been a mistake. She began to work kicks into her attack as well, her long legs forcing him back. He grinned, his heartbeat quickened. She is still feeling me out, he realized. She is trying to find out just how fast I can be. He danced away from her, avoiding both her staves and her educated feet. He bounced on the balls of his feet. As she paused, preparing for another pass, he engaged. Now, she was on the defensive. Their staves clanged as he drove her back, but only so far. Val might not have been Force sensitive, but her genetic enhancements more than made up for that. Again, he was impressed. He shook his head. He was starting to understand why Darth Revan had been interested in Bantoon. How lethal would the Sith army have been had all their troopers been modified with sworn protector training and modification? The Republic army would have been overwhelmed, and the Jedi hard-pressed in every engagement, having to fight both dark side warriors and enhanced troopers. Even the Order would have been hard-pressed to stand against such an onslaught. Again, he was left wondering why the Sith abandoned their conquest. Had Revan found something else, something that made his plans for Bantun obsolete? Maybe he had not had a choice. The realization gave Jazz pause. He was not sure of the exact date of the Sith's occupation of Bantun, but it was possible that it had occurred around the time that Darth Malak staged his coup. Had Revan not shared his plans for Bantun with his apprentice? It was possible. It was more than likely that the new Dark Lord of the Sith had simply abandoned the world for what he thought were more valuable conquests. Perhaps his consolidation of Sith power had robbed him of a resource that he never realized that he possessed. If so, the galaxy was more fortunate. If Sith soldiers had fought with the strength and skill of Char Valentine, the whole of the galaxy might have been in jeopardy. Again Val closed in, looking to knock him down. Jess countered her attack. Using the Force to enhance his speed, he drove her back, knocking one of the staves from her hands. She gasped when his weapon made contact, but didn't back down. She doubled her efforts. A Mandalorian would have said that the battle lust was upon her. She was both strong and fast, make no mistake, but the moment she started fighting with more heart than head, he had her. He ended things quickly. He pinned her arm with his, forcing her to abandon her remaining staff. She tried a quick kick, but he caught her leg with his other arm. Before she could headbutt him or use her superior strength to pull away, he caught her other leg with his own. Char Valentine cried out in surprise as the two tumbled to the mat. The protector ended up flat on her back, with Jazz on top, straddling her, pinning her to the ground. She spat like an angry cat, struggling against him, trying to get free and continue her attack. He didn't let her. He looked down upon her, grinning triumphantly. "Looks like I win," he said. "Damn," she hissed. "Let me up." "Are we done?" he asked. "Damn it, not a Jedi." He gave her a sly look. "Are we done?" She looked up at him, her eyes flashing, her lips trembling with excitement. She was panting. He could feel her heart pounding. She was practically shaking. She is as excited as I am, he realized. He suddenly felt a shift in the Force. Val looked at him, her eyes darkening with passion. "Jazz," she murmured, her lithe body moving against his. "Jazz," she purred. He gently stroked her cheek. Her skin was so warm, so smooth. She whimpered softly, closing her eyes. "Val," he murmured, leaning in close. His lips found hers, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Jazz tasted the sweet lips of Char Valentine. The kiss deepened. Val wrapped her arms around him, and her legs around his waist. He began to kiss his way down her throat, making her groan with passion. "Yes," she moaned. "Oh yes." She pulled off his undershirt, while he slid his hands over her body, one up her thigh, the other under her shirt, feeling warm, soft skin. They were moving against each other, and it felt fantastic. "I've missed you," he murmured in her ear. "I've missed you so much." He nibbled her right ear, remembering how she said she liked it. The lessons she had taught him years ago all coming back. "No," she groaned. "James, no. Stop, please, stop." He heard her words, but didn't want to. It had been so long, He felt a shift in the Force, pain, intense pain. He stopped mid-kiss. "Val," he realized it was Val. He was hurting her. He pulled back quickly, releasing her, feeling a mix of both disappointment and shame. He shook his head. What had he been doing? Val rolled away from him, sitting up and pulling down her shirt. She looked down, afraid to meet his gaze. I'm sorry," he said quickly. "I shouldn't have." He pounded the mat with his fist. "Damn it," he thought. "What the hell is wrong with me? I hurt you?" he gasped. "I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry," she said quickly. He could see she had tears in her eyes. "I should have told you, stopped you before." She shook her head. "I'm sorry." He gave her a pained look. "Was I doing something wrong?" "No," she said meekly. "If anything, you were doing everything right. and that was the problem. She sighed. Damn it, she spat angrily. Why couldn't we have met before I went through the system? He took a deep breath, willing his heart to slow. He still was frustrated being forced to stop, but he was back in control. It hurt, but he was back in control. What does the system have to do with anything? Everything, she answered. I should have told you when you first arrived. There are rules that a protector cannot break. She fell back and sighed. He could sense her own anger and frustration. It was not directed at him, but at herself. Do you remember when Vess knighted you? He nodded. Yeah, it was sweet of her. It was, Val agreed, but it also changed things between us, made them more complicated. How so? He asked. She sighed. By knighting you, Vess brought you into the nobility of Bantoon, which brings with it certain strings where a sworn protector is concerned. She gave him a sad look. As a sworn protector, I'm forbidden from consorting with any noble of Bantoon without my queen's consent. It is a security measure to make sure that a protector does not take a lover that, by taking said lover, could harm her mistress or master. We wouldn't want a rival seducing the queen's bodyguard and drawing her into some plot to harm her mistress. The system makes sure that that cannot happen. Any attempt to violate that order causes intense pain. Val shook her head. In other words, hotshot, it isn't you, it's me. I know that it sounds like a line, but it is the truth. Jazz sighed. He couldn't believe it. So, basically, by Vess honoring him for his bravery, she had also made sure that he could never again touch the woman that he desired. Never again be intimate with her. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. How was that fair? There was silence between them now, one heavy with so many emotions, so much wanting to be said, but no words capable of phrasing them. She gave him a sympathetic look. Are you okay? She asked. Not really, he said morosely. It has been a while, to be honest. He managed a weak smile. I was kinda looking forward to, well, us. It would have been nice, she agreed. It was nice last time. I would have liked to have revisited that night, our night. He hissed and lay back on the mat, staring up at the ceiling and cursing the force. Was this some kind of punishment for trying to have a normal life, for finally deciding to reclaim his emotions? It was almost enough to make him want to start shutting down again, almost. Then he thought of the vision he had seen, the vision of his child. He sighed. On some level, maybe he had hoped that Val was the woman that would give him that child. Maybe he thought that he might have been able to free her from the system one day, that the two of them might have been more than friends, or friends with benefits. He shook his head. He truly was a fool. Val laid down next to him. She reached out and stroked his cheek, her touch both soothing and feather-light. Thank you, she murmured. For what? He asked. For stopping when I asked, she answered shyly. Most men wouldn't have. They would have let me just endure the pain while they found what they were looking for. He sniffed. I couldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you. She smiled. I know, she purred. That is why I'm glad you're here. The two of them lay there for a while, not talking, simply touching, enjoying being close, but knowing they could only go so far, and no farther. It was disappointing to them both, but they knew they needed to endure it. They both served something bigger than themselves, despite their own desires. They needed to endure. Jazz, she said. Yes, Val. I have something to ask you. He could sense the worry in her words. You can ask me anything, he promised. She gave him a glib look. What I'm going to ask is going to sound strange to you, and I think you will be tempted to say no, but I must ask that you hear me out and think on what I'm saying. I'll listen, he promised, though I doubt I can simply say yes, considering how you are leading into this. I'm not expecting an answer, not right away. All I ask is that you consider what I'm offering. And what are you offering exactly? She sighed. You saw the men from Bantoon when you arrived today. You saw all the suitors that have come here to try and court Vess. I saw. And you also know that I'm not pleased with the selection. My queen deserves better than the beggar's feast that has assembled. Those men have come here caring not a whit for Vess or her happiness, only that she could name them High General and give them power over our people. I understand your concern, he said. You said that Vess and is pretty much a pawn to her husband. She is, and that is a situation I would not want for Vess. She has the courage, the name, and the heart to rule our world well. She simply needs a proper husband to guide and protect her, and give her the happiness she deserves. Jazz smirked. So you want me to help you find a husband for Vess? Matchmaking is not really my forte, Val. You don't need to search, she said. I've already found the perfect man for the job. I've seen how you care for Vess. This guy must be really special if you think he is worthy of being with your queen. He is, she said warmly. He is one of the best men I've ever met. He would be perfect for my queen. So where is he? Jazz asked. Do you need me to bring him here? He is already here, she replied. What, you said? Jazz frowned. Val, what are you thinking? She gave him that sly grin of hers. James, I would like you to consider something. I would like you to consider approaching Lady Dorma in the next few days. Approach her, and ask her for the chance to court Vess. He blinked. Me? You want me to court Vess? You want me to be Vess' husband? That is usually what happens at the end of a courtship, hotshot. Jazz blinked. He swallowed hard. Court Vess? He couldn't just. He looked at Char Valentine. He hoped she was joking, but he didn't feel that. She seriously believed that he could. Damn, that was the only word he could think of. Just Dan?